Chapter 1. The start of something new. For people are in the backyard with two of them being a lot shorter, but looked like the taller woman with red hair. These were Kasumi and Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze, and they are 7 years old. The others were an average height, beautiful woman with long red hair that went down to her ankles that had 2 strands on the sides of her face. This was Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, their mother. The other person was a tall man who had spiky blonde hair and blue eyes with 2 bangs framing his face. He was wearing a usual Jonin flak jacket, but he was also wearing a white short-sleeve coat with red flames on the bottom of it on the back with the kanji written for 4th Hokage. This person was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. They were currently working on chakra control exercises, knowing how large their reserves will be and wanted them to have the best possible. "Look, Mom, Dad, we did it!" Narumi shouted happily with Kasumi grinning as well while standing on top of the tree branch. "Yeah, look, we made it to the top." Kasumi agreed with her own grin. "Oh, I'm so proud of my girls. They're going to be the best ever, databang." Kushina grinned with a thumbs up. "All right, girls, come on down." Their father called out, getting nods as they walked down the tree. Off to the side was a person who was watching them training, made his heart break a bit seeing it happen. He was 12 years old and had spiky blonde hair with red tips on it. He was 5 feet 9 inches, which is tall for his age. This was Naruto Uzumaki, the oldest son of Kushina and Minato, and the reason he's not happy is that he never received training from his parents ever since he was 7 from Kushina and Minato. But that stopped for some reason he was never able to figure out. He had to learn everything on his own and from others such as his godmother Tsunade Senju, Mikoto Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, his friend Yugao Yuzuki, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. What no one knew except for them was he had some secrets of his own kept from his parents, he was the Jinchuriki of the 2-tailed demon cat the Nibi, or how he knew her as Matatabi. He loved her like a mother as she always cared about him when she found out that he wanted to get to know her, and that he respects the Biju and wants to understand them more. He hadn't started training in her chakra much as he didn't want to rely on her or just make her seem like a weapon, but someone who is important to him. His other secret was that he had a dojutsu, but it was special compared to others as he had a combination of the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. He didn't know how he got them, but he was training one day when he overheard Minato talking about him. But what made him sad was how little he seemed to care for him as he was talking to Jiraiya, and they were talking as if he had no importance. He hadn't let his emotions get the better of him ever, but he cried, but he felt pain in his eyes for some reason. But what he didn't know was that his eyes were changing to something else. When the pain died down, he went to the mirror to check what happened, and he saw his eyes had changed. His right eye was purple with 1 ring around it, and his left eye was red with a black circle and 1 tomo on it. He recognized the left eye as the Sharingan, but not the right eye until he heard Matatabi tell him that it was the Rinnegan, that he had both dojutsu. He got some help from Mikoto and Fugaku after explaining to them, as well as Tsunade and Hiruzen, what had happened, making them wonder what his parents were doing or thinking about their son like this. They were surprised to hear about his new eyes and had thought about telling them, but Naruto said not to since he didn't care for their approval anymore. He had learned so much from them. His chakra control that he learned from Tsunade was incredible for someone with his reserves, where he had nearly perfect control, and her taijutsu style, which seemed to suit him perfectly even though he couldn't use her super strength. She taught him medical ninjutsu for his team since Matatabi could heal his wounds. Fugaku and Mikoto trained him in how to use the Sharingan to evolve it where he could use it with ease and it wouldn't be as taxing. They also trained him in Jinjutsu in being able to cast with and without the Sharingan to not rely on it like many other Uchihas did. Hiruzen trained him in Fuinjutsu and Ninjutsu in all 5 elements. He got help from a friend of his, Yugao Yuzuki, who had become a Kenjutsu specialist who taught him how to use a blade. He may not be as good as her right now, but she was confident he would surpass her someday, and even his mother, Kushina. We find Naruto upstairs just hanging out when he heard his godfather talking to his parents about something, which was nothing new, but Jiraiya sounded serious about something which is unusual for him, so he decided to listen in on it. "So how are the twins' training coming along?" Jiraiya asked the parents. "They're doing really well. At the rate they're going, they'll be great and fulfill the prophecy. I just know they'll succeed in it." Minato praised. "My babies are going to be badass when they're older as they continue to train. The world will be saved thanks to them. Kushina agreed, proud of her daughters. Good. We keep this up, and everything will be okay in the end for us, and they will be the saviors of the world. I just know the prophecy is about them. Jiraiya boasted. Prophecy? He asked himself quietly, not believing what he was hearing, with everything making sense now to him. Everything made sense to him now. The reason for their neglect and why they're training them now. But why? Because of a prophecy. Don't they know that prophecies aren't something to take seriously, as they can change like life changes every day? It's something you can't predict? Jiraiya has always been retarded, but this takes the cake. But this hurt him, knowing that they'd only train him if he was the so-called child of prophecy and not real love. I'm done. I'm leaving this village forever. I had mentioned it to Tsunade, Mikoto, Fugaku, and Hiruzen a couple times since I never felt like part of the family, and they'd come to accept it as it would be good for me to get away from them. I'll need to leave notes for them to have before I leave. He said to himself, heading upstairs, unaware of two individuals who had heard everything and knew what his life was like from his family. They were sickened with how they treated their son and Jiraiya for what a pig and disgusting person he was. Unknown figures. Those bastards. How dare they treat their own like this? Especially that disgusting pervert. She shouted angrily. Calm down, Cammy's sister. The pervert will get what is coming to him eventually. As for the parents, something seems off with them. I'm just not sure what it is yet. But for now, what should we do about Naruto-kun? I personally don't want him to go to another village. The second figure said, easing her sister. What do you have in mind then, Yami? Cammy asked curiously. I was thinking of another planet altogether. How would you feel about sending him to Earth? You know what'll happen there eventually, right? The Earth could use his help after all. Yami smirked. True, but would he be able to do so much as he is with just chakra? You know how strong Ki is, right? Cammy asked, worried about their champion. I know it won't, so I was thinking of changing his DNA, where he'd be more than just human. How would you feel about us making him a Saiyan? He'd still keep his chakra, but he'd be able to use Ki as well in the process. What do you think? She asked her sister. Cammy just smirked, liking the idea. I think that's a great idea, sister. Let's go greet him then, she said as they nodded and disappeared. With Naruto. Naruto had just finished copying scrolls from his father's library, wanting to advance in all areas since he still had room to improve with him being only a high chunin, but wanted to get better, so he had gotten the rest of the books to become a seal master in Fuin Jutsu, more jutsus for elemental ninjutsu for each affinity, and for wood style that Tsunade had given him, since he would be able to use it eventually. He picked up notes for the Rasengan and the Hiraishin just to stick to his parents, that he learned those two jutsus without their help. He got some books from Yugao and Kenjutsu to further improve himself, more scrolls from Mikoto and Fugaku in Jinjutsu, more advanced taijutsu scrolls from Tsunade, and chakra control exercises he could do since his reserves will continue to grow as he gets older. Now it was time for him to go. As he was finishing packing, he was visited by Cammy and Yami, who appeared in his room, putting him on edge as he got into a fighting stance. Hello, Naruto, Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to meet you. Cammy smiled, making him blush. Hello. May I know who you are and how you know who I am? He asked, not wanting to appear rude. Oh, he's so polite. I knew he'd be so cute and respectful. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. My name is Yami, also known as the Shinigami, and this is my sister Cammy. She introduced themselves to him. Naruto immediately got down on his knees, bowing to the two goddesses. It's a pleasure to meet you both. What can I do for you? I'd like to think you didn't come here just to see me, if I'm correct. He asked them, getting nods and grins from both of them. Right, you're Naruto-kun. We know of your family's struggle and your plan to leave the village, Cammy said, getting a slow nod from the boy. We've come with an offer to send you to another planet called Earth. Not only that, but we also want to offer you something else that will help you while there. She told him. I'd be honored at the chance, but why help me? I'm sure there are more important things that you'd both be doing after all than helping someone like me. What else would you be offering me that could help me on Earth? He asked. I'm glad you asked. The reason we're helping you is the fact that Minato is blowing his chance to be a real father to you. The same goes for Kushina as a mother, but we feel something is off with them. But we'll figure that out later, so don't worry about them. What we will be doing is alternating your DNA, so you'd be something more than human. You would be what is called a Saiyan, who is a warrior race. We'll give you all the information you'll need about them if you choose to accept it. Yami told him. So I'll be half human slash half Saiyan, correct? He asked, getting nods from them. I accept, as I was planning on leaving anyway, but had no idea where I would go, as Suno is allies with Konoha. Kimo would kill me to get Matatabi back. Kiri is in the middle of a civil war, and IWA would kill me because of Minato being related to the bastard, who would train me in the art of ki, since I doubt I could learn about it on my own since it's entirely new to me. Naruto pointed out. Very true about all accounts. We'll be sending you to someone who can teach you about ki. He's a friend of ours, and will be able to help you out with ki. He's the guardian of the earth named Kami, but is not like me. We'll also check in on you from time to time to see how you're doing, as well as teach you other subjects such as mathematics, literature, science, history, and any other subjects you would be interested in learning, such as other languages. Kami told him as he smiled in gratitude. Thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to learning from him and you. I can't tell you how grateful I am for this, since there aren't many people here who are actually nice to me except for the select few, and they are okay with me. Do I need to do for the change to happen? The blonde asked them as they nodded. You don't need to do anything. Just lie down on the floor, and then we can get started. It won't take long either. As soon as it finishes, we'll head out to Earth. Kami said, with Yami nodding in agreement. Naruto did what he was told as he laid down on the floor as Kami and Yami got started on the ritual to turn him into a Saiyan. They put their hands on his head when a white glow appeared on their hands, with the process beginning. Nothing happened at first, but everything started shaking around Konoha with the power that was being poured out as Naruto was being turned into a Saiyan. Not long later, the shaking stopped with the goddesses taking their hands off of Naruto. He fluttered his eyes open to reveal onyx eyes. That wasn't the only change that occurred, with his hair color changing to black with red/blonde tips. His body grew a couple of inches and he gained more muscle, but was still on the lean, muscular build. How do you feel? Yami asked him. I feel great, like a new person, he said, not noticing the tail. What do you think, Matatabi? He asked the Biju. Oh my, I like the look, kitten, much cuter than you were before. I look forward to seeing what we can accomplish together. We should get going before someone comes to check on you, as I'm sure everyone feels the power. The demon cat told him. We should get going now. We have a lot to do with your new life, Kami said as they disappeared with a note on the desk as Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya ran in. Where's Naruto-kun? Kushina asked. I'm not sure. One moment we were outside with the girls, but I don't remember a lot. However, the next moment the power surge that appeared came from here. Whatever happened in here must have been something to cause shaking to be felt, Minato said, confused. Oh, who cares about him? We have the twins to worry about right now, Jiraiya said uncaringly, making the two parents look at him like he's crazy. What do you mean? We care about him, Kushina said angrily when she saw a note on the desk. What's this? She asked as she opened it. As she read it, she began to tear up and then started sobbing after finishing it, dropping to the floor on her knees as she wailed in misery of her oldest son being gone now. Minato took the letter and read it as well when he grew sad and started tearing up as well, thinking that his son was gone now. But the thing is, he couldn't remember anything that had happened to him or his wife that lead up to this. I'm just glad the brat's gone now. He wasn't anything special to begin with, Jiraiya stated as he disappeared in smoke, being summoned by the toads as Hiruzen, Mikoto, Fugaku, and Tsunade ran in with a look of panic that was on their faces. Minato, what happened here? We all felt power coming from here and needed to figure out what had happened, Hiruzen said. We don't know. What we knew was we were training the twins, and then the shaking started, and we could feel coming from this room. Something else happened though. We can't seem to remember anything. My wife was the same way, as we both don't know what happened. Why would Naruto leave? Did something happen that caused this? He asked the old Kage, who grew angry, but also curious about them not remembering anything. How dare you? You say you don't remember, but what's there to remember? You two neglected your oldest and basically abandoned him. Neither of you spent time with him or trained him in any way. I was more like a parent to him than any of you were, Mikoto shouted at them angrily, tears streaming down her cheeks. What? I'd never do something like that. I was training my son when he was younger. Then I had a meeting with Jiraiya, and then nothing. The next thing I know is me and Minato are outside training the kids along with Jiraiya, with everything shaking. Kushina explained, confused about what had happened to her. Jiraiya? What was the meeting about exactly? Fugaku asked curiously. It was about some dumb prophecy proclaiming how the twins would save the world and how we need to train them as soon as possible along with pushing Naruto to the side since he wouldn't be as important. Of course, me and Minato said no, seeing how they were only 2 at the time and that he was our son. After that, nothing. I can't remember anything afterwards. I might have an idea, but you won't like it. But I think Jiraiya placed you both in a jinjutsu of sorts that made you go along with it and forget about Naruto-kun. Now that I think about it, he never did like the boy because he was a prodigy and a genius where Jiraiya wasn't, so he may have been jealous of him. To think my foolish student would do this to the Hokage and his wife just to get what he wanted. Hiruzen said in shame, with Tsunade of the same mind as his teammate and everyone else feeling anger towards the pervert. How dare that bastard? He ruined our lives and made our sons a living hell. I'm going to kill him for this, and Minato, you will not stop me. What I want to know is, where is my son? She shrieked in anger, not noticing Yami appearing behind her. I know where he is, and I couldn't agree more with the pervert seeing how he royally messed up with the prophecy. She said, scaring everyone, making them jump back into a battle stance. Who are you? Do you know where he is? Minato asked, calmer, but you could hear as much desperation in his voice, much like everyone else. Oh, come now, Minato-kun. I'm surprised you don't recognize me. After all, we last saw each other 7 years ago only. And to answer your question about your son, he's somewhere else entirely, and no, he's not in any village, but a different planet. After seeing his treatment here, we decided to help the boy out by giving him a chance to start a new life. Yami stated, getting pale expressions from Minato and Kushina, with everyone else confused. Shinigami-sama. Minato yelled out, bowing at her along with Kushina panicking, with everyone else paling and following suit. What do you mean Naruto-kun is on another planet? Why would you send him to another planet instead of another village? Hiruzen asked, getting his breathing under control. Like I said, it was an offer by me and Kami to give him a new life. Another reason is that he'll be able to make friends his age, since it wasn't happening here with how the majority of the people here thought of him. And for why another planet instead of a village? Well, to answer that, he said there wasn't really any place he could go since he'd either be killed or captured and sent back here. I can understand, and the same goes for Kumo since he contains Nibi and would want her back. Suna would send him back here, and Kiri is in the middle of a civil war right now. So we thought sending him to another planet would be the best option for him to make friends and to grow as a person. The goddess told them, making everyone, but Minato and Kushina, nod in acceptance, but the latter two were horrified with what they learned. Our son's a Jinchuriki? When did this happen and how did it happen? Kushina asked, tearing up at the new information. Yes, he was on a mission when he came across the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, but instead of killing her, he freed the Biju, without killing her host, and sealed her in himself at the behest of said Biju, who wanted to know more about him. It happened about 2 years ago when he had just become a Chunin. They're close and have a strong bond with one another too. I'm going to bring the pervert back now and go. I'll make sure that Naruto-kun knows that what happened wasn't your fault and that you still love him. Yami said as she snapped her fingers as Jiraiya showed back up, looking around confused. Ta-ta everyone. She disappeared, leaving the group alone. Where am I? Minato, Kushina? What's going on here? He asked when all of a sudden a seal was placed on him that suppressed his chakra. What? What did you do to me? Release me at once. He shouted in disbelief at what just happened. You Jiraiya, or what is going on? How could you use us as tools for some prophecy that we never agreed with? Minato sneered at his former teacher. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. He tried to lie, while he was sweating, thinking they knew and that they were freed. We know everything, Jiraiya. You placed us in a jinjutsu because we didn't agree with what you were saying about the prophecy or our son. You made us forget about him and you never liked him, so this worked out for you. Minato told him coldly. Seeing no way of getting out of it, he decides to reveal his true feelings. Yes, so what? He's nothing. You two weren't seeing the bigger picture. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of one boy. But you're right, I never liked him. This was the best chance to get rid of him, and I wouldn't even care if he died. He was everything I wasn't, so I did what needed to be done, and the twins are the children of prophecy. Surely you all can see it, right? Jiraiya asked, getting looks that said, "The fuck is wrong with you? You monster. I should kill you right now for what you did to our family. I hope you rot in hell for what this, you bastard." Kushina yelled at him as her killing intent flaring at him, making him piss himself in fear. Wait, Sensei, help me. Tsunade, we're teammates. I only did this for the world so it could be saved. He tried to get their help, but was surprised to see them shake their heads at him. No, Jiraiya, I'm no longer your sensei. You're a traitor who has brought shame to this village and will be punished accordingly. I can't believe you've fallen so low. Hiruzen coldly told him, making him flinch. Sensei is right. You're a monster and a disgrace to Konoha. We're no longer teammates either, as you've manipulated Minato and Kushina into your crazy plans. I'm ashamed to even know you for this. Planning on getting a child killed and abandoned like what you were planning to do makes me feel sick to even know you. I never want to see you again, trash. Don't you know that prophecies are meant to be taken lightly, as they change often? You really are stupid. Tsunade growled as she stepped back with Hiruzen. You will be tried and will be put for execution for your crimes against me, my wife, and my family, he told his former teacher. Umbu, he ordered as two Umbu showed up. Take him away and make sure he's locked up good with no chance of escape. The Hokage ordered, with the two nodding, grabbing Jiraiya and disappearing in a shunshin. Kushina dropped down to her knees in anguish for what had happened with her oldest child being gone now because of some pervert, as Minato dropped with her, holding her close to comfort her, as the twins' daughters walked in confused on what was going on until they were explained with everything that they had found out, making them angry at the pervert for ruining their family. The twins had always loved their brother and would try to help him out, and they'd hang out when they could, but they had spent most of their time training and they'd be tired, always making it hard to spend time with him. Oh, Naruto, I am so sorry, my sweet boy. I hope wherever you're at you'll be safe and happy. Kushina cried, sobbing into her husband's chest. The lookout. Naruto and Kami had appeared in what looked like a giant circular plain with one building in the middle of it with some plants on the sides, which made no sense to him. The first thing he noticed was the air felt thinner to him. This is the lookout, Naruto-kun. Now before I leave, you should take a look at your body since there might have been some changes to it when you became a Saiyan, Kami said, mirthful, looking forward to his reaction to him having a tail. What are you, Maya? He said as he saw something behind him, making him surprised to see a tail that was attached to him now. What the hell? I have a tail, he shouted in surprise, with Kami laughing at his reaction. You knew I'd react like this, didn't you? He deadpanned at the goddess. Guilty as charged, but it's part of what makes them Saiyans. Remember to train hard and to learn everything you can from your teachers. Remember, I'll also be stopping by to teach you everything you'd learn in school, since I don't want you to become just a martial artist, but to have a brain too. Before I leave, I will leave one last gift with you, she said, getting a nod from him. She tapped his forehead, giving him all the information about the Saiyan race, including the Oizuru form, the Super Saiyan of legend, but he wouldn't worry about that right now. He nodded. Good. Take care, Naruto-kun, she said, disappearing, leaving him alone. Not long after she left, two figures walked out of the building to find Naruto meditating, impressing them, not expecting someone his age to be one to meditate, as most people his age would rather do something that would be exciting. Hearing footsteps approaching him, ending his time in his mindscape with Matatabi. Hello, are you Naruto Uzumaki? The dark individual asked. He nodded, answering his question. Are you Mr. Popo and Kami? I was told that I would be training under you both, and I want to thank you for this. Did she explain my situation? He asked them. I'm Kami, the Guardian of Earth, and this is Mr. Popo. She did indeed tell us everything about you, and I'd like to tell you that you will learn much and things won't be the same. I would like to know more about this chakra that you possess along with Ki now, if you wouldn't mind explaining. He said, getting a nod from Naruto, who went on to explain chakra is, and not only that, but also the Biju, the different things that are possible with chakra. That's quite the energy source you have, Naruto. I'd like to learn more about it, but we have to begin your training in Ki since you're new to it. You'll be spending 4 years training with me, and then after that you'll be sparring with someone who will be joining us for another 3 years. I foresee someone doing great things with you. I want you to be prepared for when he does show up, and that you'll be up to my level by then. Kami told him seriously. I'll do my best, Kami-sama. I'm ready when you are to begin. Naruto as they began his new training journey. He has spirit, that's for sure. I wonder how he'll do in learning how to use ki, and I can tell he'll have a bright future with the two goddesses teaching him outside of training. Good luck, Naruto-san, he thought to himself. Chapter 2, More Science. 11 years later, 13 with 2 spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. A lot has happened ever since he came to the lookout and began his training in ki and further his skills as a shinobi. The training in ki was very difficult and one of the hardest things he's ever had to endure, but he was happy he was getting stronger. He first learned about ki and the theories behind it since he didn't want to be just strong, but intelligent too. The guardian kami was a kind old man who had been looking after Earth for hundreds of years, and it was amazing what he could learn from him. In ki, he's learned how to fly, shoot ki blasts, even managed to create a ki blade like Kakashi's lightning blade. He applied weights for him such as wristbands which each weighed 50 pounds, boots that weighed 100 pounds each, and the undershirt he wore added 150 pounds. His control was easier for him to do with his past training in chakra and learning to control it to the maximum. His training in chakra had been amazing to say the least. He was a well-rounded shinobi who was adept in every category, but better in some than others. He excelled in fuinjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, but was still good in jinjutsu and kenjutsu. His repertoire in ninjutsu was astounding as he had mastered all his elemental manipulation exercises and had most of his techniques where he only needed one hand sign for the jutsu, thanks to shadow clones helping with his training. He was at a Kage level in ninjutsu. He was now a seal master and could even rival his parents. He constantly had a sparring partner, which helped improve his taijutsu. His jinjutsu was at a moderate rate, as he could now cast B-rank jinjutsu and break out of nearly any illusion on him. He didn't have anyone to really train with in kenjutsu, but he still practiced, so he wouldn't get rusty. He had also trained much with Matatabi in being able to use her chakra. After a long time of training with it, he fought her, which was a hard battle, but he ended up winning and taking her chakra for himself, giving him a blue flaming cloak that would appear. He could even go full Biju mode. When he was training his Rinne Sharingan, he learned a lot about them and what different abilities that he had obtained from them. He had inherited 4 techniques that came from the Sharingan portion. He could cast Amaterasu, which are black flames he summons that when used they last for 7 days and 7 nights unless he cancels them. Susanoo is when he can summon a silver samurai avatar that could rival the 3rd ability he obtained with Tsukiyomi, which is the ultimate jinjutsu where the target is sent to another world in the mind where they are trapped in a crucified manner and are at the caster's mercy for 72 hours, but in reality, it's for 3 seconds. The last ability is called Time Skip, which allows him to jump ahead for 1/10 of a second, giving him the chance to launch a surprise attack on someone. He learned everything about the Rinnegan portion and the different paths he could create, but decided not feeling the need to do that. All this made him a Kage-level shinobi after his training was done. During his time there, he met another Saiyan who went by the name Son Goku, but he just called him Goku. He was a cheerful person and was someone who loved to fight strong people. He was told about a tournament that he would be fighting in, and there he'd reunite with his friends. It piqued his curiosity, but decided not to join it with him since he had a lot he still needed to do. Part of his training was spent in a special room where 1 year passes on the inside, where only a day passes in the outside of the room, which made it perfect room to train in. But he could only stay in there for 2 days, being the maximum amount of time he could stay in there for. True to her words, Cammy had helped him with his education. She would come visit and teach him on different subjects such as mathematics, history, science, English. When he turned 16, she started teaching college courses after getting into one online. He decided to get a few bachelor's and master degrees in several fields such as nuclear physics, chemistry, engineering, applied mathematics, and computer science. This was possible thanks to shadow clones to help, and by the time he was 22, he had said master degrees in those fields. He was proud of his achievements, but knew it wouldn't have been possible without her help and willingness to teach him. She had even helped him get a driver's license since people flying is so bizarre. Speaking of her counterpart Yami, he'd been told by her and Cammy that his negligence wasn't his parents' fault, which confused him, not understanding until they explained how Jiraiya had caught them by surprise and placed them in a jinjutsu to where they would follow through with his orders without question, which was his prophecy crap, and how that Jiraiya hated him, which worked even better towards his goal. It pissed him off with what the man had done to his family and nearly destroyed it. He was even told that his unleashed power once he became a Saiyan released them from the Jinjutsu, and when they found out what he had done, Minato arrested him and had him executed for what he did to them and his family. He was so happy to find out that his parents missed him and hoped that he was okay. He forgave his parents for what they did since they were in a Jinjutsu, otherwise they wouldn't have gone with it, which he found out they did say no, which is why Jiraiya did what he did. Naruto had finished his training on the lookout with the Guardian of the Earth Kami and Mr. Popo. He had been taught everything they knew and was grateful for everything they did for him. It was the same with the goddess Kami having taught him everything he'll need on Earth. He was wearing a black shirt with the Uzumaki clan symbol on the back of the shirt that had white trimmings on the ends of the sleeves with a white hoodie jacket, blue jeans with some casual black shoes. This is it, Naruto-kun. I couldn't be any more proud of you with everything you've learned from me. I have nothing left to teach you with, so you should go out into the world and experience life. Go get a girlfriend or two and have a family, she said with a grin as he blushed at the thought, but shook it off and grumbled under his breath. Thank you for everything, Kami-sama. I owe you for everything you've done for me in all these years, and I couldn't be any more grateful, Naruto said as he tried to bow, but she glared at him and quickly corrected himself and hugged her when she returned it. In these last 11 years I've been teaching you. You've become like a little brother to me, and I couldn't have been any happier having met you. I'm sorry to say that this will be the last time we see each other for a long time, so make me proud as I know you will, Kami said with a smile on her beautiful face. She stepped back as Kami, the Guardian of Earth, and Mr. Popo stepped forward. You've done well in your training in these years with us, and we hope you'll continue to improve and enjoy your life on Earth. You are welcome here anytime you need something, the Elder Guardian said with a grandfatherly smile at him. I will, and thank you for everything. I'll do my best to make you proud, Naruto said to his longtime teacher as they shook hands. Kami pulled out a piece of paper that had something written on it and gave it to Naruto, who looked at him curiously, making chuckle. It's where you can find Goku and his friends. Apparently, they're getting together and you can meet up with them and introduce yourself to them. I think that would be a good start for you, he told his student, who nodded and pocketed the knot as he floated in the air and flew away from the lookout as the place grew smaller and smaller until he couldn't see it anymore. An hour later, Naruto was flying towards where Goku was, and judging by his energy signature, he wasn't much further away, but for some reason it was getting smaller, which made him nervous. He decided to go faster and push more energy out, which almost sounded like a sonic boom, wanting to know what was going on. He arrived at the scene where he last felt Goku's energy, and it was completely gone, and he was surrounded by 4 people, 3 of them being adults and 1 being a child. Goku's body was disappearing though, and it made him wonder what was going on until he realized it. Kami, what do you have planned for him? He asked himself, thinking what the Guardian of Earth had planned. He saw the green-looking man with 2 antennas pick up the boy who seemed to have gained his interest. Excuse me, but what are you doing with the kid Piccolo? A voice asked, catching them by surprise, wondering if it was another Saiyan like Raditz. Up here, Naruto said, as they looked up to see him smiling at them. And who are you? Piccolo asked warily, when he noticed the appendage behind him. You're a Saiyan. Are you with Raditz? He asked. Yes, I'm a Saiyan, and no, I'm nothing like him or what is left of the Saiyan race, he answered, making them relax a little. Then who are you? We've never seen you before. An old man with a pointy head who had a white beard and mustache. I'm Naruto. I was on my way to see Goku after all. It's been 5 years since I saw the man, but I felt his energy go down until it disappeared. If I had known he was fighting someone like this, I would have gotten here sooner, he explained with a frown. How do you know Goku if you claim to know him? Bulma asked, on edge about him being a Saiyan despite finding him really attractive. I trained with him for 3 years before he went to the martial arts tournament 5 years ago. He should have mentioned me. Anyway, we can talk about that later. What's going on here? Naruto asked, wanting to get back on track, making them relax a bit. They went on to explain everything with how Raditz arrived on Earth looking for Goku and wanting him to join him and the other Saiyans. When he refused, he kidnapped his son, who he learned was Gohan, and threatened to take him with him in Goku's place if he didn't kill 100 humans by tomorrow. But instead of doing that, he and Piccolo teamed up and they killed him with Goku, sacrificing himself to do it, and how right before Raditz died, he revealed that 4 other Saiyans would be here in a year's time, who were much stronger than him. I see, and you're taking the kid to help bring out his full potential, huh? He asked, with him nodding as they looked at the unconscious 4-year-old. I want to help you guys prepare for this threat. What's the plan now with Piccolo training go on? But what about you 3? He asked, turning to the 3 humans. We'll need to gather our friends and then start training. A year isn't a long time, so we have to hurry. A short, bald man around his age said as they nodded. Fair enough. Mind if I go with you guys? I haven't had much contact with anyone in years except for my teachers. He said as they nodded. We'll be back in a year, and we'll be ready for the Saiyans by then. Piccolo said as he flew off with Gohan in his arms still. As we head back to Kame House, you can tell us about yourself. Since you'll be helping us, it would be nice to know more about you. The bald man said with Naruto agreeing. Let's see. Goku told me about you guys and what you looked like, and I gotta say he was spot on with his details. He chuckled seeing their confused expressions. By the bald head and his short, who looked like a monk, you must be Krillin. The old man with a white beard and his bald must make you Master Roshi, and the blue-haired young woman is Bulma Briefs. He said as he pointed at each person he described from what Goku told him, getting murmuring from the 2 guys and a smile from Bulma. Great. We have a lot of work to do, but what do we tell Chi-Chi? Bulma paled at the thought of telling her that Gohan was with Piccolo now, while the others aside from Naruto were palling as well, not wanting to have that conversation. An hour later, Naruto, Roshi, and Bulma were at Kame House, having sent Krillin off to break the news to Chi-Chi on what had happened. Bulma hadn't been able to take her eyes off of Naruto as she worked on the scouter, finding the technology to be amazing. He was very handsome and seemed really nice and much more than a fighter like everyone else. So, Naruto-kun, what can you tell us about yourself? I'd like to get to know more since we'll be seeing each other more. Bulma flirted with a wink as he raised an eyebrow at her, but nodded. What do you want to know? I'm not one to hide many things from people. Naruto said with a shrug, with Bulma nodding, liking that he is being so open. What were you doing in Kami's lookout all this time, and why did you stay there for so long? If you stayed there for 11 years, then why so long? She asked him. Her curiosity piqued her interest. Training and getting an education from one of my other teachers. I didn't just train the whole time, but also went to school, though it was all online, but I made it work. He shrugged, her interest growing. Did you finish college? Who taught you, and why do it all online and on the lookout instead of being there in person? What about your family? Aren't they worried about you? She asked, but she saw his eyes dull a little, making her wonder what happened. You don't have to tell me if it makes you uncomfortable. She told him. It's fine. It's just a long story, and I've gotten over what had happened. I don't mind telling you, but you may not believe me, he said, who nodded at him. Now you have me curious even more, Naruto-kun. What wouldn't I believe exactly? She asked with a raised eyebrow in curiosity. A lot, he simply said. I'll explain another time. I'd like to learn more about you, though. He smiled at her, who nodded with a smile. They spent the next 2 hours conversing, and Naruto was impressed with her intellect and the adventures that she had been on with the Dragon Balls, and laughed when she told him about when she first met Goku. What are you going to do now? She asked him. He shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure. I don't have a home since I've been living on the lookout, but I'll figure something out. He answered. Why not stay with me? We have plenty of space, and it would be nice to have someone my age there and who won't cheat on me, she said, and whispered the last part venomously. Are you sure? He asked her, wanting to make sure as he wasn't one to impose on others. Absolutely. It's no trouble at all, she reassured him. All right then, but what was about a cheating guy? He said with a menacing grin, hoping he didn't hear correctly. Bulma sighed, but smiled at seeing him get upset with him, showing how much he cared about her despite just meeting hours prior. My last boyfriend became famous from playing baseball, and it got to his head getting attention from all sorts of women, leading him to cheating on me, she explained as she frowned at the thought of her ex. It's his loss if he can't keep it in his damn pants. You're a beautiful and smart woman. If he can't see how great you are, then it's his loss, but if I ever meet him, I'm kicking him in the balls, he said with a grin that made her shiver a little at his protectiveness. Thanks, Naruto-kun. It's getting late and Krillin still isn't back yet, so we probably won't see him until tomorrow. This'll give me time to finish working on this scouter that Goku's brother had. I see. Well, don't be up too late working on it. It was nice meeting you, and don't worry about the others. We'll figure something out," he said, smiling at the blue-haired beauty who nodded as she went back to work on the scouter, and he went to bed. "Good night, Naruto," she said quietly, but he heard it still. "Good night, Bulma," he said back as he left to her work, but he never saw her looking at his disappearing figure. He was a mystery to her, and she wanted to know more about him, finding him quite interesting. He was different from her other friends. He may be a fighter, but he's also much more than that. "I can't wait to learn more about you, Naruto. You are quite an interesting person, and not to mention so handsome too," she thought, liking what she saw. 1 week later. It's been a month since Naruto met Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi, with a lot happening in that time. Bulma had spent the entire night working on the scouter, and she finished it in the morning and found out that the scouter could detect a person's power levels. She tested it with the guys wanting to see what theirs were, and it made Naruto laugh at the memory. Krillin had 210, Master Roshi had 139, and this is what made Naruto laugh was their expressions from them, including Bulma, when she checked his power level, which was a strong 9,450, and that was without any flaring of his chakra, ki, or activating his eyes, or using any of Matatabi's chakra. They had spent the last month using the scouter to look for their other friends to tell them about what was going on, so they could prepare for the Saiyans. They found a tall, bald man that had 3 eyes with one on his forehead. This was Tien. Another was a short who looked like a kid with pale white skin and large red dots on his cheeks, while wearing a black cap. His name was Chiatsu. The last person was a tall man who had long black hair that went to his lower back. He had a scar on his left cheek. This was Yamcha, and as soon as he heard the name, he did what he had told Bulma and kicked him in the balls, which made him squeal like a soprano. It nearly made his balls drop. It made the guys cringe at the pain that he must have felt, and Bulma laughed and gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek for it. The 4 decided to take their training to Korin and then the lookout. Naruto would have gone with them, but he felt like he'd already learned everything he wanted to learn from there and wanted to stick with Bulma as he enjoyed her company. "Now, why didn't you go with the others to train? I know you're strong and all, but wouldn't you want to get stronger to prepare for the other Saiyans that'll be here?" Bulma asked as they approached West City in her hover car. "It'll be fine. As much as I want to train and get stronger, I've hit my maximum for getting strong as I can use this year to adjust to life. If I were to train now, I wouldn't get much stronger if at all with how I trained as much as I did for the last 11 years. Besides, I want to get to know you more and see what West City is like," he explained, getting a nod from the blue-haired beauty who agreed with his assessment, who smiled at her new friend, looking forward to showing him around. "You're going to love it at home that I can show you around and introduce you to my parents," Bulma said, excited to show him around the city and her house along with her lab. "Same here. If your parents are anything like you, then I know we'll get along just fine." He smiled at her as she smiled back. "What do you think of Bulma, Matatabi?" Naruto asked her tenant/sister figure through their link. "She's something else. She's very attractive and seems interested in you. So here's what you should do when you get to her house. Take her in the bedroom and have your way with her," Matatabi purred out in his mind. Naruto nearly choked on his spit hearing the question. "Big sister? What the hell?" he yelled in his head. "What's the problem? She's showing some interest in you, and I approve of her. Besides, you know you feel attracted to her as well, right?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "You're not wrong with her being attractive, but we met only a week ago," he argued back, but she kept her grin on. "Don't take too long then. She may lose interest and go to someone else," she teased, seeing his eye twitch, making her laugh at his reaction. "You're so mean, big sis. You just love to pick on me, don't you?" he grumbled. "Anyway, what do you think about all of this that we've learned so far about the other Saiyans that'll be here in a year?" he asked, changing the subject. "It'll be a hard battle, so we'll need to be ready for them, but I'm confident in our abilities. Your power level is nearly 10,000 in your base without your Rinne Sharingan, flaring your ki, chakra, and my chakra, which will give you a great chance, but we won't know until we see them in person, so all we can do is prepare for the worst," the demon cat said seriously, with Naruto nodding his head in agreement. "Right? I'll let you sleep for now, sis. Thank you for everything you've done for me since we met," he said to her as he hugged her. She nodded and licked his face, showing her affections until he disappeared from the mindscape. Naruto, are you there? Bulma asked, waving her hand in front of HM, trying to get his attention. Huh? Sorry, did you say something? He asked, with her eye twitching in annoyance at being ignored. I was trying to get your attention. You were spacing out there. What were you doing? She asked when she had seen his eyes were glazed over for a minute. Sorry about that. I was just lost in thought. He apologized, grinning sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Fine. Well, we're almost there, and then I can start showing you around. I also want to ask about something else I've been wondering about since we met, but couldn't with how busy we've been this last week, she said, pointing to his tail, getting a nod from him, knowing what she's referring to. The rest of the flight was spent in quiet, with Naruto thinking about how he's going to explain since he's not a typical Saiyan. After some time thinking about it, he would just tell her whatever she would want to know since he has nothing to hide from her. When they arrived in the city, Naruto could see how populated it was and the number of buildings it had. It was something to see, as it was bigger than Konoha. They eventually made it to what seemed to be her house, with a logo on the front with the letter CC, which stood for Capsule Corporations. Bulma had told them how her dad had started the company. Welcome to Capsule Corporation, Naruto. Let's get you settled in, and then I can introduce you to Mom and Dad. She grinned in excitement, wanting to introduce him, as she found him to be quite the looker and was something else. Hi, Mom, Dad, she called out, getting her parents' attention. Hi, Bulma. Who's this handsome young man with you? Her mother greeted with a smile. She was a beautiful woman with blonde hair that had a frazzled look, along with her eyes were closed. She was wearing a white and yellow striped shirt with short white shorts and some sandals. This is Naruto Uzumaki, and a friend of ours. Well, he's friends with Goku more, but he'll be staying with us while he adjusts to living in the city, she explained, getting a nod from her as her father was staring at the Saiyan with calculating eyes when he noticed the tail he had, making him wonder if he was like Goku in some way. Good to meet you, my boy. There's plenty of room here, and don't be afraid to ask us if you need anything, he said with a nod, smiling at the boy, having a good feeling about him. Thank you. I will try not to be a bother, and I hope to get to know you both well along with Bulma here, he said, shaking his hand. Oh, we have much to discuss now that we have the time, so I hope you are ready for the questions, Bulma said with a smile that made him gulp while being rather nervous. Of course. He smiled nervously, not liking that smile she's giving him. Go easy on him, dear, her father shouted, feeling sorry for the guy. Bulma led Naruto to where his room will be, which is a big room that could hold several people. He would need to decorate it, but he had something important to do at the moment. So, you wanted to talk about my tail? He asked, seeing her nod. Yes, I can only guess you're a Saiyan like Goku, but I want to know where you came from. I doubt that you are like that Raditz guy, but I'm also curious about how you came here, because you didn't exist until 11 years ago, Bulma questioned, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. He nodded and was impressed with her being able to figure that much out so quickly. She's very smart and not afraid to call someone out when it's necessary, which made her that more interesting to him. Well, as you may guess, I'm not from Earth, or am I from planet Vegeta? I need to tell you that I was originally human, but circumstances led to me changing to a Saiyan, he cryptically answered, confusing her, but listened to what he had to say. He went on to explain everything about his home planet, that energy that they use called chakra. He also explained to her about how her family had been treating him for years until he left, but he had found out that his godfather was the cause of his neglect from them. How he got an offer from the Kami and Yami goddesses to become a Saiyan. By the time he was done, she was looking at him with concern in her eyes, which Naruto smiled at her and squeezed her hand, indicating that he was all right. I'm sorry that you had to deal with it and that your family was messed with, but at least it's all better now, right? You also have friends here like me and Goku. Thank you for telling me this, and I hope that maybe one day I can meet your family, as they seem to be really nice, she told him, her smile not leaving her face. Me too. You'd get along with them, but maybe someday you will. I'd like to get to know the city now, so where do we start? He asked, but got nervous when he saw a gleam in her eye, making him think that maybe that wasn't the right thing to say. 11 months have gone by since Naruto started living with the Briefs, and it was enjoyable for him. He had gotten to know the family a lot, and he had to say, they were a great family. They didn't care if he was different from others, or even humans for that matter. They had done so much for him in the short time they'd known him. They knew about the incoming Saiyans, so they helped him prepare by building a gravity chambers room that could go up 100 times Earth gravity, which was nothing to laugh at. Bulma had, as promised, showed him around West City and had gotten him some stuff for his room along with different clothes since he didn't have much to wear when he left the lookout. As he had predicted once she found out about chakra, she wanted to learn all she could about it, which had made him chuckle at how excited she was experimenting with the energy source. Another thing that Naruto had learned about Bulma was that she was dating Yamcha, or at least used to when she broke up with him after getting tired of him cheating on her with other women, which he could understand as it's wrong to cheat on someone, especially someone like Bulma because 1, she can make you suffer the consequences for it, and 2, she doesn't deserve that kind of treatment. Naruto had found Bulma to be beyond beautiful and found himself to be having feelings for the woman, but would keep it to himself with her going through a breakup. Maybe after the Saiyan attack he'll tell her about his feelings, despite being nervous himself about it since this would be something new to him, as he never had felt something like this before for someone back in the elemental nations. He hadn't trained a whole lot as he was focusing mainly on keeping his skills sharp, since he was just making sure he would be prepared for when the Saiyans eventually got here. His power level had increased as well, but overall he was happy with himself with how these past months had gone by. During these last few months, she, along with himself and Master Roshi, had been collecting the Dragon Balls, so they could revive Goku for the fight. They had managed to collect them all, so all they were doing was waiting for the right time to do it. Naruto and Bulma were in the living room playing cards with Naruto having a smirk on his face, with Bulma looking frustrated. "Damn it, how are you so good at these kinds of games? I don't think I've ever seen you lose at all. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were cheating, but I know that's not like you. I say after we deal with these Saiyans, we go to a casino and see how lucky you really get." She grumbled at his luck, wanting to see if he's just as good at gambling. "What can I say? It's a gift." He grinned cheekily, making her mumble about dumb/cute Saiyans, which made him chuckle. "That's fine with me. I haven't been to a casino in a long while anyway, which I'm curious about to see how different they are compared to the ones in the elemental nations," he said in a thinking pose. "You better keep your word. If you ever go back to your home planet, I want to go with you as I'm curious to see what it's like there along with your family and friends. I need to thank a number of people for looking after you when your parents were under the illusion," Bulma said, getting a thinking expression from Naruto. "Maybe. I'm not sure when we could go with everything going on right now. It's about time for the Saiyans to get here, so we need to focus on them for the time being, don't you think?" he asked, when she nodded her head at him. It was at that moment Roshi rushed into the room with a look of panic on his face, making Naruto raise his eyebrow, wondering what's got him so antsy. "We need to summon the dragon now. I just talked to Goku," was all Roshi said, getting quick nods from the two, seeing how serious he's being. Something must have happened for their plans to start earlier than expected. The summoning of Shenron happens like in canon with only Naruto being there, but nothing else happened. "Well, if the Saiyans are getting here sooner than expected, I should get going myself. I've been keeping an eye on everyone, especially Piccolo and Gohan, making sure the kid would be safe. I have a feeling that the fighting will take place where they're at, so I should head over there," Naruto said, with Roshi nodding, and Bulma was looking nervous as she was rubbing her arm. "Please be careful, Naruto. I don't want anything to happen to you, or for you to die for that matter. Come back to me safely," she said, timidly looking at his onyx eyes, making him smile tenderly at her. "I promise," he said, with a smile making he smile back at him, wanting to believe him. In a moment of bravery, she leaned up and kissed him on the cheek, blushing at what she did. Naruto was taken by surprise, having not expected her to do something like that, as he was blushing himself, but had a giant grin on his face. "Now go and save this planet," she ordered, trying to push him along, so she could get her blush under control. "All right, thanks for everything, and I'll see you soon," he told her, kissing her cheek before flying off to where Gohan and Piccolo were, leaving a shocked Bulma in place as she placed a hand on where he had kissed her cheek. "Please be safe," she mentally prayed to herself. Chapter 3: Saiyan Battle. Naruto had made it to where Gohan and Piccolo were, and he was impressed with what he could sense from them, especially Gohan. Despite being 4 years old, he had grown exponentially. Piccolo had gotten much stronger too, and if he was being honest with himself, he was looking forward to fighting the Saiyans. He'd never fought someone with ki before outside of sparring, and that's different. "Hey guys, how'd training go?" he asked, wanting to know what had gone on in the last year. "It went fine, kid's tough, but let's hope it's enough," Piccolo said, when Naruto noticed he was being stared at by Gohan. "You okay, kid?" Naruto asked, raising his eyebrow, wondering what's going through his mind. "Who are you? I've never seen you before," Gohan said with narrowed eyes. He chuckled at how serious he's being, which he thought looked cute on the kid, but decided to tell him to ease the kid's worries. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm a friend of your dad. We trained together for a few years a long time ago. Yes, I'm a Saiyan like you and Goku, but I don't want my home being invaded, so I'll be sticking around to help out," he explained with a grin. Gohan just stared at him for what seemed like forever before his expression turned into a smile, nodding his head in acceptance. "Oh yeah, Dad mentioned you once before about a great sparring partner. We appreciate the help with this, so thank you, Mr. Naruto," he said, when Krillin landed beside them with a nervous expression. "Hey guys, you ready for this? Because to be honest, I'm not sure if I am," Krillin said with a grimace. "Being stressed about it won't help either, so just relax and keep a calm head. You've done all you can to prepare for this, so just do what you can and it'll be all right." He tried calming the bald guy, hoping to placate him. "Thanks, man," he said when he noticed Gohan. "Oh wow, you look like you've grown a lot, kid," Krillin said in surprise. "How bad was the training with Piccolo?" he whispered to him, not wanting the green Namekian to hear. "Training wasn't that bad. He was strict and pushed me to my limits, but I learned a lot from him," the 4-year-old assured the bald man, easing his worries. "How was your training, Krillin?" he asked him, but was confused when he saw the fear in his eyes. "First rule of Popo's training: do not talk about Popo's training," he cried in fear as he began shaking. "Relax, Krillin. It was just a question. They're almost here, though. I sense 4 signatures heading towards us, are traveling quite fast too, if I might add," Naruto said in mild surprise. But he smirked at what was to come, with the other 3 nodding as Krillin and Gohan talked for a bit, while Piccolo kept an eye on Naruto as he wondered about him. "Well, look who we have here, for idiots waiting in the middle of nowhere," they heard someone say, making them look up to see 4 floating people. One was a tall, bald man who was wearing armor like Raditz was, except his shoulder pads were yellow instead of brown. The next 2 people were young women who were shorter than himself. One of them had long, spiky black hair, wearing a pink tube top that showed off her mid-D-cup breasts. She also had a muscular yet toned body and a plump ass. The other one was wearing black and red and had her hair in braids. She was also wearing bands on her wrists and had DD-cup breasts, a toned body, and a heart-shaped ass. The last person had black, spiky hair that looked like a widow's peak. He wore the same armor except with blue spandex under it. He was about the same height as girls from the looks of it. He knew 2 of them were definitely Saiyans, with their tails like his wrapped around their waists, but the girls didn't seem to have theirs, making him wonder if they had theirs cut off or something at one point. "It's about time you forgot here. Been waiting for some time to meet other Saiyans," Naruto said with a smirk, getting confused looks from the 4. "What do you mean?" the short guy asked curiously as he wondered who this guy was. He'd never seen him before ever in his life. "Vegeta, look at his waist," the spiky-haired girl said, getting his attention. Vegeta followed where she was pointing at. "Well, look at this, a tail. You must be a Saiyan, but who are you, since I've never seen you before?" he asked. "And you won't know, since it's none of your business, MC Widow's Peak." Naruto smirked, with said person was scowling at his fellow Saiyan while the others, except for the bald one, were snickering at him. "Enough," Vegeta shouted as they descended to the ground, standing across from the 4 of them. "We're here for the Dragon Balls, and you are going to tell us where they're at," he demanded, folding his arms across his chest. "You should just hand them over. You're no match for us Saiyans. It would be easier if you would just do what he says before you get hurt," the bald Saiyan said with a smirk, but he got no answers from anyone. "Even if we did know where they were, we'd never give them up. I suggest you shut up, get back in your pods, and get the hell away from our home. And besides, you'd have to wait a long time before they could even be used again, so tough shit." Naruto smirked at the anger appearing on Vegeta and Nappa. "Oh, you want to go, you low-class scum? I bet the reason we don't even know you is because of how weak you are," Nappa said with his own smirk, but all he got was a laugh out of him. Before that, why don't we check to see what your power levels are? Don't you think so, Vegeta? The girl with the pink tube asked. Fine, let's see what we got here, Vegeta said as they used their scouters to check for their power levels. Krillin had a power level of 1,250, Piccolo had 1,500, Gohan had 1,150, which weren't bad, but it was Naruto's that got their attention. He had a power level of 6,500, which was way higher than the others, but the smirk that they saw made them think it was only the beginning. Of course, Nappa didn't think much of it, thinking that was his strongest. Really, Worm, is that all? 6,500 is your power level? Weak, Nappa shouted, hoping to rile his fellow Saiyan up. Enough talk. We're here to fight, and that's what we're going to do. Piccolo interrupted their conversation, getting into a stance along with Krillin and Gohan. Why don't we take this guy, and then you two can take the rest? Caulifla offered a suggestion, wanting to fight Naruto. Her friend didn't look so sure about it, as she was fidgeting a little, something that Naruto noticed, raising an eyebrow. Sure, whatever. Just don't lose. He's different from the others, I can tell that much about, Vegeta said rather seriously, making the three Saiyans look at him in surprise, since he only showed this seriousness around Frieza. All right, let's go, Naruto said as he flew away, with the female Saiyans following him, with one looking nervous and the other couldn't keep the grin off her face in excitement. Naruto was flying away from the others, and after getting far enough, he landed with them following him. He decided to try to get some information from the two women. Why did you want to fight me alone instead of having the other two fight me as well? He was mainly curious. You seem strong, and I couldn't let them have fun when we could have a go at you, she told him. I don't think I even got your names, so before we do this, want to introduce yourselves? He asked. I'm Caulifla, and this is my best friend Kale. And your name? Caulifla asked. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. Maelstrom, huh? Great name. Now, I want to see how strong you really are, so bring it on. She yelled, charging at him. When she got close enough, she threw a punch at him. He ducked under it and went for a kick to her head, but she managed to block it with her arms. Caulifla went for another punch, aiming for his face, but he caught her fist, spun her around, and threw her at a mountain, making her crash into it. He stayed there for a bit, waiting for her to come out, which wasn't long before the rubble exploded with her walking out of it. But she had some bruises, but she wasn't angry. She was grinning from ear to ear, making him sweat drop at her. You're strong, but what's your max power level? I want to fight you at your strongest, Caulifla said, wanting to really test herself against him. What about Kale over there? Shouldn't she help you? Trust me, if you want my max, you'll want to work together against me, he said with a smirk as he started channeling his power. Rocks began floating into the air as a white aura became visible around him. He screamed out, bringing out more power, which lasted a minute with the dust kicking up in the air. Her scouter was going off like crazy with her, and Kale looking on with widened eyes in shock at what they were seeing. It's not stopping. His power level is at 19,000, which is just higher than Vegeta's max, and it's still rising, Caulifla called out. You unbelievable. How is this possible? Kale muttered in shock and slight fear. I'm still not done yet, Naruto called out as he continued to raise his power with a giant roar, making everything explode around him as everything quieted down. Naruto walked out of the dust, appearing in view with his arms across his chest while looking on impassively, not showing any emotion. See Caulifla, what is his power level? Kale stuttered out with a gulp. It's 50,000, that's impossible, Caulifla shouted in denial, but you could see a small smirk on her face. Bring it on. You're strong. I can see that, but we'll still beat you, she yelled as she disappeared and appeared in front of him, punching him in the gut, but he managed to block it, sending him skidding back a bit. Not a bad punch. Is that all you have, though? He asked curiously / boredly. Let's see you handle this, she growled, kneeing him in the chest, making him jump back to avoid the hit, but wasn't prepared for Kale to suddenly appear, punching him in the face, crashing into the mountain. Nice shot, Kale. Looks like we'll need to take him on together. Shall we, my protege? She asked with a grin as they rose their power to the maximum. Naruto appeared out of the rubble with a smirk, as if what just happened didn't do anything to him. You're strong, Whiskers, so let's see what else you got, she shouted as she and Kale charged at Naruto, with him following suit as they met in the middle. with the others. Nappa and Vegeta had grown some strange green things that they called Cybermen. They decided to have some fun and make it a contest doing 1 versus 1 fights with Yamcha going first. It goes the same as canon. Krillin had just finished killing the Cybermen and was getting ready to fight Nappa when they all felt someone's power. Vegeta grew serious since that power wasn't from cauliflower or kale. He decided to check his scouter, and when he did, he nearly broke it when he read what the power level said. "What is it, Vegeta?" Nappa asked, confused seeing his leader get nervous about something. "That Saiyans power level is 50,000. He gritted his teeth in anger. "What? That's impossible." Nappa denied, eyes wide. "No, it isn't. If what I saw was true, then we can't afford to play around with them. Kill them all, but leave the Namekian alive, so he can tell us the location of the Dragon Balls," Vegeta said as Nappa grumbled, but complied. Naruto, Caulifla, and Kale. Naruto, Caulifla, and Kale were trading blows on each other. He had to give the two credit. They had great teamwork and could cover each other very well, and without even communicating. It was at that time when he dodged Caulifla's charge, making her crash into the mountain head, first leaving him with just Kale. Kale threw a leg sweep, making him fall forward, but he used his hand to catch his balance, and he flipped back onto his feet, but she was already on him, continuing their battle. Naruto pushed her back, gaining some distance when he shot some energy blasts at her. Kale was forced to jump away and dodge the incoming blasts. She was getting frustrated because her and Caulifla hadn't been able to cause any real damage to him. "You're a tough bastard, ain't ya? Why are you here on this planet when you could be anywhere else?" Caulifla asked, not mockingly, but more curiously. "It's my home. I grew up here for 11 years, and I've come to enjoy this planet and the people here." His answer was simple, yet they could hear the joy in his voice. "Let's see what else you got," she said, punching her fist into her palm with a grin on her face in excitement. She dashed at him again, throwing a punch, but he caught it, grabbed her wrist, and threw her over his shoulder, but had to dodge, seeing multiple ki blasts being sent at him, which he had to jump back to avoid them. She didn't get a chance to do anything else as Naruto disappeared in a blur, surprising them as they couldn't see him. They looked around for him, but were not able to see him when he appeared behind her. Not able to react quick enough, he kicked her in the back, but didn't stop as he followed up with a 5 combination of 3 punches and 2 kicks, causing her yell in pain as she crashed into the ground with a loud thud. Naruto followed by sending out 3 ki blasts at her, hoping to knock her out with that assault. "Caulifla!" Kale shouted in shock at seeing her opponent move so fast. She barely had time to block fist with her arms, but she had to wince from the power coming from them. "Come on, you can do better than that, right?" he asked, but noticed she was hesitating for some reason, which confused him. He would need to figure out what's going on. Naruto disappeared again like with Caulifla and appeared in front of her, going for a knee to her chest, but she managed to catch it and grabbed his leg and swung him around, before throwing him towards the mountain, but he managed to catch himself and jumped off it and landed on his feet. By this point, Caulifla had managed to get back up, but you could see she wasn't looking the best with several bruises and cuts on her body. "We don't need to fight, you know. I don't want to fight either of you. I can tell you're here against your will," he said to them, getting their attention. "So what? It's not like we can do anything against the prince. He's stronger than both of us," Caulifla said, with Kale nodding a little sad. "Why not stay with me then? It can end here, and you can live here with us on Earth," he said, surprising the two, not expecting an invitation like that. "Even if we wanted to, Vegeta would find us, and it wouldn't be good," Kale said. "Enough talking. We have a job to do. We're going to do it," Caulifla said as she held her hands out with a ki blast forming, except it was much bigger than normal ones, and they were red. Crush cannon. Several red ki blasts came out in rapid succession as they hit him, causing an explosion. They waited for the dust to settle, so they could see if it hit or not. "Did I get him?" she asked as she was panting a little from the attack, as she put a lot of her power into it. "I think so, Kale started to say, but they saw someone walking out of the smoke, revealing it to be Naruto with no injuries or anything of the sort on him. "What the hell? I put everything I had into that attack," Caulifla shouted in disbelief. Once Naruto was in complete view, he looked like nothing had happened to him. No scratches, no burn marks, nothing. His eyes, however, had changed. They were purple instead of his normal black, which had some strange designs and some strange-looking tomos in them. It was something they'd never seen before. What's with the eyes? They're different from before, Caulifla stated. Naruto didn't say anything as he went through hand signs, further confusing the two Saiyans, not knowing what he's doing as he inhaled deeply. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Naruto exhaled as a giant fireball escaped his mouth, heading towards the two Saiyans. They could feel the heat coming from it, but didn't have time to think about it as they had to dodge the flames, not wanting to get burned. But it gave Naruto the time to appear before Kale as she went for a punch. But he caught her fist and kneed her in the gut, making her spit out saliva. Not having time to react, he punched her in the face, breaking her nose with a sickening crunch, knocking her into the ground, knocking her out. The dust settled and Kale saw that she was knocked out and was tied up, which made her tense seeing her friend like that. Easy, she'll be fine. Nothing will happen to her. I can promise you that. I don't want to fight anymore. Please give up and I can send you somewhere safe, he told the female Saiyan who just stared at him. She continued to stare at him for a moment until she sighed and nodded slowly, knowing she couldn't beat him and knew he would keep them safe. It was strange. She had never met anyone like this before who didn't want to fight and yet was so strong. This was a Saiyan she'd never met before, and it wasn't a bad thing. Okay, what do you want me to do now? She asked. I have a friend at this place who can look after you too and provide a home for the time being. She's nice, but I'd warn your friend not to say anything to piss her off, he said, with a nervous laugh which got one out of Kale, who knew exactly how her friend was. What about you, though? What are you going to do? She asked as she picked up her friend, lighting her shoulder. I'm going to go fight the other two, Vegeta and McBaldi. It shouldn't take too long and hopefully this whole thing will be over. The former blonde told her, who nodded, but gave him a serious expression. Be careful. Vegeta and Nappa may choose to transform into giant apes using the moon, making them much stronger. They have control over that form too, so watch your back. He pulled out his phone to call Bulma to let her know what's happening and who to expect. Hey Bulma, you there? He asked through the phone. Oh my god, Naruto. Are you okay? What's happening there? What happened to the Saiyans you were fighting? Did you win? You won, right? She asked quickly and was nearly panicking. I'm fine, Bulma, and yes, I fought them, but a few things came to light and so, it's a little complicated. He said, a little nervous. She sighed at this. What do you mean? She asked. Well, he started as he went on to explain how they were more or less being forced to fight since Vegeta was stronger than them, with Caulifla excited to fight, but was forced to do what he said along with Kale not liking to fight that much. How he promised he'd handle Vegeta and would protect them from him. He knocked one of them out and talked to the other one into giving up and could stay with us at the Briefs mansion. When he was done explaining, she took everything in, sighing in understanding. I understand, Naruto. You can't help yourself in wanting to help others, can you? She asked, not seeing him scratch his head sheepishly, knowing how true that was. They can stay with us. And Naruto, be careful. If this Vegeta guy is stronger than the others, then it'll be harder. You better win. After this, you owe me a date, mister, she said, with a smile. I will, and thank you. Wait, what? He asked, but he heard the hanging up, making him not sure what just happened, but he sealed his phone away. Well, let's go see how everyone else is doing. When I left, I sensed others arriving on the scene. I can only imagine it was the others joining to help fight Vegeta and Nappa, he said as he flew off in their direction. When Naruto made it back to the others, he saw some dead bodies, with them being Yamcha, who was in a crater, Tien, who was missing an arm. He had no idea where Kaiatsu was, and he could see Piccolo wasn't looking so good, having multiple bruises and different injuries on him, looking to be drawing his last breaths, along with Krillin not doing much better, and Gohan was kneeling next to Piccolo. He realized how late he was and how he didn't make it back fast enough to save any of them, which meant there wouldn't be any more Dragon Balls. Naruto saw Nappa heading towards Gohan and knew he had to get in the way. He disappeared and reappeared in front of the giant and kicked him in the chin, sending him flying back, landing next to the kid. You all right? He asked, not taking his eyes off the Saiyan man. I'm fine, Mr. Naruto. It's just I felt so weak. I wasn't able to do anything to help them. The big guy was too strong for everyone, Gohan said, clenching his fist in anger. You rest easy, kid. Let me handle him. I want you to go over to where Krillin is and wait for your dad. He should be here soon. He told him, who nodded with a smile at hearing his father would be here soon. Huh, like you could take us both on. We're not like those weak Saiyan girls. Nappa sneered after he recovered from the attack. We'll see about that. You don't seem very bright to underestimate me like this. He smirked, seeing a vein appear on Nappa's head. Shut up, you low-class trash, he said, making Naruto roll his eyes at the dumb insult that wasn't even offensive. You're annoying, was all Naruto said as Nappa was getting angry at his attitude. He charged his ki until a white aura surrounded him, making it visible for everyone to see. Gohan and Krillin were in fear at seeing his power, but Naruto looked bored, not being impressed with his power. He felt more from Kale and Caulifla when he fought them. Nappa didn't waste any time as he charged at him with a series of kicks and punches, but Naruto was dodging with the same bored expression on his face. Nappa, growing frustrated, changed his attack to adding punches into it, but it did little as he continued to dodge them easily. The giant Saiyan grew angrier as he released more power, making him faster, but much to his shock the outcome was still the same. He went for a punch to his face, but Naruto disappeared and landed on his head with a smirk, pissing him off more. Nappa went to grab him, leaving him open. Naruto vanished again, appearing in front of him, throwing an uppercut to his stomach, making him hunch over, spitting up blood. He wasn't done as he went with a 3-punch combo, sending him flying back, crashing into the mountains. Vegeta was watching this and was getting worried, seeing his second-in-command getting tossed around like a ragdoll. He hadn't expected this no-name Saiyan to be this strong. He couldn't worry about him just yet as he knew Nappa was far from done yet. And he was right when the rubble erupted with a raging Nappa appearing. He had a large amount of injuries on him and tick marks on his head. You're dead. You're nobody. I'm an elite Saiyan. You can't be beating me like this. I refuse to believe it. Nappa yelled in denial. He opened his mouth, gathering ki in it for an attack, something that Naruto noticed immediately. Not long after, he shot a beam from his mouth heading straight for Naruto, who merely smirked, but no one saw it. Naruto extended his hand out as ki formed around it until it was 2 feet away from him. As the beam got closer, he swung his hand with a yell, slicing the beam in two, passing by him, shocking everyone there, especially the 2 Saiyans who were looking in disbelief. You're done, he said with a serious expression, vanishing from his spot, with Nappa doing the same as their fists collided, sending out small shock waves as they continued trading blows for several minutes until Naruto dodged a punch, throwing an elbow to his face, sending him skidding back. He wasn't done as he sent out several ki blasts at him, forcing him to dodge by flying into the air, but he saw the blasts follow him instead of hitting where he was. Naruto appeared in front of him and punched him in the chest, sending him back as the blast connected with his back, causing an explosion. When the smoke cleared, Nappa crashed to where Vegeta was, and he looked broken with his bones shattered, several cuts on his body. He was missing an arm and had blood leaking down his head. Looks like he's done. What about you, Prince? What will you do? He asked when he sensed someone appear on what looked like a yellow cloud. Daddy, Gohan said excitedly. Goku, Krillin said, feeling the same as Gohan. Damn, Goku's power increased dramatically. He's not close to me yet, but to get this much stronger in a year is incredible. Naruto was impressed with his friend's power. This is impossible. Kakarot was nowhere near this strong a year ago when he fought Raditz, and now this no-name Saiyan has beaten not only Caulifla and Kale, but now Nappa. Damn it. He growled mentally, trying to decide what he's going to do. Hey Naruto, while you've gotten stronger since I last saw you, I'd like to spar with you sometime, but first we need to deal with him, Goku said, regarding Vegeta, with Naruto agreeing with him. You can fight him. I'm confident that you can handle him, but be careful as we don't know how much stronger he is compared to the others, he told the orange GI wearing Saiyan, who nodded in seriousness. Pathetic Nappa. I warned you to be cautious of this guy, but you ignored it, and now look at you. So weak, pathetic, and a broken man. I have no use for someone who is missing an arm and can barely walk, Vegeta said as he grabbed his arm and suddenly threw him into the air. They weren't expecting that, or what happened next. He channeled his power, and it was astounding as gusts of wind were being blown, making everyone except Naruto cover their eyes, not knowing what he's doing, but was shocked at what he did. He blasted the injured Saiyan until there was nothing left of the buff Saiyan, knowing that he had killed his teammate. This disturbed everyone except Naruto, since he was aware of how cruel he was due to what Kale had told him. This could have been them if they came back as failures. Goku and Vegeta flew off to another part after Goku convinced him to fight somewhere else, so his friends' bodies wouldn't be destroyed in the process. This gave Naruto the time to really check on Gohan and Krillin, seeing how they are looking pretty beat up from the fight against Nappa. "Here, let me do a quick scan of your injuries," he told the duo, who looked at him in mild surprise. "You're a healer?" Krillin asked. "Yes. Back in my old village, I was trained by my godmother in medicine and how to use my ki to heal rather than just to fight. But it also took precise control, so you don't do more harm to the body. Just hold still and let me do this," he explained as they nodded. They were in awe when they saw his hands glowing green, which lasted a few minutes, which they assumed was him doing a diagnosis. "So how bad is it?" Krillin asked, not beating around the bush. "Well, you've definitely got some broken ribs along with a concussion on you, Krillin. Gohan, however, isn't as bad compared to you, so I'd suggest you two go back to Kame House, where everyone is," he told them. "But what about?" Gohan was about to protest, but Naruto interrupted. "Go, I'm sure your mother is worried sick about you, and no need to worry about your old man. I'll keep an eye on him and help him out should he need it. You can trust me to do that, kid. Now let me heal you a bit before you leave," he told the duo, who nodded and decided to trust him to watch over Goku as they flew off toward the small island. "Now let's see what you can do, Goku. You've gotten much stronger, I can tell that much, but will it be enough against Vegeta?" he asked out loud. The fight goes as canon to the point of Goku hitting him with AX4 Kaioken and their beams clash. "Son of a bitch. This can't be happening. I'm the prince. I'm the best one of all, and he's just a low-class warrior," he shouted to the heavens in rage at being bested by this low-class weakling. After raging for a few minutes, he got himself under control, knowing that getting upset won't do anything to help him. He smirked as an idea came to mind. "I was going to do this later, but it's mainly used to take out cities, and here I am using it to take down one person," he said with the smirk still on his face as his plan came to mind. Vegeta flew back to Goku after a while as something he noticed changed, having to alter his plan a bit, but the result would still be the same. "So you destroyed the moon, huh? It makes no difference whether there's one here or not. We discovered that not every planet has a moon like this one, which made our jobs harder. So we discovered a means in creating an artificial moon that does the job just as well," he said, as a small white orb appeared in his hand before he tossed it into the sky, laughing like a madman, knowing what was to come. While this was going on, Naruto was nearby watching the whole thing and was now becoming worried, since this would make him much stronger, where Goku would need more time to recover, so it was up to him to fight Vegeta. While he was thinking this, Vegeta had begun his transformation, and it was something to see from another's perspective. Vegeta grew to the size of the QB, having learned to control his great ape form and knew how strong it was. He could feel the effects from the moon calling out to him to transform, but he was resisting, wanting to fight him with Matatabi's Biju form. It made him excited to see how they would do together against him. "You want to take a shot at him, Matatabi? It would give you a chance to cut loose and have some fun. What do you say?" he asked his sister figure/tenant. "Oh, you sure know how to treat a woman, Naruto-kun," she purred at him. "Let's do it. It'll be great to stretch and get some action for once," she agreed excitedly. "All right, let's go," he shouted as he let Matatabi take control as she began her own transformation. As Naruto was going through the Biju transformation, Goku was having a hard time handling Vegeta's new form. Not only was he stronger now, but he was still just as fast. His body had been beaten and had most of his bones broken after he caught him and squeezed his body to the point of all of his bones breaking. It was out of nowhere was Vegeta launched several feet away, forcing him to drop Goku, who groaned in pain from the fall. "Okay, who the hell did that?" Vegeta, in his great ape form, asked in irritation. He looked around looking for the source when he saw a creature that was just as big as he was. It was a giant cat that seemed to be made out of blue flames. The cat had two different eye colors, with one being yellow and the other green. To finish it off, the cat had two tails swishing behind her. What he couldn't see was that Naruto was in her head, so he could not only help her, but separate himself from her should he need to do so, as they figured that they could fight together rather than just as one. "That would be me, asshole," Matatabi shouted as she stood across from him with her fangs out to sea. "Who or what are you? You're nothing I've ever seen before. So who are you, and where did you come from?" he demanded gruffly. "I'll humor you. My name is Matatabi, and you're going to get your ass kicked by me and my partner," she said, narrowing her eyes as she lunged at Vegeta with her claws ready to swipe him. "I'm Prince Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans. I'm not afraid of you, little kitty," he roared, not intimidated by the demon cat. Matatabi dashed at her with Vegeta in his stance, who ducked under a swipe from her claw and retaliated with a punch to her cheek, but she used one of her tails to catch it and used it to bring him closer to her, and didn't have time to dodge this one, as she sliced his armor with her claws, making him roar in pain before he was hit with her other tail, making him crash into the mountain. It didn't take long for him to get out of the rubble as he roared and prepared a ki blast from his mouth. Matatabi saw this and charged a tailed beast bomb of her own, making both attacks to be impressive. When they were ready, they fired their respective attacks at each other, causing a struggle to come between the two. But Naruto, who was with her, added his own chakra to the jutsu, began to overpower his own, making him get frustrated until it completely overpowered and shattered the beam with it, hitting him directly, causing a giant explosion. Again, Vegeta wouldn't stay down for long as he suddenly appeared in front of Matatabi and swung his fists at the cat, catching her by surprise, hitting her in the cheek with a sudden 5-punch combo. Not expecting the attack sent her back, but not enough to force her away. You could see earthquakes happening with the two giants fighting each blow they would cause on one another. Having had enough of this battle, Naruto got an idea as he unsealed his sword, having a plan form in his head. "What are you thinking, little brother? Got a plan of sorts?" she asked through their mental link. "I'm going to go for the tail and cut it off while you hold him in place. You think you can do that for me to get close enough? He'll be protective of it, knowing what would happen if someone managed to cut it, but with you helping it'll make things easier," he told her, making her hum in thought. "I can do that. Just be careful though, as like you said, he'll have his guard up, but I'll do what I can to keep him busy for you. Better be quick about it," she said as he nodded and cut the link off with their plan in motion now. Naruto jumped out of Matatabi's head with the Saiyans' eyes going wide at seeing this, not knowing what the bastard had planned, but he couldn't think on it for too long as Matatabi was there in an instant as she instantly was on him. "Fire style, blazing meteors," she shouted as she sent out multiple fireballs that were the size of them. Vegeta could do nothing but take on the onslaught as he tried to avoid them, but Matatabi was holding him with her tails and claws, making it near impossible to get away. This gave Naruto the opportunity to approach his tail, but he was caught off guard when Vegeta was able to get out of her grasp and used his tail to hit him into the ground that created a crater. "Naruto," she called out to her host in worry, seeing him take a hit like that. "Worry about yourself," Vegeta said, charging at her with impressive speed, forcing her on the defensive, evading his strikes or block with her paws and tails. "He's impressive, I'll say that much. He doesn't go down that easily," she commented with a grin still on her face. "I'm fine, by the way. No need to worry about me," he groaned as he slowly got up. "He's tough, I'll give him that, but we can take him. You seem to be having fun fighting him. I know it's been years since you fought someone," he said, seeing the usual Cheshire grin on her face when she's either excited about something or she's up to something. "All right, Matatabi, I need you to hold him down now, so I can finish this," he shouted, getting up from the crater he was in as he held out his hand as 5 different orbs appeared on each finger, being a different element: wind, water, earth, fire, and lightning. They grew to the size of softballs, but the power they held was enough to damage the Kyuubi itself. Think about that for a minute. That's how much power this attack will have. 5 elements combination, Hell's almighty beam, he shouted. The orbs changed to beams, with each heading for Vegeta, who was distracted by Matatabi, who had a grin on her face as she jumped away just in time, with Vegeta not seeing the attack coming until the last second. Osher dashed. He didn't finish as he was hit by the attack. "Nice shot, Naruto-kun," she grinned, liking how strong her host had gotten in the years they spent together. "Thanks, but it's not over until he's out for the count," Naruto said, not wanting to lose focus or celebrate too early. The dust finally settled to reveal Vegeta in his ape form still, but he wasn't looking as good as he did before. He had cuts all over his body, lots of bruises, and blood was running down his face. He was holding his shoulder, which seemed to be gravely injured. "Now's my chance," Naruto stated as he dashed at him at very fast speeds, too much for Vegeta to react in time. As he felt his tail, he cut off. "God damn it," Vegeta said as he began shrinking back into his normal form. By the time he was back to normal, he was panting heavily from exhaustion, knowing how much stress it puts on the body when it came to using that form. Adding to the injuries he had, it made things even worse for him. "How dare you?" the prince growled, but was shut up instantly when Naruto kicked him in the chin, sending him into the air. Naruto disappeared via Shunshin and appeared behind him as he kicked him with an axe kick, which sent him crashing into the ground, causing a crater. Vegeta didn't have many options left on what to do. He normally wouldn't do something like this, but he decided that retreating would be the best thing for him to do. He pulled out a remote and pushed a button and tossed it as he waited for his pod to come to him. Normally, Naruto wouldn't wait on what his opponent would do, but his Saiyan instincts were telling me to let him go. As much as he didn't want to do it, he knew that Vegeta would get stronger from this and could give him a challenge. He was worthy to be the prince of the Saiyan race, but he would need to go stronger to face him again. He watched as the pod landed next to him as he crawled into it. "I'll be back, and when I do, everyone is dead. Mark my words, you trash." His voice echoed as the pod disappeared from view into space. Naruto sighed in relief, knowing that the battle was over now. The question now on his mind was, what's next? He didn't get to think much when Matatabi sat in his lap in her smaller form. Chapter 4, Namek? Naruto had just seen Vegeta disappear from view and turned towards his friend, who wasn't looking good at all with the amount of broken bones that Goku had. He would definitely be in the hospital for months until he would get a Senzu bean, which would speed up the process. For now, though, he'd heal him until the others arrived. He was glad that Vegeta had left already, as he could sense the others were on their way here along with Kale, Caulifla, Gohan, and Krillin. "Hold still, Goku. I'm going to heal you the best I can, but you'll still need some extensive care," Naruto said, as his hands glowed green and started healing him with Goku, sighing in relief as he could feel the pain was less. "Thanks, Naruto. It's been a few years. Glad you were able to help us out against Vegeta. He was a tough one, but what happened with the two girls that were with him?" he asked, wanting to know what happened to his fellow Saiyans. "They should be with Bulma and the others. I knocked out one of them, and I convinced the other to stop the fight. We will be getting company, though, from our friends who should be getting here in about an hour or so, judging by the speed that they're going." He mused, but was looking forward to seeing them again. He also knew that Bulma would be concerned about him and would be checking on him for injuries, which was something he didn't mind in the slightest. Goku nodded and tried to give a thumbs up, but pain racked his body from just moving his arm a little. He settled with just the nod as Naruto continued to use medical ninjutsu on him to make the pain more bearable to heal some of the more extensive injuries. An hour later, Naruto had finished healing Goku to the point of no constant pains from moving his body, but he would still need to go to the hospital. They were just talking when they heard what sounded like engines approaching them, getting them to look up when they saw a capsule plane that was pretty big that could hold everyone from how it looked. They were waving at it, hoping to get their attention, and to their joy, they appeared to have done so when they saw it descending to them. It didn't take long for the ship to land, and when the ramp opened up, two blurs could be seen running out until they were both tackled, with one with Bulma, who was hugging him and checking him for injuries, and the other was Chi-Chi, who was doing the same to Goku. "Oh, Goku, are you okay? Where does it hurt? I was so worried about you when you fought that Saiyan," Chi-Chi said, as she continued fussing over her husband. "Are you okay, Naruto? You fought all of them and even got hurt. Is there anything wrong?" Bulma asked, worried over her crush. "We're fine, Bulma. I'm not hurt. Matatabi is already healing me of what damage was done to me, but I can't say the same for Goku. I healed what I could, but he needs to go to the hospital for his recovery and his other injuries." Naruto answered with her nodding before she suddenly broke down, crying at the loss of her friends. Naruto just held her as she cried into his chest. Off to the side, Caulifla and Kale were looking a little down, knowing that this was their fault for the death of their friends. Naruto noticed this immediately. "It's not your fault. I know you didn't want to do this, but you had no choice in this, so don't blame yourselves. All right, he asked, getting slow nods from them. Let's get Goku, Krillin, and Gohan to the hospital to get them checked out and see the extensive damage and what they'll need to recover. He suggested, as everyone agreed. What about Mr. Piccolo and the others? Shouldn't they get proper burials? Gohan asked. The others looked at each other unsure about Piccolo, but agreed since he helped fight against them. An hour later, they had managed to find everyone except for Kaiatsu, who had blown himself up and got into preservation pods. They were now on their way to the hospital, thinking over what to do next. I've been thinking about something. I heard Vegeta and Nappa mention others that were like Kami and Piccolo. They called him a Namekian. Krillin said, getting their attention. Are you talking about Planet Namek? Caulifla asked, cutting in the conversation. What's Planet Namek? Bulma asked, having gotten her emotions under control. It's the planet where the Namekians live on, where they have their own set of Dragon Balls if what I've heard is true. Kale said, a little timid with everyone looking at her, sliding closer to Caulifla. Wait, are you saying we can use theirs to bring back our friends? Bulma asked, excitedly hoping what she heard was true. Kale nodded at this, smiling a little at the chance to correct what had happened to them. This is wonderful. We can go to Namek and use their Dragon Balls to wish everyone back. Bulma nearly shouted. And we can bring back Mr. Piccolo too, Gohan said in excitement. Oh no, 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 no. My baby isn't going anywhere as he has lots of studying to catch up on, and he won't be training anymore, especially with him. Chi-Chi frowned, putting her thoughts out there. But Mom. Gohan tried to defend, but was interrupted. No, but young man. I nearly lost you once, and it worried me to no end. She said with a sigh, seeing the conviction in his eyes. I just have one question. Naruto interrupted everyone's celebration. Where's Planet Namek? He asked, loud enough for everyone to hear. He turned to the two female Saiyans. Do you know where it's at? He asked them. He was disappointed when they shook their heads. We were never told where it was by Vegeta, so all we could do was wait for him to tell us eventually if we ever were to conquer the planet. Caulifla said, getting sighs from everyone. Now hold on. I know someone who might be able to help us out. Goku said, getting curious looks from everyone. Who do you have in mind? Naruto asked, folding his arms across his chest. King Kai. He closed his eyes to concentrate. You hear all this, King Kai? We could use your help on this. Goku thought, but everyone could hear being telegraphed to everyone's mind. Do I know? Of course I know where it is. Just give me a minute to find it. King Kai exclaimed, using his antennae to find the mentioned planet, having been listening in on the conversation. While King Kai is looking for it, why don't we get to know our new friends? Naruto suggested as everyone looked over at the two Saiyans. Why? Why do all this for us? Why do you want to be friends with us? Kale asked unsurely. Because you both seem nice and could use some better friends than the Prince of Assholes, he said, getting laughs from Caulifla. I like you, Whiskers. How'd you get so strong, by the way? You're around our age, yet you managed to have amazing power. Caulifla stated. Training. Lots and lots of training. Been doing it since I was 4 or 5 years old. Are you interested in sparring? He asked with a smirk, which she gave one of her own. You bet. Now that we aren't enemies anymore, you got a woman? She asked, bluntly, making him laugh nervously, with everyone else looking either shocked at her question or, in Gohan's case, confused. You know? He asked, more himself, but also found Caulifla and Kale to be quite something, especially Kale, who looked exotic. Now hold on one second. I've known him longer, and if anyone is going to be with him, it's gonna be me, or at least I'll be the head woman. She muttered that last part under her breath. Caulifla would have commented, but was interrupted by someone. I found it. I found Planet Namek. King Kai shouted. You did? That's great, Goku said in relief. Where is it then? Gohan asked, anxious to learn about it, who seemed excited. The coordinates are KXY 30, he told everyone. Bulma froze upon hearing this and paled a little. Are you sure, King Kai? He nodded at her question. I need to check something then. She let go of Naruto and picked up her calculator and did some calculation before she sighed in frustration. What's wrong? Naruto asked, seeing her downcast expression. I just did the calculations, and if we were to use our best ship to get there, It would take us thousands of years, she said, not noticing the grin on Caulifla's face. Why not look at our pods? It would take us maybe a month or so to get there with them, she suggested, getting looks from Bulma, who jumped at her and hugged. That's brilliant. Your pods would actually be the better option, since they're made for traveling in space, she yelled in excitement, unknowingly giving Naruto a show as their breasts were pushed together. You got a free show, Naruto, since they have interest in you, including the shy Saiyan. Why don't you take them and show them who the real alpha is? Matatabi purred out. Matatabi, what the hell? He mentally screamed out at his partner. What? You know it's true, and besides, you'll need to repopulate the Saiyan race. Being one of the last males left, why not start with these three? She asked, feigning innocence. This isn't the elemental nations where CRA is inducted, unlike here. It doesn't exist. He argued back, making her chuckle. Just think about it, 3 sexy women, she said, ending the link, leaving him to his thoughts. She's going to drive me crazy with those thoughts, he thought to himself, unknowing that she heard that and grinned, knowing that he would garner many women's attention, but had a feeling he would have a large family like he wanted. After coming back from his thoughts and conversation with a perverted cat, they continued to talk about using their pod's technology to make a ship of their own that would be bigger to allow more than one person to use. Not only that, but specific people had volunteered to go. A week had gone by since the battle ended, and a few things had happened since then, with Goku, Gohan, and Krillin being admitted to the hospital. Gohan and Krillin had minor injuries from when Naruto healed them a bit, but it was Goku who had the worst injuries, with having most of his bones broken, but Naruto was able to mend them and to ease the pain, but he would still be there the longest. Bulma and her father had spent that time examining the pods that Caulifla and Kale came in, and they were amazed at the technology that they had and how far advanced they were. It would take some time to understand it, but they were confident they could do it and have a new ship ready for them. Naruto had gotten to know Caulifla and Kale more and found them to be interesting, with finding Caulifla to be more blunt and not afraid to say what she's thinking, but Kale was more reserved and showed she was nervous in general around others. Not only that, but he also discovered that she didn't like to fight like Caulifla did. Caulifla would flirt with him and would do the same with Kale, pushing her towards Naruto too, making his jaw drop at the two wanting to get with him. Before anything could happen though, Bulma was upset that they were pulling moves on him. So to stake her claim on him, she marched over to him when she heard this and pulled him into a long and passionate kiss and quickly explained how she had feelings for him. He can remember how that went. Flashback. Naruto was at Capsule Corp training in his gravity chamber with Caulifla and Kale, sparring with the two of them. He was taking a break after training for the last several hours. He was minding his own business when out of nowhere Caulifla walked up to him with Kale trailing behind, slowly bringing his arm in between her breasts, with Kale taking his other between hers, albeit a little reluctantly. You seem to be thinking about something if you're staring off into space there. What do you think? She asked, gesturing to her chest. Naruto started sputtering with an immense blush, not knowing what to say as he was embarrassed for being in this situation. He had liked what he was seeing though. Caulifla was laughing at his expression. She found it to be cute despite him being a warrior. It was at this time, Bulma walked in to check on Naruto. When she saw Naruto, Caulifla, and Kale's positions annoyed her. Hey, what do you think you're doing to him? She called out, annoyed at the situation. Oh, nothing. Just letting him get a feel of once he becomes our mate. What's the problem? Caulifla asked innocently. Mate? Like hell he'll be your mate. Bulma yelled at the duo Saiyans, who were grinning, while Caulifla was grinning and Kale was blushing up a storm. What are you going to do about it, huh? She smirked in a knowing manner. Bulma seemed to not think about it as she marched up to him. She grabbed the collar of his shirt and slammed her lips against his, instantly slipping her tongue as he easily returned it and added his own, swapping spit between each other. After a few minutes, they pulled away for air with immense blushes on their faces. That is what I'll do. She smirked, but realized what she just did and looked at Naruto, but relaxed when she saw him smile at her. End flashback. They talked after that and started dating not long after. She also told Caulifla and Kale that if they're interested in him, they have her approval, which shocked him, with his jaw dropping when he heard her say that. He didn't expect Bulma or any of the others to want to share being how territorial he knew they could be, but he couldn't deny he had developed feelings for them, but more so for the scientist having known her longer. Caulifla was bold and wasn't afraid to say what she thought was hot to him. Kale was more gentle and wasn't like Caulifla, but her opposite, which was cute in his opinion. Bulma was one who liked both to be treated gently and rough. He promised to take them on dates when they weren't busy getting the ship ready for Namek. Now we find everyone, including Goku, who had his whole body bandaged up. There was Bulma, Rashi, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Krillin, himself, Caulifla, and Kale. How long until the ship is ready so we can planet Namek? Krillin asked. The ship is being worked on as we speak. It took some time to get it figured out, but we're looking to have everything done in 2 weeks. With Naruto's clones helping with the building process, it's going much faster than if it was just me and my dad. Bulma said, much to everyone's surprise that Naruto could create clones. Clones? Kale asked. Yeah, they're called shadow clones. They're really helpful with that regard along with studying, since anything the clone learns, when it dispels the original will learn. He said, with a shrug, when his sweat dropped seeing everyone. Especially Chi-Chi looked at him with wide eyes, and the wife of Goku was looking at him with stars in her eyes like she won the jackpot. Teach Gohan that technique, please, she demanded while shaking him non-stop, making him dizzy. Okay, I'll try to teach him, but we'll see if he can or not. Because it'd be harder to do it with Ki, since I use something else aside from Ki for my clones, he stated, still getting out of his dizzy state. Another source? Isn't Ki something that everyone uses? Caulifla asked, raising her eyebrow, being confused. Are you not a Saiyan then completely? Kale asked. I'm a Saiyan, that much is true, but it's complicated. Anyway, the other energy source I can use is called chakra, which is the combination of my spiritual and physical energies which allow me to do things like the shadow clones or the fireball I used against you too. He explained, getting nods from them. That's right. You spat out a giant fireball at us during our fight. I've been wondering how you did that. Caulifla said, shocking everyone. You spat out a fireball? Bulma asked, but sighed remembering when he explained everything to her about his past. Yeah, I'll explain that another time. But for now we can talk about who's all going to Namek, since I don't want too big of a group going. Naruto said, getting as everyone agreed. I'm going since I'm helping build it, and can repair it should anything happen during the trip. Bulma said, volunteering herself. I'm going too. I'm curious to see what the Namekians are like. That and someone needs to make sure that she'll be safe. He grinned, pulling her closer by the waist, which made her grin at him. Caulifla and Kale looked at each other, having a silent conversation before they also gave their answers. We're going too. We want to help you guys with this and help mend the damage we helped cause here. Kale said with conviction, making everyone smile at their sincereness. Not only that, but we can't let you two have all the fun now, can we? Caulifla grinned at the duo, smashing her fist into her palm. Everyone nodded and was great with the ones who volunteered, as it made them relax knowing they were strong and could get it done. But there was one person who was looking down at his hands in contemplation. Sweetie, are you all right? Do you have a stomachache? Chi-Chi asked her son, who was gripping the sheets tightly as if he was trying to say something. Naruto could see the look in the kid's eyes and knew what he wanted to say, so he would let this play out if he'd be able to do it. I want to go with them too, he finally said, surprising everyone except for Naruto, who suspected something. You're kidding, right, Gohan? You're still hurt. I mean, why do you want to go? Bulma asked, since Chi-Chi was still in shock. I want to go. I owe to Mr. Piccolo for saving my life when he took the attack instead of me, he answered, which knocked Chi-Chi out of her stupor. Absolutely not. I just got my baby boy back, and now you want to leave me again by going off to another planet? I don't think so, young man, she shouted, not wanting to be gone without her son any longer than he already was. I need to do this, Mom. Piccolo saved my life, and I want to be the one who helps bring him back. Please, Mom. He begged his mother, who had a look of conviction in his eyes still. No, I won't allow it. You're going to stay here and catch up your studies that you've missed the whole year. She shook her head frantically. Chi-Chi, I think you should let him go. He's really determined about this, and it would mean the world to him if you supported this. And besides, Naruto will be with him along with the others, and I know he'll look after our son. Goku was smiling at his son's loyalty to his friend. Chi-Chi looked at Goku in surprise, not expecting him to be okay with this. But he did have some good points with Naruto there. He would no doubt be safe. After several minutes going over her thoughts, she relented with a sigh before she looked at her son with a serious expression. Okay, fine. I want you to promise me, though, that you will be safe and not do anything crazy, okay? We don't know what's out there, and your father is right that Naruto can watch out for you. But I have two conditions for this. Am I clear? She demanded with a stern tone. What are those conditions, Mom? Gohan asked nervously, hoping it wouldn't be anything too weird. I want you to study while you're gone, and with the clone technique that you'll be able to learn, it would make things easier and make me feel better, she said with her son nodding and looking at Naruto, who nodded back with a smile of his own. I can do that, and the second one? He asked less nervously now. I want Krillin to go too, since I know him better than Naruto, Caulifla, and Kale. Despite me trusting Naruto, I don't know him as well, she said with Krillin not expecting to be brought into the conversation, but could understand her reasoning. We can make that work. 6 people is doable, as it wouldn't change our plans for the ship. Bulma commented. I'll look after the little guy, no problem. So what's next until the ship is ready? Krillin asked, now with everything planned out. I'll be spending the next 2 weeks with Gohan here working on the shadow clone technique. So which means we'll be building up your reserves until they're at an acceptable level, because as it is now, you could make only 1 or 2 clones at most before you'd be exhausted, and we don't want that happening. Of course, I don't want you making too many anyhow, just where you won't get as tired from making the clones, he explained, getting nods from everyone. But a question came to Goku's mind. Hey Naruto, what would happen if someone used that technique without the proper energy reserves for it? He asked, making everyone look at him, wondering why he'd ask something like that. Since it won't be from chakra when he'd use this technique and his ki, the consequences won't be the same as if someone like me did, but the person would die, since in my home planet people can't live without chakra in them, he explained, getting shocked looks from everyone. But Gohan will be alright with using it, won't he? Chi-Chi quickly asked, not wanting her son to die because of her wanting him to learn it. No, he won't. He'd just be exhausted, which is why I said we'll be working on getting his reserves up by doing different exercises that will help them get bigger. So, there's nothing to worry about, he assured her as she sighed in relief, knowing her son would be okay. Alright, with that being said, we'll meet over at Kame House in 2 weeks, Bulma declared as everyone agreed with the location. As everyone was heading out, Caulifla and Kale approached Naruto, wanting answers now that they know he's from another planet instead of Earth. So another planet, huh? When were you going to tell us about that, mister? Caulifla narrowed her eyes at her mate, who was sweating from her intense stare. Well, Bulma, some help? He asked his girlfriend, who shook her head at him. Nope, you started this. You need to finish this on your own. Good luck, babe, but girls, don't be so hard on him, she told them, making him relax a little. But he still didn't feel entirely safe from their wrath, as Kale wasn't looking too happy either, but more curious about his home planet than annoyed like Caulifla was. Well, what do you want to know about it? I haven't been there in years, so I don't know what it'd be like now, as I'm sure things would have changed by now, he said as they continued to stare at him. What's the name of the planet, and can you tell me at least the main points? Is it like Earth? Caulifla asked, wanting to know after thinking for a few minutes. Well, it's divided up into 5 major villages, with the rest with minor villages being much smaller. The major villages are the 5 great villages, with the first one being Sunagakure, the land of wind, Humogakure, the land of lightning, Iwagakure, the land of stone, Kirigakure, the land of water, and lastly Konohakagure, the land of fire, which was my home. Just like I mentioned, the people there use chakra, and they can learn to utilize it in the academy to become shinobi when they graduate. With each village, he explained quickly, not wanting to bore them. Shinobi? That's their form of military, then, I take it? She asked to see him nod. Why are they named after elements? Kale asked, being confused about that. Well, every shinobi is more attuned with the element they were born in. Like if you were born in Kumo, then your element affinity would most likely be lightning, or in Konoha, most shinobis tended to have affinities for fire, he said, making them give, oh, as their responses, catching on to what he was saying. Are they strong? They must have strong fighters, right? Caulifla asked, grinning at the prospect of fighting a shinobi. I mean, yeah, there, But they won't be like us who can use ki, but there are many strong shinobis there you could fight against if you wanted to. He shrugged his shoulders, used to her desire to fight people. Yes. She pumped her fist in the air. We'll have to visit, so I can see for myself. She grinned in anticipation. Kale noticed him flinching at the thought, something that Caulifla didn't notice, but she did, and it only made her wonder what could have possibly happened to get him to react like that to merely visiting his old home. She would need to talk to him alone about it. Maybe. We'll have to see. Right now, we should worry about preparing for Namek. While I have a clone with Gohan, I can train with you too, he said, hoping to change the subject, and by the expression on Caulifla's face getting bigger it worked. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, she yelled as she started dragging him off, before her stomach along with his decided to make themselves known, making them blush in embarrassment with how hungry they must be. After we get something to eat, we can train afterwards. Kale giggled seeing their embarrassed blushes. Let's go eat. I'm hungry myself, she said as they nodded as they left the hospital. 2 weeks later. Nothing much had happened in the 2 weeks for everyone except they were preparing for the trip to Namek. Bulma and her father had, as predicted, managed to finish the ship that could now fit up to 10 people. Bulma and Naruto went on some dates during that time, and they went to an expensive restaurant, Bulma's idea, and they had a great time. They talked about Naruto's family as he never talked about them in the past, but also talked about his different teachers that he had and how he did miss them. To say, she was pissed about how his supposed godfather would nearly ruin his family for a prophecy by putting his parents in an illusion that made them forget about him. He was able to calm her down, but it took some convincing to do and more dates which he had no problem with. Despite only dating for a few weeks with Bulma, they had known each other for much longer and so were more comfortable in being more intimate than with the others. One night they were at home after having gone out for dinner. They decided to settle down to watch a movie. They decided to take things to the next level. Flashback. Naruto and Bulma were in the living room watching a movie while they were cuddling. As the movie progressed, Bulma turned towards her boyfriend and kissed him on the lips, which was returned immediately. It didn't take long for tongues to come into play as they battled for dominance, but as usual Naruto won it. They pulled apart after a few minutes for air. You could see their cheeks were flushed, but smiling, and he had a huge grin on his face. What was that for? Not that I'm complaining, but it was unexpected, he said looking at her. I have something important to tell you. It's something I have been thinking about for the last couple of days and well. She trailed off nervously, biting her lip, making him look at her in worry. Is everything okay, babe? He asked worriedly, but to his relief, she shook her head. I'm fine. I want you to take me now, she admitted through a blush on her cheeks that would match a tomato. This surprised him. They were planning on waiting before everything settled down for after their trip to Namek before they did it, but she must have become too impatient. Are you sure? He asked, wanting her to be sure about this. I am, she said with determination that he loved about her. And flashback. 2 weeks later. Naruto spent the 2 weeks teaching Gohan how to use the shadow clone technique with ki, as he had figured out how to do it, but he preferred to do it with chakra since it was easier for him to do it. After mastering it in 2 days, Naruto spent the rest of the time working him to the bone on different exercises that would drain his reserves and expand them. At first he could summon 3 clones, but by the end of the 2 weeks he could summon 6 before he was tired from it. And that was enough, as he only needed a few of them for his studies, as he could now focus on his training while the clones did the studying for him. Chi-Chi was so happy and thankful that she hugged him excitedly, but had nearly broken his back with how strong she was without even realizing it. Naruto got to know the bald monk a bit more and found him to be really funny and someone you could count on. He was looking forward to working with him. And lastly, his 2 female Saiyan girlfriends. He had spent most of his time outside of going on dates with Bulma and hanging out with Krillin. He would be training with the 2. He pushed them beyond their limits, cursing his name and calling him a sadistic bastard. Well, Caulifla did anyway, while Kale would pout her cute face at him and grumble about him not getting any hugs from her and such. But they wanted to train, not have a good time. Speaking of their relationship, it had gotten better for the 3 of them. He and Caulifla had several make-out sessions that had nearly escalated to them having sex. It wouldn't be much longer until she'd want kids, as she had told how she had always wanted a family, and their scion instincts were starting to get control of them. With Kale, She was wanting to take things slower as she was more timid than her surrogate sister. She wasn't a fan of going out on dates, so they spent the night watching some movies, which was nice, relaxing, and still romantic. He found out that she was more gentle when they'd do anything intimate such as kissing and loved to cuddle. Though it took some time for her to get comfortable enough, but it worked out. Now everyone was gathered at Kame House, except they were missing the 5-year-old Scion to see them off on their journey. "So how are the girls treating you, Naruto?" Krillin asked, wondering how his friend was handling 3 girlfriends. "Hee, they're great and I love them, but between you and me they can be a little nuts." He whispered the last part to him, but was hit in the head by a toolbox. "What the hell? How the hell do I feel any pain from that? I can tank ki blasts, yet a toolbox hurts me?" He questioned himself. "What did you say about us?" Caulifla yelled, smirking as she gave Bulma a high five, making him groan from it. Kale was looking at them and chuckling, knowing that this is her life, but she wouldn't wish for it to be any different. "Look, I think I see them." Rashi pointed at the air car that's approaching the island, making Naruto sigh in relief. "Oh, thank God," he muttered under his breath. They watched as the car landed and were waiting for Gohan to come out, but were surprised to see him wearing something as if he was going to a private school or something similar to a uniform. It took everything Naruto had to not laugh at the poor kid, but sadly it wasn't the case for some of the others who didn't have the same self-control as he did. "Ha ha ha, what the hell are you wearing, kid? We're not going to school." Caulifla laughed out loud as Kale was chuckling, but holding back on laughing outright. "Oh, don't be so mean to him. I think he looks absolutely handsome." Chi-Chi gushed at her son's look. "Dad thought I looked funny too." Gohan grumbled as he looked down at his clothing, remembering his dad laughing. "Hey, it's no problem, kid. Now that everyone's here, we should get going. Right, Bulma dear?" he asked, as he saw her nod at his question. "Right. Let's go, everyone," she declared as everyone boarded the ship, leaving Chi-Chi, Ox King, and Rashi left. "Be careful, son. Krillin, Naruto, you better protect my baby boy, or there will be hell to pay. Do you hear me?" She screamed at them as they nodded frantically, not wanting to anger her. "Everyone straps yourselves in. We're going to be taking off shortly, and I don't want to hear any complaints about not being warned," Bulma said seriously in her tone. It didn't take long for everyone to find a seat. Once everyone was situated, Bulma started the ship, and after running through things, they took off, leaving the island, and not long after were they in the atmosphere, which was bumpy for everyone except for Caulifla and Kale, who were used to these things. Once they were out of the atmosphere, she unstrapped her seat belt with the others following suit. "Okay, so from this point on, it'll be smooth riding from here on out. So until then, why don't I show everyone around the ship? Naruto, can you watch the ship while I saw them around?" she asked her boyfriend, who nodded affirmatively. She thanked him quickly as she led everyone else to give them the tour. "Now that I have the time, let's see how this goes," he said to himself, as he went through familiar hand signs for a jutsu he hadn't used in years. "Kuchios no jutsu," he said, slamming his hand on the ground with a puff of smoke. Out of the smoke came a familiar-looking slug that was looking around, noticing she was in an unfamiliar room. "Where am I?" Katsuya asked, looking around confusedly. "Hello, Katsuya-sama. It's been a long time." She heard a voice. Turning around, she saw someone that was unfamiliar to her. She hadn't seen this man before, as she would have remembered someone like this, especially the tail that she was seeing that was around his waist. "Who are you?" she asked, wanting to cut straight to the point. "It's me, Naruto," he said timidly, not sure what to expect, but was surprised when she gasped and crawled closer to him, offering his arm. She slid on it till she got to his shoulder so she could get a better look at him. "Naruto-kun, is it really you? What happened to you? It's been a few years since anyone has heard from you, but how are you so different?" she asked her summoner, who sighed. "That's a long story. I'll do my best to explain everything and why I look this way and much older than I should," he told her, who nodded. He went on to explain how he was transported to a new planet like everyone was told. What they didn't know was that his appearance had changed to become something more than human. How he was turned into a Saiyan, where he's been training with Guardian of Earth for the last 11 years. Well, 13 if you count the time he spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. And what he's been doing since he finished his training. with how he had fought some Saiyans who were wanting to destroy the planet, but were stopped by him and his friends, and now they were heading to another planet to find some special orbs that can be used to bring back their friends. He left out seeing 3 women since he would get pummeled by his mother and godmother for being a pervert, in their words. After he finished explaining everything, she just looked at him blankly for a minute before sighing. Naruto-kun, you sure have lived an interesting life on Earth. I'm happy that you're all right, though, with everyone being worried about you, and if you were safe. Your parents have missed you so much and are really sorry about everything and wanted to assure you that what they did wasn't their own doing, she said, but he smiled at her. I already know, Katsuya. I was made aware of everything by Yami and Kami that it wasn't their fault and that it was all the perverts doing. I'm glad that they still care about me and love me. I miss everyone too, he said with her nodding. You said you've been living on Earth for 11 years, right? She asked, getting a nod from him. Naruto-kun, it's been 5 years for us since you disappeared, she revealed, getting a shocked look from him. 5 years. He yelled in shock at hearing the time difference for him and them being that different. Yes, it's shocking to hear that, I know, but it's true, she said with a nod. Wow, how's everyone else been? Kasumi, Narumi, Mikoto, Fugaku, Tsunade, Hiruzen, Shizen, everyone? He asked. I'm sorry to say, Naruto-kun, but Fugaku died 3 years ago when he tried to stop a coup that his clan was planning against the village, she told him solemnly, making his eyes go wide at the news. He was like an uncle or a second father to him when he was training him. How's Mikoto handling everything? Is she okay? Is my mom helping her with her loss? He asked her quickly, wanting to know what's come of his second mother figure and other godmother. She did. It wasn't easy for her to move on, but she did. She's the clan head until Itachi is ready. Everyone else has been fine. There were multiple survivors in the clan that were against the coup, like Fugaku, she said, getting a sigh in relief from him. What would like me to do now? Do you want to let everyone know you're okay and that they don't need to worry about you? She asked. Yes, but don't tell them about my changes, as I want that to be a surprise if I ever visit them. I think it would be good to do that after we do what we came to do on Namek. Nothing more if you could, Katsuya? He asked. Seeing her nod, he smiled at her as she disappeared in a puff of smoke, indicating she was gone. To think so much had changed in 5 years for them, but it was 11 for me. I'll be sure to visit everyone, especially you, Mikoto-chan, he said to himself when he felt a pair of arms wrap around his neck and 2 heads on his shoulders. He looked to reveal Bulma, Kale, and Caulifla. They had overheard a good part of the conversation, and they were just as shocked to hear the time difference. Hey girls, I'm alright. How do you guys like the ship? He asked them, seeing Caulifla grin at him. Oh, I'm going to love this place, and it's all thanks to my boyfriend and my harem sister for this. She grinned at him. I have a question though about that slug. What was it exactly? How did it get on the ship? Kale asked quietly and curiously. That was Katsuya, and she was the boss of the slugs that I signed a contract with to aid me in battle should I ever need it. She specializes in acid and healing. She, along with my godmother Tsunade and her apprentice Shizen Kato, taught me everything there was about medical ninjutsu. Maybe you'll get to meet them sometime, he said with a smile at that thought. I'm sure they're great people. I hope to meet them someday. Why did you summon her now of all times, though? Bulma asked. Well, now that I had time to do it, since I've never had a moment to do it until now with all the training I did, schooling I was doing, and dealing with the Saiyans, until now I have a little time, he explained, getting nods. Enough of that. We got some training to do, Naruto. So now we have the time, let's get to it. We have a month before we get to Namek, and I don't want to waste any time doing it. Caulifla yelled out in excitement. All right, just remember you asked for it. He smirked. A month later. 1 month now had gone by since they left Earth, and they were finally getting to planet Namek. The first thing that Gohan did was change clothes with ones that he had secretly packed without his mom knowing, which made him laugh at the kid's sneaky side. He wore the same outfit that Piccolo wore and explained how he wore it to honor him and how he respected him almost as much as his father. Not a lot was done with Naruto and the others, except he would train everyone except for Bulma, who was making sure the ship had no problems. He was pushing everyone more, so they could be prepared for anything that could happen. They had found out that the gravity machine that was installed could go up to 200 times Earth's normal gravity, but he only went to 60 with Gohan and Krillin since they were slow on getting used to each level. and kale and cauliflower he managed to get 150 times, which was good given he didn't want them to just be used to it, but to be able to do anything with ease in that kind of gravity. They all had grown stronger over the month, but the two female Saiyans had really grown in the 1 month. It was getting harder to spar with them as they were improving quickly. Every time they improved, he'd have to push out more power to push them. Bulma had installed robots that could shoot lasers at them, and Naruto had them dodging their attacks as he wanted to work on their reflexes and agility while under the gravity to make it harder for them. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to do his own training. He'd been training at 200 times the gravity. He wanted to shape his ki into different weapons, and so far he'd managed to do 2 weapons, finding the ability to do it unique, as not many, if there were any, could do it with enough control. He also pushed his body to the limit as he decided to add seal weights to make it even more challenging for him, which he welcomed. He almost regretted it, because as soon as he activated them while under the gravity chamber's pressure, he nearly collapsed, but he loved the challenge. He also realized how his power level had increased a lot, but he didn't know how much since he hadn't used his full power in a long time. He didn't use it against cauliflower, kale, or Nappa since he didn't need to. Now everyone was in their seats as Bulma had informed everyone that they were approaching Namek. Cauliflower and Kale were wearing their usual clothes, along with Krillin with his orange GI, and Gohan with his clothes that resembled Piccolo's Naruto's, however had changed as he was wearing a black form-fitting short-sleeved shirt and black pants with black kung fu shoes and blue stockings. He also wears a flowing red vest with a long backside that is secured with a blue obi tied over it at his waist and blue armbands. Think Xenogoku's outfit. Alright guys, strap yourselves and we're about to enter the atmosphere, which will make it bumpy getting in. She said to them. It's been an interesting month, don't you think so guys? I've learned a lot from Naruto-sensei. Gohan said. True. It would be better if he wasn't a sadist. Krillin whispered to them, making them snicker with Naruto pouting having heard that. Hey, I'm not that bad. He shouted comically at him, making everyone laugh. It's not a bad thing. It just means you want us to be strong and can push us, Caulifla said, trying to cheer him up. He certainly never took it easy on us. He's still gentle though outside of training. He's such a teddy bear. Kale teased at the end. Kale of all people teased him. Think about that for a second. We're coming into the atmosphere now. Bulma yelled out. I don't want to die. We're all going to die. Krillin screamed, panicking from the rough entrance as the ship was shaking, but was shut up when Caulifla punched him in the face, knocking him out in his seat as she was getting annoyed with his constant yelling. They didn't have to wait long for the shaking to stop, making them sigh in relief knowing that the rest of the landing would go easier from this point on. They were able to land, and Naruto was looking forward to meeting the Namkians and hoped they would let them use their Dragon Balls. Alright, before we can leave the ship, I need to check to make sure it's breathable for us, or if we need to be careful if it'll be too dangerous for us to do. Bulma was explaining when she looked up to see only Naruto there, who was chuckling when he pointed to the window when they saw Gohan, Krillin, Caulifla, and Kale outside already. She was about to yell in frustration when he silenced her with a kiss that she melted in and soon turned into a small make-out session. Not that I'm complaining, but what was that for? She asked breathlessly. To calm you down. You should have known they'd do something like this. That, and I need to have a reason to kiss my girlfriend, he asked, while smirking at her blushed face, but had a wide grin on her face. True. All right, let's go meet with the others, and we can get started on looking for the Dragon Balls, she said, leaving to follow the others with him, doing the same. Okay, first we should put away the ship, so we don't risk damaging it, Naruto said as they all nodded, and Gohan pushed the button, changing it into its capsule, and had Bulma hold on to it. Let's see. She was cut off by 2 people who approached them, but they weren't friendly looking. They had the same armor that Vegeta had, which instantly made them assume they were enemies. Look what we have here. Some tourists on this backwater planet. The first one mocked. Right, but look at those 2. Aren't they the ones who were with Vegeta and Nappa? They must be the Saiyans who Vegeta thought was gone. The second person pointed out. Well, what do we have here? Some traitors, it seems like. Lord Frieza would love to have a word with you 2. The first guy smirked evilly, making them sweat and fear at hearing the name Frieza, confusing Gohan and Krillin, but Bulma and Naruto were already aware of who that was. Now come with us, so we can. He was silenced when Naruto appeared in front of him, holding his hand out in front of him. He didn't say anything as he blasted him with a ki blast, incinerating him instantly, as the other guy watched in fear at seeing his friend killed with no difficulty. Naruto turned towards his opponent and disappeared. He looked around, having no idea where he went, until he felt something behind him. But it was too late, as a ki blade came to life, stabbing him in the back, going through where his heart would be, killing him instantly. Well, this situation just went from bad to worse if Frieza is here, or at least his forces. Naruto stated with a frown. He must be here for the Dragon Balls. He must be wanting immortality like Vegeta does, so it'll be harder to get them from here on out. Any ideas? Caulifla asked, trying not to panic at having to deal with Frieza's army. Chapter 5. Conflicts. Naruto and the others had managed to get to a small cave where they could hide from being seen and discovered by Frieza. Learning that he was here for the Dragon Balls to wish for immortality didn't sit well with anyone, especially Naruto, knowing the kind of damage that he could do with being immortal. What are we going to do now? With Frieza here, it'll make it damn near impossible to get them. Caulifla asked calmly, trying not to panic about the tyrant being here. We'll need to be more careful about how we go about this. If we rush in, it'll only be bad with us getting killed. Even if I went full power against him, I don't think I would stack up against him. What's the PLA dash? Krillin was cut off when they all sensed a large amount of power that was coming towards them. Quick everyone, lower your power level now. Naruto ordered quietly, but sternly, for everyone to notice how serious he was. They watched as several figures passed by them, with a few which lasted a couple of minutes until the coast was clear and they could all breathe normally again. Holy crap, did you feel that, guys? Krillin yelled out in shock. I think everyone did, Baldy. Caulifla shouted with sweat pouring down her head, with Kale not doing much better. Naruto noticed they weren't calming down and were starting to hyperventilate, walked over to them, and pulled them into a hug as they buried their faces in his chest as they slowly but surely started calming down. After a few minutes, he pulled away and looked at them in worry. Is that better? He asked softly. Why, yeah, Kale said quietly, enjoying the warmth he gave her. I'm fine. No need to get so sweet with me, Whiskers. She waved him off. But it felt nice of him to worry about me. She thought to herself. Krillin, Gohan, you two all right? He asked, seeing them nod. He checked over at Bulma, who was looking concerned, but overall she was fine. Okay, we know that was Frieza and his men, but where were they heading? He asked. Did you guys see what some of them had in their arms? Gohan asked, when they all, but Bulma nodded. Yeah, they looked like the Dragon Balls, but were much bigger than the ones we had. They had 3 already and were heading somewhere. Krillin said, when he got an idea. Bulma, can you check with one of the radars to see if there's a Dragon Ball in that direction? He pointed where they were all heading towards. She nodded at what he was thinking about and did as asked. She was able to pick up the 3 that were collected already in one location. They seemed to be moving towards a 4th one, making her nervous. Guys, they are heading towards another Dragon Ball's location, she said nervously. Do you think they have a dragon radar too? Kale asked, hoping that wasn't the case. We don't know for sure, but we can't let them get another Dragon Ball. So here's what we're going to do. Me, Krillin, and Gohan will go to their location and scout them out. I can possibly hold my own against Frieza if push comes to shove, but I'd like to avoid fighting him for now, he said, with them looking at him like he's gone insane. That doesn't sound like a good idea at all. Are you fucking insane? Bulma shouted, coming into the conversation. You'll get yourself killed that way, she yelled in anger on her face. I'll be fine, Bulma. It's only as a last result, but it won't come to it. I promise, he assured her as she stared at him, narrowed before sighing and smiling at him. Fine, but you better be safe and come back to me, she told him, who nodded with determination. What about us? Caulifla asked, wanting some action. Why don't you guys stay here for the time being and wait for us, since we'll have more information by then. That way we can make a decent plan. Naruto told her, which she grumbled under her breath, but nodded, seeing the logic in his words. Fine, but we better get to fight soon. I'm itching for some payback on some people, she said with a smirk. He nodded and looked to the 2 as they nodded, and they flew off towards where Frieza went. Bulma and the girls watched them leave as a worried look came across her face. Kale noticed this and put a hand on her shoulder. He'll be fine. You've known him much longer than us, so you should trust him to come back safely with the others," she said with a reassuring smile. "Thank you, Kale. It's just this Frieza guy is crazy strong and much stronger than Vegeta. I'm worried that he'll be caught by him," Bulma said, worry on her face. Kale and Caulifla didn't know what to say to that, having seen Frieza's power firsthand, knowing how powerful. "All we can do is trust that our man will be okay, but I believe in him to come back to us. Or else he'll get his ass kicked by me," Caulifla yelled out, making them chuckle. Back with Naruto, Krillin, and Gohan, they had managed to take the radar and find where Frieza was, but they hid behind a ridge to avoid being caught. What they saw horrified them. Well, Gohan and Krillin, as Naruto being a former shinobi, wasn't as much, but he was angry at seeing innocents being slaughtered. There were 3 people that caught their attention with the biggest power. They all wore the same armor, with the first one being a fat-looking pink guy that had a spiky head. The second person had green skin with a cape on his armor and had dark blue hair. The last person had his entire attention with the amount of power he was pulsing out while not even trying. He was a short guy with 2 horns on his head and just sitting in his floating pod without a care in the world. "Now that we've caught up to them, what do we do now?" Krillin voiced the question. "There are still some survivors, and it would be good to save them," Gohan suggested with them nodding. "But how?" the bald man asked with unease. "I can distract them while you get them out and get the Dragon Balls in the process." Naruto quickly said his plan as they nodded, albeit reluctantly, since they couldn't think of a different plan. They continued to watch for when an opportunity arrived, when they saw an older-looking Namekian come into view with 2 children hiding behind him. Things had just gotten worse as they saw some Namekian warriors come into view when they fought the rest of the cannon fodder of Frieza's soldiers, leaving just which would make Frieza and his 2 guards being the last 3 left. What no one expected was the Elder to jump into the air and send out key beams from his fingertips to destroy the remaining scouters, except for the one on the blue-haired one's face that he figured out was how they were able to find the Dragon Balls. Okay, this will make it easier to sneak in with them being only 3 people and the loss of their scouters. They'll have no way to track us either. Naruto was impressed with the courage of the Elder. "But what about the Namekians?" Gohan asked, wanting to help them. "We'll get them out of there, kid. We just gotta wait for the right time to move. Just hold on for a bit longer," the Saiyan shinobi answered as he watched the 3 Namekian warriors get taken care of by the pink guy, who set his sights back on the Elder. "I'll go in and get their attention. You 2 wait for the opportunity to take the balls," he ordered as he got up from his spot and disappeared from their view. The pink guy was about to go for the finishing blow when Naruto appeared in front of him, catching his fist with ease. "Why don't you try me on for size, Pinky?" he asked with a smirk. "And who the hell are you?" he asked with glare at being called Pinky. "Wow, you look even fatter up close. Not a fan of diets, I take it?" he asked, further angering him. Frieza laughed at the insult. Well, what do we have here? Another protector of this elder?" Frieza asked with clear sarcasm in his voice. "Lord Frieza, that man is a Saiyan. He has a tail like they all did," the blue-haired guard said, surprising the Emperor, when he looked at his waist and did indeed see a tail there around his waist. "And here I thought you all were dead except for Vegeta and the other 3. Are you here for revenge for your monkey brethren?" he asked with a cruel smile, hoping that Naruto would get angered and challenge him. "Nah, but first let me deal with this tub of lard. Just give me a minute," Naruto said, pulling his arm towards him when he brought his arm up and went down with his elbow. Crunch. "Oh!" Dodoria screamed as he held his crushed arm, but wasn't given a chance to react when Naruto grabbed the arm again, held his other hand out and incinerated the man, leaving nothing but the arm that he had grabbed. "Now you're next, pretty boy," Naruto said, throwing the severed arm at their feet as he turned towards Frieza and Zarbin, with the latter being insulted by the comment and the former laughing at the jab at his subordinate. "Pretty boy?" Zarbin asked, a little upset about being called that. "Oh ho ho, this man is quite the comedian." Frieza laughed at the jab. "So, how many fangirls do you have, pretty boy?" he asked mockingly, with Frieza laughing even harder at him. What? He sputtered at the question and glared at him. "Oh, don't look at me like that. It was a question since you seem to be the type to have them," he said, shrugging his shoulders. Doesn't matter if I do or not. It's none of your concern. He dismissed it, still glaring at him. I think I touched a nerve there. Ain't that right, pretty boy? Or am I to assume you swing the other way? He asked against making him sputter with a small blush, making him nearly lose it and start laughing, but kept it under control. Oh God, I knew it. Naruto laughed out loud, enjoying messing with this guy. Stop laughing, you imbecile. Zarbin yelled in anger as it started getting the better of him. He shrugged his shoulders, not caring that he was yelling at him. You're not scaring me. Pretty boy, he said without a care. Enough. He dashed at him with Naruto following suit. Zarbin threw several punches at him, but he was dodging them with a bored expression on his face. Seeing them angered him that much more when he started kicking him, but again they were being avoided. Naruto decided to end this when he pushed him back and brought his leg up and kicked him in the chin, sending him up. But that wasn't all, as he wasn't prepared for Naruto to be in front of him as he brought an elbow down on his head, crashing down to the ground. Is that all? He asked boredly. Frieza was impressed with his skill, but knew there wasn't anything to worry about. The rubble exploding showed a slightly injured Zarbin, with some scuffs, bruises, but was mostly fine. He wasn't looking happy though at the moment. You? How dare you? He shouted as he was about to rush back in angrily. Zarbin, Frieza said, snapping him out of his anger, looking at him questioningly. You're letting him get in your head. You need to transform, he said, without a second thought. What? I don't need to use that grotesque form against this monkey. He tried to argue, but was shut up with a glare. It wasn't a suggestion, but an order. He told his subordinate, making him flinch, but did as told as he went through said transformation. In an instant, muscles bulged and his face became more monstrous. Wow, you're one of the ugliest motherfuckers I've ever seen, and let me tell you, I've seen quite a few, he said with a grin. You're dead, bastard, he screamed out as he disappeared from view, surprising Gohan and Krillin, having not seen him move, but Naruto wasn't impressed with his speed. He reappeared behind him with his fist cocked back, but all he hit was empty air. He saw Naruto not far away. He charged again with a mixture of punches and kicks, but it was no use as Naruto continued to dodge him with ease, further annoying the man until he felt something hit him in the jaw, pushing him back when he saw Naruto with his fist extended. You know that's not bad power you're putting out there, but let me show you something more. He yelled out the last part as he started raising it. Hiya! He yelled out as the ground started shaking from the pressure, with his entire body being encased in a blue/silver aura. What? And oh, Zarbin yelled out as his scouter gave him a reading before it blew up on his face. No, 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 no. No monkey can be this strong. Zarbin roared in anger/denial, finding it to be impossible. What was the reading it gave Zarbin? Frieza asked, more curious than anything. 80,000, my lord. He shouted in anger when turned back to Naruto, but a fist was encased in his stomach, which caused him to spit out some blood as his eyes bulged out from the punch. And this is only a fraction of what I'm capable of, he whispered in his ear as he continued his attack, kicking him in the back, before disappearing and reappearing in front of him as he elbowed in the face. This continued for a couple of minutes as everyone watched Zarbin get tossed around like a pinball until Naruto used a heel kick, knocking him to the ground that created a giant crater. Naruto nodded at his work when he noticed that Gohan and Krillin had gotten the Namekians to safety, but also had taken the Dragon Balls. Well, I think I've made my point and I've done what I needed to do, so I'll be seeing you two later, he said with a grin as he flew off, with Frieza not knowing what happened. What the hell just happened? He questioned himself until he looked around and noticed that the Namekians, but also his 4 Dragon Balls he had taken from them. That little monkey, he shouted as his power flared angrily at being outwitted by a mere monkey. Oh, he would make the bastard pay for making him. Lord Frieza looked stupid. Naruto was away snickering to himself at how pissed off Frieza was, but he could feel the power that he was giving off. What do you think, Matatabi? Think we could take him if we went full power? He asked her. I'm not sure actually. It'll be a close call to make, but I wouldn't want to test our luck with him yet unless we have no choice, she answered with a frown at their uncertainty. Understood. Thanks, sis, he said with a grin as their connection ended. Now let's see. They should be back at the cave now, so let's go see how they're all doing, he said to himself with a nod as he picked up the pace. He got back to the cave and saw the capsule house that Bulma had set up for them for the being. "Are you guys here?" he asked out loud, when Gohan came out with a sigh of relief. "Oh good, it's you, Mr. Naruto. We were wondering if something had happened when you didn't immediately follow us," he said. "Thanks, kid, and I'm all right. But I can't say the same for the other two, however, seeing how they're pissed off beyond anything after we just did." He laughed as they walked back inside to see Caulifla, Kale, Krillin, and Bulma talking to the 3 Namekians they saved. "Oh good. Are you 3 all right? Do we need to check for injuries on any of you? Also, you guys seem to be in a good mood," he asked, getting their attention. "No, and thank you for saving our lives. My name is Muri, and these 2 little ones are Dend and Cargo," he greeted, bowing at him with the other 2 doing the same. Naruto waved them off with a smile. "I'm glad I could help, and I got a laugh out of humiliating the pretty boy there too. It was a win-win for me." He laughed, thinking about annoying Zarbin like he did. "Pretty boy?" Kale asked, raising her eyebrow. "Zarbin," was all he said. Caulifla was laughing, knowing how true it was, and loved how he seemed to get under his skin. "That's great. I wish I could have been there to see that." She laughed, holding her side, wishing she could have been there. Kale was giggling, but had a thought come to her mind. "And the reason we're happy is because I was able to get in contact with Rashi, who said that Goku was healed and was on his way here. He said that he'll be here in 5 days. Gohan said excitedly, looking forward to seeing his dad again. "What happened to Dodoria?" Kale asked, which got Caulifla to stop laughing, as she also wondered the same thing. "Oh, he won't be much of a problem anymore, since there isn't much left of him," he answered with a feral grin, which made Caulifla grin, liking this side of him. It made him that much more desirable to her. "Oh, and what did you do to him, my man?" She grinned seductively. "Blew him to ash and threw the arm at Frisia's pod," he said as she laughed harder, imagining that. "Oh God, that's great," she yelled, enjoying her boyfriend doing this to them. She quickly grabbed his shirt and pulled him into the bedroom, getting curious looks from Gohan, while Krillin was paling, knowing what was happening. "What are they doing?" Gohan asked, confused at what was going on. "Don't worry about it. We'll tell you about it never." He quickly dismissed it, not wanting to deal with an angry Chi-Chi when they returned to Earth. His jaw dropped when he saw Bulma and Kale following them into the bedroom when he saw the door close. It glowed blue for a second before it ended. "Elder, what just happened?" Dend asked, confused like Gohan was. "I have absolutely no idea," he said, but looked at Krillin and Gohan, wanting to discuss things with them since their friends were occupied. "Lemon scene. Eager, aren't we?" Naruto smirked as Caulifla pushed him on the bed. "Sorry, but hearing how you destroyed Dodoria and humiliated Zarbin, it got me in the mood." Caulifla purred sexually. "Then by all means." Naruto grinned, taking off his shirt, showing his muscular chest. "Let's get frisky." "I plan on it." Caulifla hurriedly took off all her clothes, showing off her toned body. "Oh good, you're about to get started. We didn't come too late," Bulma said as she and Kale walked in the room and got undressed. "You too, huh, Kale?" Naruto asked. "I can't hold myself back anymore," Kale said before she saw the room flash blue for a moment. Why did the room flash? Whenever it does that, the room becomes soundproof, meaning no sound from in here will be heard outside. Naruto grinned. "Thank God for seals." Bulma laughed. "All right, let's see what's under the hood," Caulifla said, eagerly getting on her knees and pulled down his pants, freeing his cock, and she and Kale were surprised of what Naruto was packing. "Oh my," Kale gasped, blushing heavily. How are you so big?" Caulifla exclaimed in shock. "I'm just naturally gifted." Naruto shrugged with a smirk. "And trust me, girls, it feels divine when it's inside you." Bulma smirked as well. "Then I better prep you up then," Caulifla said, putting her mouth on Naruto's cock, slathering it up and getting it wet for the fun she was going to have as her man kicked his pants away. After a few minutes, she was ready for action as Caulifla climbed upon the seated Naruto and planted her feet on either side of his hips, putting her in a squat above Naruto's prick. Grasping the big member, she placed it at the entrance to her soaked cunt and proceeded to pop the head into her pink folds. "All right, Naruto. Get ready, cause I'm going to drain those big balls dry," she promised, wide eyes full of lust. Slowly, Caulifla lowered herself down, so as not to hurt herself. As she reached the half mark, Caulifla stopped her descent and then lifted herself up till just the head remained in her tight pussy. Then she descended down again, this time cramming the rest up her stretched cunt. As her pleasure-filled pants and moans filled the room, Caulifla raised herself up again till just the head remained. Staring into Naruto's eyes, she gave him seductive smirk as she held her position. Getting impatient as she just held the head of his cock in her, Naruto grasped Caulifla's hips and pulled her down. Throwing her head back, mouth falling open in a silent scream, as all of Naruto was driven into her. She experienced a massive orgasm as her juices squirted out, coating Naruto's pelvis in her feminine juices. As she recovered, Caulifla saw Naruto grinning at her smugly. Deciding she was going to wipe that grin of his face, Caulifla started fucking her hips up and down his prick. Behind her, Bulma and Kale saw her clasp pair of alien cheeks bouncing hypnotically up and down, clapping against Naruto's thighs. Wow. The way it goes in and out is hypnotizing. And hearing how she enjoys it, Kale muttered, blushing as she watched the two couple. That doesn't even compare to how good it feels. I can assure you, Kale, Bulma said, licking her lips. Kale said nothing but bit her lower lip in desire and anticipation for her turn. Groaning in pleasure as Caulifla's tight, warm pussy glided over his throbbing erection, Naruto's gaze was drawn to her bouncing mid-D jugs. Not being able to resist, Naruto's head shot forward and captured one of Caulifla's nipples in his mouth and started to suck hungrily upon it. Smiling internally at the gasp Caulifla let out, Naruto bit lightly upon the captured nipple and pulled his head back, stretching out her tit. Naruto let go of the nipple, allowing it resume its bouncing. Reaching up with his left hand, he grasped her other tit and leaned his head forward again and started to lick the nub before taking it into his mouth and sucking it. Grinning around his captured prize, he started to thrust his cock up just as Caulifla brought her hips down. Being caught off guard, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Oh fuck, screw that fat cock up my cunt. Fuck me harder, deeper. Oh shit, so fucking good. Naruto had taken over, thrusting upwards into Caulifla as she stopped due to her climax, robbing her of basic motor functions. She just couldn't get enough of getting fucked by him. The deep, hard thrusts and the stretching of her cunt filled her with such ecstasy. Caulifla was broken out of her thoughts as Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist and stood up, forcing her to quickly wrap her legs around him. Naruto set Caulifla down upon her bed and settled her so she was lying down on it. Grabbing her legs behind the knees, Naruto forced her legs up till her knees were settled alongside her tits. Caulifla could only stare wide-eyed as he took up, jackhammering his prick into her as he grinned down at her, greatly enjoying himself as he watched her tits go ballistic, jiggling erotically on her chest. Naruto switched to long, hard thrusts to see how much he could make them bounce. For the next hour, Naruto fucked her like this as Caulifla was in mind-numbing orgasms, ones that just seemed to never end. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of getting fucked, senseless Caulifla felt Naruto's dick expand before he buried himself fully in her once again. Grunting, Naruto started to pump huge amounts of jizz directly into Caulifla's womb, causing her stomach to swell up a little from the sudden overstuffing. Jerking his hips in short thrusts, Naruto fucked his load into Caulifla's swollen belly, forcing some of his cum out of her cunt, the excess sperm splattering down onto her face and tits covering her in the thick cream. After pumping the last of his load into the stuffed woman, Naruto withdrew his dick and allowed Caulifla's lower body to fall back to the bed. Looking down, he was surprised to see Caulifla had actually passed out with her eyes rolled back and a huge smile on her cum-covered face. Well, that's one down. Who's next? Naruto asked, turning to Bulma and Kale. She is. I wanted her to experience that weapon you call a dick. Bulma grinned, pushing a blushing Kale forward. Well, Kale, Naruto said. Please, Naruto. I want it. Kale said. Then step right up. Kale followed his suggestion and climbed on the bed, getting on her hands and knees as Naruto got behind her. All right, let's see your pussy handles me. His left hand pressing her down between her shoulders as he rubbed his cockhead between her soaked pink pussy lips. Her only thought at the moment was that she was about to get split in two, and she couldn't wait. Grinning at Kale's nervous yet anticipated expression, Naruto pressed his cock into her tight folds and with one brutal thrust shoved half himself into her. Kale's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she was stretched beyond what she thought was possible. Naruto pulled back till his cockhead nearly popped out of her before jerking his hips forward sharply, going in deep enough to strike Kale's cervix. Oh my god, Naruto, it's so huge. See, can you take it a little easy? Kale whined after enough air returned to her lungs. Oh come on, Kale. I'm almost there, and Caulifla never asked me to ease up when I was reshaping her. Naruto punctuated his statement by drawing back a little ways, then thrusting forward to strike the mouth of Kale's cervix again. Okay, I can take whatever Caulifla could, so fuck me. Kale yelled. All right then, but I'm gonna warn you, Kale. Once I get through with you, you'll probably be a drooling mess. Naruto said heartedly. Don't care. I can take any punishment, Jay, just like Caulifla. Kale promised. Naruto only grinned in response to Kale's statement. Reaching forward, he grabbed her by the forearms and then pulled her back while thrusting forward. Kale now found herself stuffed to capacity as Naruto punched through her cervix and battered her womb as he crammed all himself into her little twat. Kale could only scream and squeal as Naruto used his grip on her arms to pull her back into each one of his powerful thrusts, savagely fucking her from behind like a bitch in heat. Her beautifully shaped and firm ass impacting and temporarily deforming into a mass of jiggling flesh against his pelvis with each thrust over and over again. The pleasure and pain mixing into a delicious sensation within Kale's rocking body. Using her arms, Naruto angled Kale upwards to pound into her from a new angle. Bulma, who moved forward to gain a view, had the privilege to see the front of Kale's naked body at the moment. They'd have the unrestricted view of her DD breasts bouncing delightfully as she was brutally taken from behind. She'd also see a slight bulge running up Kale's stomach. Kale looks like she's enjoying it. Bulma must. Fuck me. Fuck me. Oh yes, fuck me. Kale moaned, wantonly, completely out of it as her eyes were rolled all the way up and her mouth was wide open, tongue hanging out and drooling all over herself. Really enjoying it, Bulma thought. The force and speed of Naruto's thrusts picked up speed till his hips were a blur as he proceeded to reshape Kale's insides. Her inner walls clenched down quite purposefully along different sides of Naruto's prick. Each time he thrusts forward is a new experience as she makes sure to tighten her cunt muscles in new ways, squeezing and gripping along his thick length as it pistons in and out of her. Naruto groans, and Kale smiles dumbly as she hangs her head back, panting heavily from the exertion of what she's doing. His every response to her actions, however small it is enough to get Kale more involved. It's one of the best workouts she's had since being with Naruto, on top of it being mind-melting alien monkey sex. And as she takes it from behind, it's fair to say that her mind melts more and more. The world fades away, even more than it already had. It's just Kale, Naruto, and his cock inside of her cunt. He fucks her to orgasm after orgasm, and Kale signals each and every one with a powerful cry of ecstasy. Finally, after what had to be nearly an hour of pounding the nearly unconscious Kale, Naruto felt a familiar stirring in his balls. Time to unload inside my sweet Kale, he thought happily. Pressing Kale's fucked stupid face back into the bed, Naruto groaned deeply and started to hose down Kale's insides with his load, still driving into her to get the maximum enjoyment out of it. Kale's womb became packed full of cum in a matter of seconds, and not long after, her stomach swelled up from all the jizz being pumped into her. As Naruto screwed his load into her, he pulled Kale's face off the bed and pressed it into the floor so he could pound down into the new angle, using gravity to keep even more of his jizz inside Kale's inflating abdomen. After several seconds, Naruto finally finished emptying himself into his limp Kale. Looking down, he admired his handiwork. Kale's left cheek was pressed into his carpet, her face still bearing the same fucked stupid look Caulifla's had as her drool formed a small puddle. She'd occasionally twitch and quiver as her body would experience little mini-orgasms, causing her cunt to clench and leak a bit of jizz out and around his still fully buried cock. All in all, a good day's work. Not that he was done, as he still had one more lover to attend to. Turning to Bulma, Naruto smirked with his eyes full of lust, and Bulma purred sexually at the look. She flipped over and stuck her ass in the air, bracing herself for the pounding she was about to receive. Go ahead and fuck me, Naruto. I can't let my man suffer from blue balls. Thanks, Bulma. You're the best. Lining himself up, Naruto gently popped his cockhead into Bulma's tight, twat earning a little squeak from the woman. Grasping Bulma's hips tightly, Naruto began to slowly thrust into her pussy, stuffing an inch in at a time. Naruto was able to drive his whole dick's Bulma, snuggling it into a tight fit. Naruto started to gently thrust in and out of Bulma, speeding up his thrusts to a moderate pace. Naruto tried to control himself and not just fuck Bulma into a quivering fucked stupid mess like he would with cauliflower and kale. Resting her forehead on the bed, Bulma moaned as Naruto fucked her. She had never felt so full before since the last time they had sex, and combined with the confident and sure strokes he was giving her were filling her with pleasurable sensations she had never before experienced before she got with him. Suddenly, Bulma's head shot up, and she started quivering as she started to come as her pussy started to convulse around his dick, making Naruto not able to take it any longer. Reaching underneath her, Naruto firmly grabbed Bulma's DD tits and started to fuck her with faster, more powerful strokes, till he was going at the same pace he did with his other two lovers. Bulma's eyes rolled up into her head as she experienced another orgasm before coming down from the previous one. The new intense way Naruto was fucking her was nearly too much, but she still was able to handle it. Using his hold on Bulma's tits, Naruto pulled her up against him. The new angle sending Bulma into another orgasm as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck from behind to try and steady herself against Naruto's powerful thrusts. She just sometimes couldn't believe the stamina Naruto possessed. He had already fucked cauliflower and kale multiple, and yet here he was, driving up into her with such speed and strength. Naruto continued to fuck Bulma for a little more than half an hour, forcing her through one orgasm after another before he felt his own drawing near. Wrapping his arms around Bulma, just below her now bouncing breasts, Naruto tried to hold off coming until he fucked Bulma into one more mind-blowing orgasm. "Come for me, Bulma. I want your pussy squeezing down on my dick once more." Giving Bulma a particularly hard thrust sent her spiraling into one last orgasm, her pussy clamping tightly on Naruto's cock. Feeling Bulma come, Naruto finally let go and buried as much of his dick into her that he could and unleashed the load he'd barely been holding back right into her womb. "Your pussy feels so good, Bulma. Wish I could have you wrapped around my dick all the time. Fuck, take my cum. Take it all deep in your cunt," Naruto cried. "Oh yes, Naruto, come in my pussy, empty those big balls. So fucking good." Bulma cooed. Bulma's head fell back onto Naruto's shoulder as he pumped what seemed like an endless amount of cum into her. Bulma's belly developed a slight bulge, formed the amount of semen being poured into her, till she looked 2 months pregnant. Finally, after several seconds, Naruto's orgasm tapered off, and he fell back, taking Bulma with him, so he was lying on the bed with her resting on top of him. The two passionate lovers laid there panting, while Bulma's hips would jerk spastically every now and then while Naruto's softening cock stayed buried in Bulma's pussy, jizz still spilling out of the well-fucked woman. In Lemon Scene. "I will never get over how much of a beast you are in bed, love." Bulma smiled tiredly, but oh so satisfied with how he handled them. "Damn, if I would have known that sex with you was going to be like this, I would have done this weeks ago," Caulifla said, clearly loving how rough he was with her, but there was love in his eyes as he went at her. Kale didn't say anything as she was unconscious, but had a wide smile on her face and was mumbling incoherent words that he couldn't understand. "Glad I could help." He grinned at his girlfriends, but noticed Bulma was looking a little green and trying to get up. "Are you okay, Bulma?" he asked, growing concerned about seeing her state. "I'm fine. Can you get me to the bathroom, though? I don't feel so good," she told him as he complied and took her to the bathroom. "You can go back to bed. I'll tell you when I'm done here," she assured him with a smile before she started vomiting, with Naruto growing worried about her, since it was rare for her to get sick. "I'll go get you some water, okay?" he told her, but all she got was some vomit sound coming from her. He created a shadow clone to go do that as he went back to bed and brought his other two girlfriends to cuddle with them. "How do you feel, Caulifla?" He grinned in satisfaction when she gave him a mock glare. "I can't feel my legs, asshole," she said in what seemed like an annoyed tone, but there was a playful gleam in her eyes. "But it was so worth it if I said so myself." He smirked when he snaked his hand down to her ass and groped it, getting her to moan at the sensation when he all of a sudden got up, leaving a hot and bothered, making her blink in confusion when she saw the innocent look he was giving her, walking away as she looked at him in disbelief. He just walked away after doing that to me, she asked in disbelief in her voice. A few minutes later, he came back in with Caulifla still in bed glaring at him when she saw him walk in. Kale was awake, but looked confused about why Caulifla was glaring at him. Bulma was in bed too, looking a little better, but still looked sick. I thought I brought some food. Figured you might be hungry, and I brought some drinks, he said with a small smile, but it didn't help with the glare still on him, but it was now more playful than serious. About time you got back, Whiskers, I'm starving, Caulifla yelled, taking the tray from his hands so they could eat while Naruto went over to Bulma. You okay, babe? It's not like you to get sick like this, he commented with worry clearly in his tone. Bulma smiled at his caring nature. I'm all right, Naruto. It's just a stomach bug. I must have eaten something bad, but I will be all right. That food though looks really good, she said, eyeing the food like a prey. Why don't you three eat, while I go talk to the others and find out what's been going on since we disappeared, he said as they nodded, wanting to eat more than anything else. Naruto walked out to find that no one was here except for himself and the girls. He wondered where everyone went when he saw a note on the counter. Hey Naruto. We're letting you know that we've come up with a plan. Gohan noticed a Dragon Ball and went off to find it, so no one else could get their hands on it. Din told us about their leader guru who we were told could help us, so we decided to go with this as a plan. If you get this, wait for us to come back, hopefully with good news. Also, we sense that Vegeta is on the planet, so we have more people to worry about. Krillin. P.S. I'm so jealous of you, man. You need to help me get a girl when we get back to Earth. He finished reading the letter, having multiple thoughts running through his head. Vegeta was here, which wasn't a big problem for him since he could handle him, but their plan was what caught his attention. He would need to talk to Krillin next time he saw him. He went back to the bedroom to tell them about the note and the new information from the note with a frown on his face, which was something the girls noticed. What's wrong, Naruto? Kale asked. Well, apparently in the couple hours we were gone, a few things have happened. Vegeta is on the planet now, and he's here for the same thing that Frieza is. Gohan left to go get a Dragon Ball they discovered on its own, and Krillin left with the Namekians to go speak with the Grand Elder, so basically the leaders of the Namekians. He summarized, getting reactions from them. Caulifla and Kale were sweating at the news of Vegeta being here, but were more confident after training with Naruto for the past couple of months. Bulma, however, was freaking out, and it didn't help that she felt like throwing up again, so he helped her to the bathroom. What now? Caulifla asked, wanting to know what their next move would be. You three recover while we wait to hear back from someone, since Gohan and Krillin can contact me telepathically. As soon as I hear about one of them, I'm going after them, he said, getting a nod from Bulma, who had poked her head out. Oh hell no. I'm going too. You're not going to have all the fun, Caulifla yelled with a grin on her face, wanting to fight someone. But before she could take 2 steps, she fell to the ground and started grumbling about bastard boyfriend who's too good in bed, which made everyone chuckle at her antics. Take this time to heal us, so we can be prepared for when we know what the plan is, she said. A day later, Naruto was with the girls as they were sleeping when he felt someone's key signature spike up. He recognized it immediately as Gohan's, knowing he was in trouble, so he created a shadow clone and switched places with it, before he got his clothes and flew off towards the kid. It was easy to find Gohan since Vegeta wasn't trying to hide his key signature, and it was higher than before, knowing that he had gotten a Zenkai boost from his defeat on Earth. He could feel Gohan's energy getting lower, which wasn't good, so he went faster until he managed to get there in time to see Vegeta hovering over him. He jumped down with a punch that Vegeta saw coming on the corner of his eye and jumped away to avoid it, leaving Naruto in front of Gohan protectively. Well, look who we have here. The bastard that cut off my tail, Vegeta nearly screamed. Yeah, well, I didn't have many options left. Though, are you still mad about that? It was a long time ago. Naruto waved off nonchalantly. That tail was a part of me, and it'll never grow back now, he growled, before taking deep breaths to calm himself. I owe you payback for what you and that two-tailed bitch of a cat did to me, but I'm currently doing something more important right now, he said. That bitch. You can't call me something like that and get away with it. Naruto-kun, let me out now, so I can show this dumbass just who he's messing with. Matatabi shouted angrily at the prince, wanting to tear him apart with her claws. He ignored her rambling to focus on Vegeta before looking at Gohan. Go kid, I got little princess here. He gestured to Vegeta, who was fuming at the insult. Gohan nodded at this, trying not to laugh as he took off with the Dragon Ball he had taken earlier. Wait, that brat has a Dragon Ball. Vegeta was fuming now, seeing that he had it all this time. Now, what are you going to do, Vegeta? You're down a ball and can't beat me. What's your choice? He didn't have to wait long as Vegeta charged at him with a series of punches, but none were connecting with their targets since he was blocking them all with ease. Is that all? He asked boredly, further pissing off the prince. I am the prince of all Saiyans. I will not be mocked like this, he shouted as he continued his assault. He's gotten stronger, all right. Impressive, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto decided to fight back when he started throwing his own punches and kicks, with Vegeta blocking the first one, feeling a wince from it, but dodged the rest to avoid damage. You've gotten stronger, Vegeta, I can say that much, he said with a shrug as they separated from each other. Of course I have. Aside from Frieza, I'm the strongest thing on this planet, he yelled in pride of his strength. Are you sure about that? He charged and was about halfway to him when he stopped as he and Vegeta looked up, sensing something coming towards the planet. Naruto noticed that the prince was sweating a little, raising an eyebrow, wondering what's got him so worried. I take it you know what's coming by how worried you look? He asked curiously. I know them. That bastard Frieza called in the Ginyu Force along with his second-in-command, who happens to be much stronger than them, he answered. Now this caught his attention. And who is this person stronger than them? He wondered, wanting to know who is above his elite fighting unit. I wouldn't know. This would be the first time I'd see them, but the Ginyu Force should be our focus for now, he said. So what does that mean for us now? He asked. Don't make me say it, Vegeta said, not wanting to do what the no-name Saiyan wanted to hear. I have no idea what you're talking about, he said, tilting his head to the side, trying not to outright laugh. I need your help, he admitted with gritted teeth, making him smirk, before he gave a serious expression. We need to hurry and get the others if we're going to fight them. You and I might be able to handle them all, but it'd be better to have extra help, he said, with Vegeta begrudgingly agreeing. Let's go, he said as they flew off at high speeds, heading towards where Vegeta had the other Dragon Balls at. Meanwhile, Naruto was contacting Bulma telepathically. Bulma, are you there? He asked. Naruto, where are you? Gohan arrived here and told us that you were fighting Vegeta, and now they've all sensed a group of people arriving on the planet. What's going on? She demanded. It's a lot to explain, but basically Frieza's elite fighting force is coming, and me and Vegeta have agreed to work together against them. We'll need everyone to meet us at this location with the other Dragon Balls before they show up, except for you, since it'll be too dangerous, he said with no room to argue, something that Bulma noticed and was worried since he wasn't like this very often. All right, I'll let them know. Be careful, sweetheart, and good luck, she said, ending the link to tell the others of the plan. They arrived at where Vegeta kept all the Dragon Balls that he had taken, with the others arriving not long after. So who's on their way that's got everyone so nervous? Judging by the power level, they're huge, Krillin said, unease clearly in his voice. The Ginyu Force along with Frieza's second-in-command, Vegeta said, getting the expected reactions from Caulifla and Kale, who were sweating a lot, with Kale slightly shaking, not looking forward to seeing them again. From what Vegeta tells me, no one had met his second-in-command, so I assume that whoever it is won't show up and let the Ginyu Force handle us. Naruto summed up with a nod at accepting the answer. What now? Gohan asked, wanting to know what the plan was. We hide the balls from them before they get here. Vegeta was cut off at the arrival of 5 figures that was making him, along with everyone except Naruto, look uneasy. They all looked different, but had the same armor signaling that they're from Frieza's army, but had a symbol on their pecs indicating they're part of a special forces of sorts. So this is the Ginyu Force? What about the other person? Naruto asked, not impressed with what he was seeing. Yes, they are, and they're as strong as I am, and perhaps even stronger than me, Vegeta said seriously. Naruto saw them doing poses for their introduction yelling out their names making Naruto start to pale, having a flashback at a familiar-looking green beast who would do something similar, shouting about youth. He instantly started shooting ki blasts at them, stopping their introduction. They glared at Naruto, who glared back at them, while hearing him mumble about not again. This universe doesn't need more springtime of youth, making his girlfriends and friends sweat drop, not knowing what he was talking about. What the hell, Naruto? Caulifla wondered, seeing her boyfriend act like this. What the hell do you think you're doing, interrupting our introduction, monkey? The red-skinned one asked. Just introduce yourselves normally, he said flatly, not wanting to deal with that again, shivering from the memory of having met Mike Guy on occasion. Jinyu, Jeez, Birder, Guldo, Raccoon, and we are the Jinyu Force, they said in unison with their group pose. Well, this is going to be annoying. Naruto sighed as he was regretting this already. Chapter 6, Frisia's Final Form. The two groups stared across from each other, with Vegeta, Kale, and Caulifla being the most tense, knowing how powerful the Jinyu Force is when they saw them. Hello, Vegeta. It seems you've decided to betray Lord Frisia after all this time along with the others. Even tried to steal the Dragon Balls from him. Jeez cut in knowingly with a smirk, seeing the man grit his teeth. Guldo, if you could please, Jinyu said to the green alien, who nodded with a smirk when he used his powers to take all of them, surprising everyone as Naruto narrowed his eyes at what just happened. Got him, Captain, he said smugly, seeing the surprise on all of them. How'd that happen? Krillin asked, not knowing what had happened. Now that we have all the Dragon Balls, I'll be taking these to Lord Frisia now. I'll leave the rest to you and have fun, Jinyu said as he started levitating, but Naruto flew in front of him to stop him. You're not going anywhere without getting by me first, Naruto stated seriously, having no intention of letting them get away with taking the Dragon Balls. Naruto, we're going to need your help with the rest of the Jinyu Force since they're tough bastards, Caulifla called out, making him look at her with a raised eyebrow, before he looked over at Jinyu, who now held a smirk on his face. What are you going to do now, monkey? Try to stop me or help your friends with my squad? He asked with the same expression on his face, making him growl before he descended back down to the others, leaving Jinyu to fly off. What now? He questioned Vegeta, wanting to know what they are capable of, when he saw something odd. What the hell are they doing? He asked flatly. I think they're playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who fights who, Gohan said with a nervous chuckle, seeing this strange group playing a game like that. We don't have time for this. We should just take them out now, Naruto said, but felt two hands grab his wrists. Turning around, he saw Caulifla and Kale shaking their heads at him. That wouldn't be smart to do. You don't know what they can do, so for now we should play their game and take them out one at a time, Caulifla said, for once serious instead of wanting to fight. Huh, I got Vegeta. Raccoon pumped his fist in the air with a grin on his face. And I got the two Saiyan women, Jeez said as he smirked at them, with Birder smirking at Naruto, who narrowed his eyes at him. And I get to fight the two brats. Guldo pouted, wanting to fight one of the Saiyans. I'm an adult, Krillin shouted. At least you're taller than little fatty there. He looks like he should be on a diet. He smirked, seeing him fume at him. Vegeta was trying not to laugh outright, since he often teased him as well. I should kill you after I deal with the brats, Guldo grumbled, trying to rein in his anger. Who gets the other monkey? Jeez asked, wanting to know since he'll be left. I'll take him after you guys fight. Judging by their power levels, it won't take long, Birder told him, who nodded. Any suggestions for them, Vegeta? Naruto asked his fellow Saiyan. Keep your guard up at all times. He can use telekinesis along with his ability to stop time, he told them, who nodded. Gohan and Krillin went full power immediately, not wanting to take any chances, surprising everyone except for Naruto, who was aware of Gohan's potential, and since he trained him too, he should be able to hold his own along with Krillin. They were doing well, keeping him on his toes and not giving him a chance to do much, forcing him to hide and try to catch his breath. Gohan brought his hands up to his forehead, putting his hands together, gathering ki for an attack. Krillin was doing the same as he cupped his hands in the familiar technique Goku used. Masenko-ha, Gohan shouted. Kamehameha, Krillin shouted. They sent out their attacks further, making Guldo jump away as he was getting tired, and wouldn't be able to use his time-stop technique. What the hell are these two made of? He asked himself when he saw them approaching him at fast speeds, but had a smirk on his face with a plan coming to his mind. As soon as they got close enough, Guldo put his hands up in a weird pose before he shouted as a large amount of pressure assaulted them, stopping them in place, leaving them wide open for anything to do. Now you're at my mercy. There's nothing you can do to get out of this. As long as you're stuck like this, you'll never be able to get out, he smugly said with Naruto looking at Vegeta, who nodded. As Guldo pulled out a tree and had it sharpened ready to pierce them, when all of a sudden, his head rolled off his shoulders, falling on the ground. How could you? This was supposed to be between me and them, he asked, feeling cheated out of his win. And I will never let my friends die if I can help it, so like hell I'll sit back and do nothing. See ya, fatty. He blasted the head, destroying it completely, leaving nothing left. Thanks for the save, Naruto. I was thinking I was going to die again there. Krillin sighed, feeling better now. Now who's next? He asked, itching to fight one of them when Vegeta stepped forward with Raccoon doing the same. That answers that question, Caulifla said. Why don't we speed things up? Jis asked as they stepped up with the two Saiyan women looked unsure, but a smile from their boyfriend gave them confidence as they followed suit. The fight between Vegeta and Raccoon goes as canon. So it's us two now, eh? Shall we self-proclaimed fastest man alive? He asked sarcastically as they disappeared with Burter looking at Naruto, wanting to get him with his speed. As he got closer, he saw Naruto look at him with a smirk, surprising him. He can see me? He was surprised since he was the fastest man alive. Not so fast are you? Trust me, you're not as fast as you think you are. You're too big to be stealthy with how tall you are, he said. Shut up. I am the fastest man alive and I'll prove it, Burter roared, increasing his speed, but Naruto was matching him pace for pace with the same smirk on his face the whole time. Naruto disappeared from view, making him look around to find him, but was too late as he felt something dig into his flesh on his side in horror, seeing a blue chakra arm that caused him to spit out blood. What? How? He asked in horror, seeing his blood, having not seen him move at all. It's simple. You're too slow, he said each word with a grin, much to his horror. Naruto created another chakra arm that created a small bijou bomb and slammed it into his back, causing an explosion as Naruto jumped back to avoid the attack. When the dust settled, there was a small crater, with bits and pieces of Burter there, but overall nothing was left of him. Burter, G shouted as he and Raccoon saw what had happened to their teammate, with nothing left of him. And then there were two. He smirked when he saw them shout in anger and rush in blind anger as they threw several punches and kicks hoping to hit him, but he was dodging them. Oh, come on. I know my grandma's faster than you, and she's in her 50s. He mocked. Oh. Jis roared in anger, jumping back and shooting ki blasts at him at fast speeds. Naruto didn't do anything as they got closer and caused an explosion to occur. Did that work? Raccoon asked, with hope in his voice. I think so, the red-skinned guy said, but he paled when the dust settled to see no injuries on the Saiyan who was looking at them with a bored expression. Geez, that was pathetic and weak. Let me show you a real attack, Naruto said as his hands lit up with his ki, which caused a slight burning sensation until two orbs formed in his hands that turned into fireballs. Fire windmill, he shouted as the fireballs he had brought them over his head and threw them at the remaining two members. They weren't able to react fast enough as they collided with them, causing an explosion. Raccoon came out of the smoke looking worse for wear, being littered with injuries, and could see several burn marks from his attack. He was slower though, with his injuries slowing him down. He sent a sloppy punch that Naruto caught before he brought his knee up to his chest, making him gasp in pain before he was sent to the ground as he kicked him in the back of the head with a roundhouse kick. Raccoon was barely conscious and was in tremendous pain when Naruto approached him with his ki blade activated. Any last words, Mr. Elite? He asked, sarcastically. You won't live against Captain and Lord Frieza. He groaned, trying to sit up, but didn't get a chance as Naruto swung his blade down and cut his head off, leaving just Jis left, who managed to see his third teammate die by one man. What are you going to do now, Red? He asked, bringing his ki blade up threateningly. Captain, He wailed/shouted as he flew off to find his leader. He sighed as his ki blade disappeared and looked to see how everyone was doing. Vegeta looked beat and battered. Gohan and Krillin were nearly unconscious, but had several injuries. He was more worried seeing Kale and Caulifla. They were unconscious and were bleeding with several cuts on their bodies and had bruises on them too. He created 3 key clones to heal Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta to heal them as much as he could. He was personally going to heal his girlfriends as he saw their battered forms, making him worry about their well-beings. "How do you create clones?" Vegeta asked, finding the technique interesting. "I might tell you about it some other time, but for now let him do his job and heal you a bit," he told the prince when he looked up and saw a ship landing. "Goku," Krillin said weakly. "D-Daddy," Gohan muttered happily, wincing in pain. "Kakarot," Vegeta growled, recognizing the key energy. "Oh girls, I'm sorry I couldn't keep you safe," he whispered to them even if they were unconscious. "I know you can take care of yourselves, but I want you both to rest and to be safe," he said to them as he continued healing them. "They'll be okay, Naruto-kun. You did what you could and you made that Jeese and Raccoon guy pay for what they did to them and the others," Matatabi said, trying to put his mind at ease. "I know, but I should have ended it quicker, so I could be here sooner. I let my Saiyan instincts take control to fight them and to see what they could do, when I should have ended it quickly, like a shinobi would've," he reprimanded himself. "It's true you should have ended it sooner, but that doesn't matter anymore. They're safe, and you'll be there for them. You need to remember also that you're more than a Saiyan, that you're a shinobi as well. Use what you have and what you've learned. You haven't used your swords in a long time, or any other arts except for ninjutsu," she lectured, making him sigh and nod. "I understand, sis. And thank you," he smiled, which she returned even if he wasn't in his mindscape to see it. Naruto had just finished healing what he could, and the girls along with everyone were looking much better, but the girls were still out. Naruto looked to see Goku land near them and waved him over happily to see his friend since they'll need the extra help right now. "Daddy," Gohan said in happiness. "Goku," Krillin said in glee. "Kakarot," Vegeta growled, not liking how he's here when he's got to deal with Naruto already. "I forgot he has 2 names. It's good to see you, my friend, and you made it just in time," he said. "Glad I was able to make it on time too. You guys look like you got roughed up a bit, but I got some sins of beans that'll help," Goku said, pulling out a small brown bag that held them in. He pulled 5 out and gave 2 to Naruto, so he could give it to Caulifla and Kale. Because they were unconscious, he had to give it a different way, so they wouldn't choke on them. He put each in his mouth one at a time, chewing it before he kissed each of them to pass it to them. It worked wonders because their eyes fluttered open and had smiles in Kale's case and grin in Caulifla's. "Well, that's one way to wake someone up, handsome," she said cheekily. "Thank you, Naruto," Kale said shyly with a blush on her face. "How are you 2 feeling?" he asked them. They both frowned before they left his eyes, not able to look at him. "We didn't beat him. Even after all our training we had done with you, it was still useless. I was sure we could take him, but he ended up toying with us before he knocked us out. And you beat him and the others like it was nothing," Caulifla said, downcast at her defeat and her weakness. Naruto could feel for them, having known what that was like when he was a shinobi. He may have been a prodigy, but he was still weak compared to others. "It's fine, babe. You did really well against him, and I couldn't be more proud of you too." He smiled at his girlfriends, which got a smile/grin from them. "Look at you being sweet and all to us like this." "Thanks, handsome," Caulifla said with a real smile and not a usual grin she'd give. Kale was smiling at Naruto for his encouraging words. She really was lucky to have him in her life and to have met him. "Goku, how many sins of beans do you have left after giving them each one?" Naruto asked. "I have 1 more. Why do you ask?" the orange-clad Saiyan asked. "Just wanting to see what we have left, seeing how it's just down to 3 people left to deal with, and we'll need it," Naruto said, referring to Frieza and his second in command. "Right. You should hold on to the bag. I almost lost the bag once or twice on my way here, and I know you wouldn't lose it," Goku said, sheepishly rubbing his head when he saw the deadpanning looks from them and a chuckle escaping Naruto's mouth, expecting that. "Sure. I can even put them in a seal on my arm to keep them safe. Give me a minute," he told them as he quickly brought some ink out confusing Vegeta on what he's doing, having no idea what he's doing. He finished writing the storage seal before he pressed his fingers into it and went through a single hand sign, creating a puff of smoke. When the smoke died down, the bag of sins of beans were gone, and the seal that he wrote was glowing blue, further confusing the prince. Okay, what the hell was that? Is someone going to explain to me what's going on here? Vegeta yelled out in frustration at not knowing what's going on. It's a skill I learned called Fuinjutsu. What you saw was something called a storage seal that allows me to store things in them no matter how big it is. It can be a person or energy itself. It's something that takes years to master. It wouldn't suit your style anyway. He shrugged at him, nodding, knowing how true that is. What are we going to do now? Geese is sure to come back with Jinyu, and perhaps even Frisia's second in command. If that's the case, then we should prepare for them, since whoever he is won't be easy to beat. The prince said, getting nods from everyone, understanding how serious it could be. Let me handle him then. I wonder who it is though, if no one except Frisia knows who the second in command is. It makes you wonder though, don't you think? He questioned, making everyone else wonder, but none more than Vegeta, since he's been wanting to find out for years. We wait for them to come back and see what they do. It would be better that way, so we can plan better on what to do. Gohan suggested, with everyone agreeing. Even Vegeta, who was begrudgingly going along with it, as he was having thoughts. How did he get so strong where this unknown Saiyan can even destroy the Jinyu force where Prince Vegeta failed? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. And Kakarot, I can feel, is hiding some absurd power as well, when he was nowhere near this level when we fought on Earth. It shouldn't be possible. They can't possibly be the legendary Super Saiyans. He screamed in his mind, outraged at what he had seen and could sense from them. It was at that moment that they all felt a huge amount of power coming from the east, making them all slightly nervous except for Naruto, who narrowed his eyes in the direction. What the hell was that? Krillin asked, shaking at what he felt. I think it's safe to say that it was Frisia throwing a hissy fit. I think I know what it was. Naruto grinned, seeing his girls, and even Vegeta laughed at the insult. What was it then? Goku asked, confused. Think about it. Jinyu flew off in the same direction where the power surge came from, and he had all the Dragon Balls right. He asked, nodding. He continued. Then that must mean that he can't get them to work. Dumbass thought he could just use them with ease, thinking that the Namekians wouldn't have some way to protect them from being used by people like him if they ever were collected. He laughed, as did the others, smile/laugh, realizing what he was getting at. I gotta admit, you aren't so bad if you can insult Frisia like this. You really are a Saiyan at heart. Vegeta commented with a nod, respecting Naruto a little more. I'm going to go check on Bulma and make sure she's alright. Caulifla, Kale, stay here and help them when they arrive. Naruto said as they looked at one another for a bit, before looking back at him, nodding as he nodded back before flying off towards the cave that they were hiding at. Earlier with Frisia, Jinyu had returned with the Dragon Balls, and Frisia was really excited about getting his wish granted finally. When he tried to use them, he had no idea that they required a password to use, which upsetted the tyrant since he needed a Namekian alive to get the information he wanted. What do I do now? I killed them all. There's no one left to tell. I've lost my wish. Frisia roared in anger, unconsciously releasing his power. There may be a few surviving Namekians out there. Let's check with our scouters and check for any that are still alive. Frisia's second-in-command suggested, sounding feminine despite wearing a cloak. They did as instructed, and it didn't take long to find signatures. Well, look at that, 3 in that direction. Good work. Frisia praised as he got in his pod and took off toward the remaining Namekians. What do we do now while we wait for Lord Frisia to come back with the password? She asked Jinyu. I'll just work on different poses to improve for my squad, he said. She nodded as he began thinking of different poses that they could work on. As they were waiting, they heard the sound of someone approaching them and looked to see not Frisia, but Geese, who was moving at his fastest and seemed to be upset about something. Captain, Geese landed and ran up to Jinyu and started explaining, trying, but neither could understand what he was saying with how he was rambling and panicking the whole time. After having enough of his useless ramblings, she walked up to him and slapped him across the face, which got him to shut up as he looked at her with a glare. Now, get it together and explain it again. We could hardly understand what you were saying, and nothing we said could get you to realize that," she said with a shrug, not caring that she had slapped him. Jis went on to explain how they were fighting the group and had beaten everyone except for Naruto, who Birder had started fighting, but it didn't take long for him to kill Birder. He, along with Raccoon, decided to fight him together, but it made little difference as he picked them apart until he killed Raccoon, leaving Jis to leave to where he was now. This surprised the two, but Jinyu quickly got angry that nearly his whole squad was killed off by one person who was a Saiyan of all things. The second in command was more curious than upset, since there weren't many people who could fight the Jinyu force and kill them for that matter. She never really liked them anyhow with their ridiculous poses and dances they did. "I'm going to kill that monkey as no one messes with the Jinyu force." Jinyu yelled in complete anger and was about to fly off, but he was grabbed on the shoulder, stopping him. He turned around to see it was her that was stopping him. "Why don't you let me fight him? We don't know how strong he is, and if he was able to defeat your team so easily, then I'd say he could be around your level at the least. And if we're to get revenge for your teammates, we need someone who will have a higher power level than you, and it would be a waste for Lord Frieza to deal with him, leaving him to me. Besides, there's also Prince Vegeta, the other Saiyans, and the Earthlings that are still there, right? You guys should handle them," she explained, getting a growl at having his revenge taken, but he thought about it, and was probably the best thing to do. "Fine, but you better kill him, otherwise he could be a problem if he's as strong as he's been made out to be," Jinyu said, before he looked at Jis. "What was his power level when you fought him?" He wanted to know. "It was 90,000, and he wasn't even trying still at that point," Jis answered, with Jinyu narrowing his eyes before he looked at her. "All right, he's yours to handle," he said, accepting her proposal as they took off to go to Goku and the others, leaving her to find Naruto. Hopefully you're strong, as I've been itching to fight someone for a long time since not many can push me to my limits." She laughed and was looking forward to fighting him. "Let's see where you're at," she said, using her scouter to find him. It didn't take long to do that, as he had a very high power level that was even higher than she was told, making her that much more excited. "Oh, this'll be the fight I've been waiting for," she smirked before flying off at incredible speeds. Naruto was flying towards Bulma, wanting to give her an update as he told her that he was on his way to check on her. Yes, he could have talked to her telepathically, but he also wanted to see her. He was moving at a decent pace when he stopped all of a sudden, sensing someone heading towards him, so he decided to wait for whoever it was to show up. It didn't take long for whoever it was to show up, and when that person did, he was shocked at what he was seeing. It was a woman of below average height. She had shaggy black hair that went to her shoulders, onyx eyes, and was wearing the traditional Frieza armor. She was beautiful, but what really got his attention was what was around her waist. A tail. A tail. A Saiyan? I never expected to see any more. But apparently Frieza sucks at genocide if there are this many surviving Saiyans, he commented. "You won't speak of Lord Frieza with such disrespect. He's the strongest in the universe and will get his wish for immortality," she said with conviction. "So you're working with that bitch, huh? How could you willingly work for someone that destroyed the Saiyans by destroying planet Vegeta?" He growled in disgust. "I don't have to answer your questions, but I will admit you have an impressive amount of power on you, and I would like to test it for myself," she smirked. "Before we get started, why don't we introduce ourselves?" he asked, when he saw her narrow her eyes in question. "And before you say anything, no, it's nothing like those idiot Jinyu Force members. That shit was stupid," he answered as she nodded. "Thank God. I hate their poses," she said, before clearing her throat. "Well, I'm Jin, second in command of the Frieza Force." She introduced herself. "Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki, and former shinobi." He followed suit. She raised an eyebrow at the terms. "Jinchuriki and shinobi? That's unusual for a Saiyan, having never heard of those before." Both charged at each other, clashing their fists together, which created a mini shockwave, trying to outdo the other in raw power. Naruto was able to push her back before he punched her in the stomach, but she blocked it with her knee, sending her own punch to his chest, but he caught her fist. They continued trading blows, trying to outdo the other, but they were even. They were locked in a grip lock as they tried to push the other back, but neither were moving, proving to be a challenge for each other. Naruto brought his knee up, hoping to hit her chin, but she let go, avoiding the hit as she started throwing ki blasts at him. He saw this and matched her with his own ki blasts. They both were taking damage as the ki blasts continued being sent out at great speeds, pushing them further until Naruto roared, destroying the incoming ki blasts. When the smoke settled, both could be seen having some injuries and were panting a little from the damage done, but both were looking alright mostly. Both had huge grins on their faces, though, showing that they were enjoying the fight. Now this is what I've been missing. I think it's time, though, that we kick up a notch, don't you think? She asked, her grin to widen, making him do the same, just as excited as she was. I do believe so. Let's see what you got, he said as he started raising his power along with Jine. Ah! They shouted as the ground started shaking. Cracks were beginning to form under them. Their auras were flaring to life, with Naruto's being his typical blue/silver, and Jine's was blue but darker in color. Her scouter was going off, and she was in awe at the amount of power that she was feeling and the readings she was getting. His power had reached 200,000, and it was still going. She could think about it anymore. Her scouter broke, making her flinch slightly from the explosion. They flared their auras one last time, causing a bright light to be seen from miles away. When the light died down, you could easily feel the power rolling off of them in waves that would make Vegeta seethe in jealousy. Jine had her dark blue aura that was flowing off her, and Naruto was covered in his blue/silver aura. What do you think? This is my full power, Jine declared loudly in pride at how far she'd come in working under her boss. I have to say I'm impressed, but let's see how you put it to use. Naruto finished, vanishing from his spot. She dodged as a kick to the head appeared. Jine responded by kicking him in the chin that connected, sending him in the air. Wanting to capitalize on it, she flew off at him, elbowing him in the back of the head, which sent him crashing into the ground. He shook off the blow as he decided to take her more seriously. He activated his Rinne Sharingan, surprising her with his eyes changing like that, having never seen anything like it before, similar to how Caulifla and Kale reacted the first time. What's up with your eyes? What did you do, I wonder? No matter, they won't help against me, she declared, vanishing from her spot as she seemed to have disappeared, but due to Naruto's eyes he was able to keep track of her. She tried punching him in the face, but he surprisingly blocked with his forearm, making her eyes go wide. She tried again with a kick to his side, but he again caught her leg with his arm. He spun her around before he threw her into a mountain and blasted her with a ki blast that created an explosion. She flew out of the smoke, with Naruto meeting her halfway as they continued attacking each other, exchanging different blows with kicks and punches, but Naruto had a slight advantage due to his Rinne Sharingan helping tracking her movements, something she noticed and was starting to piss her off. Okay, what the hell are those eyes? They clearly are making it easier for you to see me. What are they? She demanded rather angrily. Not seeing harm in telling her, he shrugged his shoulders. They're called the Rinne Sharingan, and like you mentioned, can help me track your movements and even predict where you're going. I don't rely on them though, only use them as a last resort, he explained when he did two hand signs. Water style, water dragon's jutsu, he declared as from the lake nearby, with her not expecting a dragon made out of water with glowing yellow eyes. It roared and charged at her, with her caught off guard in awe at seeing the water dragon as it slammed down into her. Naruto immediately dodged a ki blast and looked to see her holding her arm as it was bleeding slightly. He took advantage of her state and brought his hands together, forming a familiar blue orb. Kamehameha, he said as the blast headed straight towards her. With no choice, she brought her one good arm to shield herself, hoping to lessen the blast as it impacted on her, causing a massive explosion. When everything settled down, he could see her form was on the ground, face down, unconscious. He breathed a sigh of relief as he deactivated his Rinne Sharingan and approached Jine. Still cautious in case she tried something, he crouched down and pressed his 2 fingers on her neck to check for a pulse, and she was still alive. As he was looking at her prone form, he saw something on the back of her neck that was strange. It looked to be some chip that seemed to be put on her. He'd take her to Bulma since she's better with their technology than he was. Naruto picked her up bridal style and continued his journey towards Bulma to check on her and now have her look at the chip. It was an hour later when he had made it to the cave that she was at. He was glad that she was here, as she wouldn't know what to do with Jine. Bulma, are you here? He asked when she walked out of the house. Naruto? Who's that, and what are you doing with her? She asked. noticing he was carrying an unconscious woman. She's a scion like me who was working for Frisia, but that's not why she's here. I noticed something on the back of her neck and would like you to check it out because I don't know what it is. He quickly explained as she nodded, but was now curious about their new guest. Do you know her name? Also set her on the couch here, so I can take a look. She led them to the living room where he could set her down. Her name is Jine. I'll lay her on her side so you can get a look at the chip, he said, doing what she suggested and put her on her side and held her there, so Bulma could get a good look at it. Bulma was getting a look at it and coming up with different ideas as to what it could be, but first thing first was she needed to remove it, since obviously it was hidden for a reason. She got some pincers out that would be small enough to grab it, and it wasn't hard to pull off, but it did make Jine fidget a bit from the pull. I'll have to study this in depth if I'm going to figure out everything about this thing, since I have no idea what it was, but based on where it was hidden, it was placed there by Frisia if I had to guess. Bulma explained. Thanks, babe. While you work on that, I'll give you an update on what's been going on lately, he said, when he heard a groan coming from Jine who was stirring and looking to be waking up. Where am I? She asked groggily. Easy there. You're in our capsule house that I took you to after our fight, Naruto said. Fight? I don't remember fighting you or anyone for that matter, but my body hurts a lot though. Who are you exactly? Jine asked, confused about what was going on. She had no idea what was happening and who this person was. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki is my name, and I'm a scion like you. Do you remember anything if you don't remember fighting me? He asked, having an idea of what could have happened. I was in my house cooking dinner when some of Frisia's soldiers barged in and told me that I was needed for an experiment, but I said no and tried to fight back when they attacked me, but I hadn't fought in a long time, so I was knocked out quickly. After that, I don't remember anything, she explained, confusion and anger on her face. That bastard. Naruto growled, pissed off that Frisia had her practically as a slave as he put her through mind control. What is it? She asked. Sit down. You should get comfortable. This may take a while to explain everything that's happened, he said, confusing her, but she did as told and listened as he had explained what had happened and what had been going on for over the years. How Frisia put her through mind control, forcing her to serve him for years, the destruction of planet Vegeta, how there were only a small handful of Saiyans left, and the fight they just had. It was so much for her to take in. Her home was gone. What about her husband and son? Are they okay and safe? Who was this Saiyan that had rescued her from her slavery? She'd never seen a Saiyan that had red tips in his hair before. It was really strange, but she had to admit he did make him look unique, and with those whisker marks are different too. I know it's a lot to take in, but you're free now to do whatever you want to do, he said, hoping to cheer her up in some way. Everyone I knew is gone. What about my son and husband? Do you know if they're all right or alive for that matter? She asked quietly with her voice cracking a little at the revelations. I don't know. Who are your husband and son? Do you remember their names? He asked. She was thinking about it, but only the name of her husband was coming to mind, but not her son's name, making her frustrated at not being able to remember it. My husband's name was Bardock, but I can't remember my son's name, she said, sadness in her voice. Vegeta might know since he's aware of all the survivors, but we'd have to talk to him about it after we deal with Frisia, he said as Bulma walked back in. Glad to see our guest is awake. How are you feeling? She asked, but saw Naruto wince, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about everything I've been told. Can I get a few minutes to myself? She asked, wanting to be alone right now. Yeah, we'll give you some space, but before that here. He handed her a senzu bean. Eat this. It'll help you recover quickly. He smiled at her who nodded and did as told. But what about your injuries? Bulma asked when they walked away. I'm healed already thanks to Matatabi and her chakra along with my Uzumaki genes. Both go a long way, he told her. Do you think she'll be okay? She just found out that she's been practically a slave for Frisia all this time and has lost everything. I'd be pretty upset if I was in her shoes. Bulma frowned at the thought. I think so. If my hunch is right, then she'll have someone that can help her. He smiled at the thought. What do you mean? The blue-haired scientist asked, confusedly. It's not a lot, but it's there. There's some resemblance between her and an orange GI wearing Saiyan we both know. He grinned, knowing that Goku had some family still. What? She whispered loudly, not wanting to scare Jine. It's not much, but I have a feeling that is his mother. I just know it, and I'm sure Goku will be happy to know that his mother is alive. He smiled at the thought of them reuniting. It would be a nice moment for the two. True, but what do we do now? You guys still have Frieza to deal with, right? Bulma asked nervously, knowing that the tyrant will be hard to handle. We make him pay for what he did to me along with my home, Jine said, walking in having heard the question asked. Very true. He'll pay for everything he's done to the Namex, Planet Vegeta, and others that he's made suffer. Naruto stopped when he and Jine felt the energy spike, causing them to stiffen. Frieza? Bulma asked, seeing this. They nodded as they prepared to take off when Bulma grabbed his wrist, getting his attention, and kissed him on the lips. Good luck, she said. He nodded as she watched him and Jine fly off. Ready for some payback? He grinned when she grinned back with a nod. Oh, I'm more than ready. I have some anger I need to get out, and punching Frieza is exactly what I need. Well, let's go. The fighting seems to have started, and we need to hurry and help the others. Naruto told her as she nodded, and they flew faster. They got there and Frieza looked completely different from before. He was much taller, that was obvious. His head was much longer now, his shoulders had straightened out, he had 5 spikes coming out of his back, and seemed to be missing a piece of his tail. Overall, he looked terrifying, but this didn't deter them from fighting him. Getting a good look at everyone, Gohan and Krillin looked okay for the most part, but were terrified. Vegeta was the same, but he could see he was plotting something. Caulifla and Kale had worried expressions on their faces too, seeing what was going on. Din was there for some reason along with another Namekian who must have been Piccolo, and he could sense he was much stronger than before. The one thing that was bothering him though was, where the hell was Goku at? He'd have to ask the others about it, but for now they'd see what was going on before jumping in. He looks like a disgusting bastard. I thought he was ugly before, but now he just looks horrendous, Naruto said with Jine giggling at the comment. I know. Are these your friends you mentioned that were with you? She asked. He nodded, confirming her question. They are. Well, most of them as my girlfriends are with them too. Not sure where me and Vegeta stand at this point. He shrugged, not sure as he continued to stare at the tyrant. Let's see what Frieza can do in this form. Although, I wasn't aware that he could transform, that doesn't mean shit. He commented with determination. I see, was all she said. They waited, and it didn't take long for the action to start again. Piccolo had impressive speed, being able to counter Frieza's power, able to avoid him. But it was not long for Frieza to outspeed him, and not only that, Frieza was playing with him the whole time. He shot off several beams from his fingers with Piccolo not able to dodge them, and couldn't do anything against the attacks. This was the time for Naruto and Jine to make their move. They nodded at each other before vanishing from their spot as Frieza was all of a sudden sent flying away from Piccolo, where Jine appeared where he was heading, and kicked him in the back of the head, sending him crashing into the ground. What the? Krillin asked, having seen the whole thing along with Vegeta. Seems we made it just in time, a familiar voice said, getting their attention. They turned to see Naruto there with a smirk on his face. You idiot. We were dead already, and now you'll be joining us. Vegeta yelled at him, but saw Jine and was surprised at seeing another Saiyan. Who is she? He asked. Hello, you must be Prince Vegeta. I'm Jine, and unfortunately I've been working with Frieza as her second in command apparently. Jine said, making him tense. What? He shouted in disbelief. Yeah, although it wasn't her choice though. Frieza was using technology to have her under his control. She had no free will, so don't blame her for what happened when she wasn't there herself. Naruto said, making it clear to him not to try something against her. Frieza jumped out of the ground with annoyance on him. Yo, up here, Naruto called out, causing him to look up to see Naruto and his second in command with him, who had an angry expression on her face. Jine, what is the meaning of this? Frieza yelled in anger, seeing her betray him. I dare because of what you did to me. You took me away and put me under mind control for years. It was thanks to Naruto that I'm free from you. Jine yelled at her former boss, who growled at the loss of someone, but smirked. Oh, so you know, huh? Well, I had to do something since nothing else would work to make you submit to me. Oh well, it's not much of a loss. but I will make that monkey pay for ruining my plans," he said as a snarl appeared on his face, glaring at Naruto. Frieza appeared in front of Naruto, punching him in the chest, sending him away, but wasn't done as he flew after him. But Jine got in the way, wanting payback as she uppercut him in the stomach. That made him spit out saliva, but wasn't done yet as she kneed him face, breaking his nose in the process that gave off a crunch sound. Frieza reacted by jumping back with an annoyed expression before he held out his finger and started shooting key beams, hoping to kill her. She was dodging them, but with some difficulty, but wasn't deterred. She made her way towards him while dodging them until she was close enough where she shot out her own key blasts. Frieza was doing the same, realizing that his beams weren't working. This caused massive explosions with their blasts hitting each other, making the ground shake from the tremor. Jine vanished from her spot before she reappeared behind Frieza, bringing her hands together and sending them to his head. But he turned around and blocked it with his arms crossed over his head, but his feet went further into the ground from the impact. Jine felt her ankle get grabbed. Glancing down, she saw that his tail had latched onto it. He smirked before he flung her away from him into the ground, but didn't stop as he continued to slam her around on the ground, making her wince in pain. She was able to form a small key orb in her hand and tried slamming it on his tail, but he let go, giving her the chance to backflip away from him, giving her a chance to breathe a little. She regained her composure and vanished along with Frieza, meeting in the middle with their fists meeting as they attempted to overpower the other. Jine, realizing that they weren't moving, she went for a roundhouse kick, forcing him to let go, but was too late as it connected with his ribs, pushing him back. She didn't give him a chance to react as she appeared in front of him with her hands apart as a pink basketball-sized orb appeared. Mother Nature. She let loose the attack at point-blank range at the tyrant, who cried as the attack hit him, causing an explosion in the area, forcing Krillin, Gohan, and Den to hold on to something to avoid flying off. Piccolo, Caulifla, and Kale kept themselves on the ground with them planting their feet. Vegeta was gritting his teeth in anger at seeing someone take on Frieza when he couldn't. He needed to get his plan into action involving the kid Namekian, so he could become the legendary Super Saiyan. Jine waited for the smoke to clear, still having her guard up, and was proved right as Frieza was still alive, but had some injuries on him, nothing extreme though. Naruto landed next to her with a serious look on his face. "Looks like you did a number on him. Although he looks more pissed off than actually hurt. You're good," he praised, making her give a small smile, but then had a serious look. "It doesn't look like I did much on him. He must be hiding something despite all that had happened," she said with him nodding in agreement. "You worms. I will not be beaten by mere monkeys. I am Lord Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe." He roared in complete anger at the embarrassment he's been put through so far. He took a deep breath before he started chuckling and turned into laughing, putting everyone on edge, not knowing what's going on, but they had a bad feeling about it. "Oh ho ho, before you get too excited, let's move on to my final transformation, and then you can see what terror will really be like," Frieza said, getting looks of horror from Gohan, Krillin, Den, Caulifla, Kale, and Piccolo, while Jine and Naruto were expecting this already. Vegeta was looking at Den, then to Krillin with a smirk as he flew over to him to tell him about his plan. "Hiya!" Frieza yelled as his aura and power skyrocketed with his body being enveloped in a light. "What do we do, Piccolo?" Gohan asked, frightened at what he was seeing. "There's absolutely nothing we can do against this kind of power, but Naruto and his friends seem to not be as affected as us," Piccolo said, looking over at the two Saiyans. "They're crazy if they're not worried like we are," Krillin shouted in disbelief. "We haven't seen all that Naruto is capable of. I never have once seen him go all out, so this could be the reason why he's not worried," Caulifla said in thought. "I wonder," she thought to herself, wondering what her boyfriend is up to. "Baldy, I need you for something," Vegeta called out, getting his attention. That part goes as canon, with Krillin nearly killing Vegeta. As Naruto and Jine were watching Frieza finish his transformation, Vegeta landed right next to them with a smirk on his face, ready for action. "What took you so long?" Naruto smirked at the prince, who smirked back at him. "I was being healed by the Namekian, so I can fight Frieza. I'm going to fight him, so don't get in my way," Vegeta ordered, watching the transformation still, not noticing that Frieza set his sights on Den. "No, I owe him for what he did to me," so I'll be fighting him with you. Don't even try to change my mind as it's final." She argued. Her tone spoke with conviction that no one could argue against. "Fine, just don't get in my way," the prince said, letting her fight him too, as she did have the right after being enslaved for years by him. The light faded with him finishing his transformation as the dust was clouding everyone's vision. The dust finally settled, revealing Frisia, but again, he looked completely different than before. He was smaller, the same size of his first form. His body was entirely covered in white armor with purple orbs on his shoulders and abs. His expression was stoic as he held out his finger, firing off a beam that no one saw, not expecting it. It flew past everyone and an explosion occurred. It hit someone. They all turned around to see it was Den that was hit. "Den!" Gohan and Krillin shouted, seeing their friend die. "Now then, no one will be healing you anymore from this point on." Frisia smirked cruelly with an evil grin. Chapter 7, Planet Namex End. Everyone stared at Frisia in shock at what just did get killed like that. Gohan and Krillin were angry, having not been able to help their friend, but before they could do anything, Naruto held his hand up, stopping them. "Don't. You're not strong enough to fight him right now. Let us handle it," Naruto told the two as they nodded slowly, trusting their friend to deal with the tyrant. "You two go on ahead. You wanted first dibs on him, right?" he asked as they nodded with smirks on their faces as he flew over to Kale and Caulifla to check on them. "Ready, Prince?" Jine asked, getting into a battle stance, one that Vegeta reciprocated. "Of course. It's time we show Frisia what Saiyans can really do," Vegeta replied as they looked at Frisia seriously, while Jine was serious, while Vegeta had a cocky smirk. "So the monkeys have bigger britches than I thought they would. Good. This is my chance to finish wiping out the rest of the Saiyans. Once I'm done with you two, the rest will be next," Frisia said in confidence. Nothing else was said as Jine and Vegeta both rushed at the tyrant. Jine went for a leg sweep as he jumped in the air, with Vegeta appearing, throwing a punch to his face, but he swatted it away with ease. Jine and Vegeta both followed up with a series of kicks and punches that were surprisingly in tandem with each other. Having never fought together before, they were working well together. Of course, despite this happening, Frisia was dodging them with the same expression on his, managed to get behind him and put him in a full Nelson with Vegeta in the air, having prepared a Gallic gun, and when he fired it, Frisia managed to get her off, kicking him into the mountain before dodging the attack yet again. Vegeta, determined to keep trying, led with a punch for the stomach, but was blocked by his knee. He kept going with a series of punches, hoping to land one on him, but it was futile as they were being blocked the entire time. Jine bursted from the rubble as she joined in the fray, decided to take things more seriously, started raising her power. "Oh!" she screamed as her aura manifested around her, with the ground shaking lightly and pebbles were being lifted off the ground. It was going higher and higher, that didn't seem to have an endpoint. "What the hell is going on?" Krillin shouted as they all watched as her power skyrocketed. "I don't know, but it feels like there's no end to it," Gohan responded by shielding his eyes from the dust being emitted. Frisia glanced over at where Jine was and was a little impressed with the power coming from her, but her wasn't worried in the slightest. He'd still win and kill them all. Vegeta got out of his shock and saw that he wasn't paying attention and managed to get a cross on his cheek, which created a small bruise on it, and skidded back from it. Frisia narrows his eyes and growls at the prince before he vanishes and appeared in front of him, delivering a punch to his stomach, making him hunch over and spit out globs of blood. He didn't stop as he swept his leg out and elbowed him in the chest, sending him into the ground. Jine, ready as she saw the prince go down, vanished from her spot and threw an axe kick towards his head, but Frisia countered, blocking it with her forearm, and went for a punch to her chest, but she dodged it just in time, but wasn't prepared for a kick to her ribs, making her wince from the pain, but didn't show it. She followed with her own series of punches and kicks, with Frisia having a little trouble dodging them, but was still not too worried. She went for a left hook, but it was a feint which he fell for as she went for a kick to his head, but was able to block the attacks, making Jine start to get frustrated, having not made much progress against him. Frisia saw this and smirked. "Is that all, monkeys? I thought you and Vegeta were going to get revenge against me," he mocked with a laugh. Vegeta got up from the rubble and glared at Frisia, but didn't waste time as he along with Jine rushed him again as they continued their assault on him, wanting to make him pay for everything he's done. Frieza caught a punch and kicked Jine away while he used his other hand and punched Vegeta, separating the two. Frieza went after Vegeta first and was on him instantly, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach, but didn't stop there as he followed with 2 punches to the face and a kick to his head. He disappeared and reappeared where he was heading and grabbed his arm and began spinning him around until he threw him in the air. He again followed him, and in an instant several hits were placed on Vegeta that no one could see, sending him crashing down below that created a giant explosion. Frieza flew down to where Vegeta was and found he was still alive, but not moving much. He picked him up by the tail, wrapping around his neck as he started punching his back repeatedly. Blood flew out of his mouth from the pain as his hits were heavy, having not felt anything like it before. Once he had hit him enough, he threw him into a mountain where everyone was. Vegeta looked battered and beaten and barely conscious. Frieza approached him with a cruel smirk on his face as he stepped on the rock that was on his chest, causing him to groan from the pain. He charged up a beam ready to kill him, but Jine appeared out of nowhere with a kick to his side. But he grabbed her leg and brought his elbow up before slamming it down on her leg, shattering it instantly, making her scream in pain before she was punched in the face. Not having a chance to react, she was hit multiple times on her face and chest before she was sent crashing down next to Vegeta, who was barely conscious himself. "I think it's time to end this little game now. Don't you think so?" he asked out loud with a smirk as he was preparing to end things. Naruto saw this, knew he had to act before something else could happen as things hadn't been looking good for them. Frieza just took whatever they threw at him like it was nothing, and it was even making Naruto a little nervous. As Frieza sent out 2 beams at the downed Saiyans, he wasn't prepared for when Naruto jumped in the way as he deflected the 2 beams away from him. What? Frieza was shocked at what just happened. He was about to kill the 2 Saiyans, but then out of nowhere he comes in and saves them. Naruto stood in front of them waiting for Frieza to make the next move, but he was smirking at him the whole time once he got over his shock. Oh so, another monkey decides to save his friends. How thoughtful. But now you're going to be next, especially after everything you did taking my Dragon Balls away from me and killing my subordinates. He told the Saiyan, who merely shrugged without a care in the world. They had their chance and now it's my turn. I also can't allow you to kill them if I can help it, since there's only so many of us left in the universe. I want to see what you're made of myself now. So let's go. Naruto pushed his power to the maximum, which was much higher than both Vegeta and Jine, surprising everyone including Frieza, as even he can tell the difference. When Naruto was done, he had the same aura except it looked denser and more potent than ever. He had a serious look on his face, not wanting to risk anything with Frieza. Naruto seemingly vanishes and appears in front of him, with his fist cocked back, landing an uppercut to the tyrant that made him spit out saliva, having not expected him to attack like that so suddenly. He didn't let up, following suit with a right hook that connected, sending him back. He wasn't prepared for when Naruto appeared behind him, kneeing him in the back, followed by an elbow to the back of the neck, making him crash into the mountain. Naruto approached where he was waiting for him to do something when a beam came out of nowhere, forcing Naruto to dodge to the right. But Frieza was on him instantly, wrapping his tail around his leg as he pulled Naruto towards him with his fist cocked back, hitting him square in the jaw, sending him back towards Jine and Vegeta. Frieza landed back at his original spot with Naruto doing the same. "My, aren't you something else? I actually managed to feel something there for a moment. Considering that, I'd like to offer you a spot on the Frieza Force as my second in command. You could have everything you'd ever want. All you'd have to do is swear your loyalty to me." Frieza offered, but wasn't surprised when he narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "I don't think so. Like I'd ever want to join someone like you. I already have everything I could want, and I know for a fact that everyone else here would say the same." Naruto responded with a glare at such a thing. "That's too bad. Such a pity when you have such potential, but oh well," Frieza said, expecting this answer from him. In Naruto, Jine groaned, gaining their attention. "How is it that you have such strength?" Vegeta asked, also in pain from the assault that Frieza gave him. "Oh look, they're still breathing. I had completely forgotten about them," Frieza said. Naruto didn't answer as he stared back at Frieza, not wanting to risk taking his eyes off of him. Ready, Matatabi? It's going to take everything we have to put this guy down. He said mentally. I'm with you, Naruto. Let's do this. Show them what Naruto Uzumaki can do. She roared at her host/brother with a grin. I think it's time we stop playing around now, Naruto said, getting confused looks from everyone except for Kale and Caulifla as they held small smirks knowing what was about to happen. Naruto's aura flared again, but it was changing to something else. Instead of the usual silver/dark blue aura, this time it was a blue cloak with a black outline that appeared over his body. His whisker marks thickened, his hair spiked up a little bit, with a haori that appeared over him. When he opened his eyes, they didn't have the onyx color anymore. There was now his Rinne Sharingan that was making him look more serious. Round 2, Frieza. He yelled as he blitzed out of view without a trace when all of a sudden Frieza was sent flying into the mountain that created a loud crash. So fast, everyone thought. That's our man. Caulifla pumped her fist in the air with an excited grin on her face. I barely saw him move, but what was that energy I sensed when his body transformed? I'd never felt anything like it before. Piccolo questioned with narrowed eyes. He turned towards the two for answers. Kale was the one to answer, knowing that it couldn't be hidden anymore. He's not from Earth or planet Vegeta. He's from another planet called Elam, where they don't use ki like we do, but something called chakra. Over there they have creatures that are called tailed beasts, and when one is sealed into a person, they're called Jinchurikis. He has one sealed inside him, the Nibi, and they've become partners where they work together. This is them working together completely, with this being the result. She explained, getting stunned looks from Gohan, Krillin, Jine, and Piccolo. Vegeta was too busy watching the fight to listen, and they're still hurting. Amazing, Gohan said in awe of what his friend could do. Frieza bursted from the rubble with a visible bruise on his, clicked his tongue in annoyance and noticed said bruise and narrowed his eyes at Naruto. He disappeared along with Naruto as they began their battle, meeting in the middle, crashing their fists into each other that created a shockwave and destroyed the surrounding area. They quickly jumped back and rushed each other. Naruto went for a punch, but was sidestepped, with Frieza going for his own punch, but was blocked with his forearm. They exchanged blows like this, which looked like blurs, with no one able to keep up with their movements. They continued trading blows until Frieza was able to land a leg sweep, causing him to fall, but not before Frieza followed with a punch to his chest that sent him into the air. Naruto was able to catch himself and took a breath before he disappeared again, with Frieza following suit as they continued their battle. Frieza was able to grab his ankle with his tail as he sent a death beam at him in close range, hoping to hit a vital spot. What? Frieza shouted with wide eyes as the attack went through him, which also released him from his tail, giving Naruto the chance to deliver a haymaker to his face, sending him to the ground that caused the ground to split in two. Naruto decided to end it quickly. He held his hands out as a blue and red orb started to materialize, but when it came together, he expanded its size, not wanting to take any chances. Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto shot the attack at him, wanting to finish things. Frieza got out of the ground and saw the blast heading towards him as it exploded on what was assumed contact. The explosion died down, revealing not being harmed, making Naruto sweat since he put a big chunk of power into the attack. Frieza looked at Naruto stoically until he grinned cruelly, making him wonder what he's got planned when he suddenly fired off two death beams that weren't heading towards Naruto, but at Caulifla and Kale. Shit. He cursed, seeing the beams heading towards his girlfriends. He ran as fast as he could, hoping to make it in time. The two girls could see the beams heading towards them, but were stuck in place, not being able to move when Naruto appeared in front of them with his back to them with a smile, when the beams hit, causing him to grunt in pain. He fell on his knees from the beams as they went through his stomach. Frieza, seeing the opportunity, appeared in front of him as he kicked Naruto in the stomach, sending him crashing into a nearby wall as he spat out blood. Frieza didn't stop as he again appeared in front of him and sent a beam to his shoulder, making him grunt again, trying not to scream from the pain. Naruto saw Frieza attempt to punch him into the ground, but at the last second Naruto vanished, with Frieza hitting a rock in his place, confusing him. What the? How'd you do that? Frieza asked, but shook his head. It doesn't matter how you did it, since it won't make a difference in the outcome. He told the shinobi Saiyan, who was slowly getting to his feet with his cloak still up, but was panting heavily from the damage he took. Naruto and Frieza charged at each other, resuming their battle, but they noticed that Frieza was getting the upper hand, knowing his injuries will make things difficult for him. He pushed on anyway and continued to fight. Frieza, getting bored of this, decided to try to end things quickly and start by the ones who are down, kneed him in the chest, and grabbed his head and slammed him into the ground. Naruto's cloak disappeared, with him returning back to normal. Naruto looked up at Frieza, who smirked at him again and surprised him again as he shot 2 more beams, except it was at Vegeta and Jiren this time. Naruto tried to get up, but Frieza held him down with his foot, watching him struggle with glee as the beams hit their intended targets. Well, one of them anyway. When it was about to hit them, Goku appeared and was able to block the one at Jiren, but when he went for the one aimed at Vegeta, he wasn't as lucky. The beam pierced through his lungs, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Vegeta, no! Goku shouted in horror. Vegeta, no! Gohan shouted like Goku. Don't worry, Dendel. Oh! Vegeta, no! Krillin shouted at the end. Meh! Piccolo said uncaringly. Vegeta, Caulifla said, seeing his old teammate die in front of them. Naruto was groaning in pain, not able to say anything while Frieza still had his foot on his chest. With the last of his chakra, Naruto was able to switch places with a piece of broken rubble, getting gasps at being able to breathe again. It's too bad my prey got away from me. I suppose you want a shot at me now? Frieza asked, getting bored with all the fighting going on. Jiren looked at Goku, gasping. Bardock, she said unintentionally. Bardock? No, I'm not this Bardock. My name is Goku, or Kakarot, since that's my Saiyan name. This caused something to happen with Jiren as she started hurting hearing the name, not knowing why it was hurting. She tried to push past the pain, but it was hard for her as the pain was becoming excruciating. She was holding her head to help ease the pain, but it was to no avail until she remembered the name Kakarot. Son, she whispered to herself with the pain disappearing and was able to focus again. She wanted to talk to him, but he was already approaching Frieza to fight. Vegeta gives his speech like in canon to Goku, except he mentions that Naruto has the chance to become a Super Saiyan as well before he dies. The fight goes the same too until Goku starts using Kaioken. Guys, this isn't looking good. Caulifla commented with sweat dripping down her face, watching Goku get manhandled like Naruto was, except he had more power than Naruto did when he used Kaioken X20. None of this was looking good from the beginning. It's been a losing battle from the start. Piccolo growled in frustration at being so weak. Wait, Dad's up to something. Look at him. Gohan pointed out, getting everyone to look at him. Goku had his hands raised in the air, with Naruto's widening at the sight. Goku told him about this technique, and he knew it would take time for him to gather the energy. Everyone give your remaining energy to Piccolo and me. We can stall Frieza long enough for him to finish the attack. You guys give your energy to Piccolo, he ordered as they looked at him strangely. What about you, though? Gohan asked, confusedly. Just do it. I have something to help replenish some of my energy, that'll be enough, he said, closing his eyes as they nodded and started giving him his energy. Naruto opened his eyes and was standing in front of his longtime friend/sister who had done so much for him since they met. How are you doing, Matatabi? I'm sorry to ask this of you, but you think you can send me as much chakra as possible? He asked her. I can send a bit, but after that I won't be able to do much since the cloak you used earlier took a lot out of me, she said, holding her fist out as he did the same, meeting in the middle. Thank you for everything. Now let's go kick some ass, he declared as he felt a rush of chakra entering him, which lasted a minute before it died down. That's all I can do for now, Naruto. Good luck and be safe, she said, before falling unconscious with Naruto leaving the mindscape. He opened his eyes to see himself back in the real world as he all of a sudden felt a giant surge of energy as his cloak came back on for everyone to see up close since no one was able to see it that well. Whoa, do you guys feel that? Gohan asked in awe. I think we all do, kid. This must be how he was getting energy. And it must be the tailed beast you mentioned is doing this. But this must be all she's able to give, since I can feel it's all that's going to him. Piccolo said, feeling how it may be great, but it isn't as like it was before. This cloak won't last long, so we gotta make it count. You ready, Piccolo? He asked, nodding as they took off. Please be careful, Naruto-kun. I can't lose you. We can't lose you, Kale said, worried about him fighting Frieza again. Kale felt her hand get grabbed and looked to see it was Caulifla, who smiled back and nodded. They'll be all right. Naruto is strong and he will be back. If he doesn't, I'll bring him back myself and kick his ass, Caulifla said, with Kale giggling, making the others smile at her attitude. What is Naruto like? He seems like a unique Saiyan from what I've seen and is very caring, Jine said, with the two smiling. He is one of a kind. He'll always put others before himself. It's one of the things we love about him, but it's his will to protect and to get stronger that draws others to him, Kale explained, putting a finger to her chin in thought. Not only that, but he's a monster in bed. I can tell you that much, Caulifla said, smirking, seeing Kale blush, but nodded, with Jine gaining a tiny blush of her own. You can do it, Piccolo, Naruto, Gohan shouted, believing in the two, ignoring what's being talked about by the girls. Frieza was about to use a death beam to finish Goku off with a cruel grin on his face when out of nowhere he was sent flying away. Naruto and Piccolo landed in front of him. Piccolo, Naruto, what are you doing here? Goku asked. We saw you were struggling and decided to lend a hand. We know you need time to finish the spirit bomb, and we can do that. It won't be for long, so you better hurry, Naruto said, with him nodding as he got back into position to resume collecting energy. Frieza bursted out of the rubble and floated in the air with a vein on his forehead at being interrupted like that. Who the hell did that? He demanded angrily. That would be me, McShorty. Naruto grinned at seeing the anger in his eyes. You? I've had enough of you getting in my way, Frieza roared as he rushed at him with a flurry of punches that Naruto was able to dodge or block, but was unprepared for an axe kick that connected, sending him crashing. Piccolo appeared in front of him, attempting to kick him in the back of the head, but Frieza moved his head to the side, avoiding it completely, and countered with a punch to his stomach, forcing him to hunch as he held his stomach in pain. He didn't stop as he continued with his assault on him with a series of punches and kicks on him, leaving no room to do anything. Naruto slowly got out of the rubble, holding his head in pain from the attack. Even with the cloak to help handle a portion of the attack, it still hurts, he said to himself as he looked on to see Piccolo in trouble. Naruto used his Rinne Sharingan to switch places with him, as when Frieza was about to go for a punch, Naruto was able to dodge it and landed punch to his stomach, but didn't stop there as he kicked him in the chin upwards before using Shunshin to appear above him with a Rasengan in hand. He slammed it into his back that sent him back down, that created a crater from the attack. Will you all just die already? I've had with you and this pathetic planet, he roared as he increased his speed and got behind Naruto and kneed him in the back, who screamed in pain from the hit. But Frieza didn't stop as he vanished and appeared below him and unleashed a flurry of death beams at him, hitting his non-vital points, wanting to torture him. To finish it off, he appeared above him and brought his hand together, before smashing them over his head, crashing into the ground that created a crater. I've done all I can, Goku. I am sorry, Naruto said before he passed out from exhaustion and the pain. Frieza turned towards Goku and Piccolo, but it was too late as Goku was able to finish gathering energy for the attack. It's over now? This is the end for you, Frieza, Goku shouted as he brought his hands down, sending the spirit bomb down onto Frieza, who looked on in horror before he held his hands out to stop it, but it was useless as it pushed him down to the ground until it overwhelmed him. The spirit bomb swallowed him up completely, destroying the surrounding landscape, leaving a giant crater that quickly started to fill with water. It's over. It's finally over, Krillin cheered. He couldn't believe it was actually over now. Before we celebrate, we should look for Naruto, Goku, and the Namekian, as they were close by when it went off, Jine said, stopping their early celebration, knowing that she was right. With that being said, they separated into two groups looking for the three warriors. They were able to find Goku and Piccolo first when he came out of the water, pulling Goku along as well. They continued their search for Naruto when they saw him partially on a nearby island while his bottom half was still in the water. Naruto, I found him, Gohan called out, getting everyone's attention as they met up to where he was. Naruto had his red Haori gone. Naruto. Hey Naruto, wake up. Caulifla shook him, attempting to wake him up, when he groaned as his eyes fluttered open. Okay, one. No need to shout I'm awake, and 2. I'm hurting everywhere. He said with Goku of the same mind as they all laughed. I still can't believe that it's over now. I can't wait to go back to Earth. I need some downtime. Krillin said with everyone nodding in agreement and started laughing. Oh, I wouldn't suggest something yet. A voice said, making everyone go pale as they turned to see Frieza standing there. How? He's supposed to be dead. Krillin shook in fear at seeing the tyrant alive even after taking a full brunt of the spirit bomb. And now, I think it's time I officially end things. He quickly shot a beam that was headed for Goku, who couldn't move in time until he felt Piccolo push him out of the way, taking the beam in his place as it pierced his chest. Piccolo, Gohan shouted, seeing his teacher get shot. And now for them. They seem to care about you greatly. Well, let's do something about that. Frieza said with a cruel grin on his face as he shot another beam at Naruto this time. He was too exhausted and injured to move away when he saw 3 people get in front of him as they were shot. They quickly collapsed with blood pooling out of them from the attack. He recognized them as Caulifla, Jine, and Kale having taken the attack for him. He tried to get to them, but he was too weak to move, cursing his exhaustion at taking the toll on him now of all times. We're sorry, Naruto, but we couldn't let you die after everything you've done for us since we met, and I'm glad that we were able to be with you. Be safe and live a good life. Kale coughed out as her eyes closed. I'm not one for mushy words, but you were the best to ever happen to me and have helped me become stronger. Kill Frieza for us, Caulifla said as her breathing stopped. You saved me from servitude from him and gave me my life back. I'm glad I was able to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki, Jine said, as she stopped breathing and her eyes closed. And now it's your turn, Frieza said as he shot out a speck as it hit Krillin, making him levitate in the air as he tried to touch the ground, but it was useless to fight it. Frieza then brought his hand up in the air with the bald monk following suit as he soared in the air screaming for help. Help me. Oh, he shouted as they all saw Frieza close his hand with Krillin exploding the next second, making everyone gape at what just happened with not only Krillin, but with everyone else. And no, Naruto whispered as he watched his girlfriends and new friend die in front of him. But what he didn't know was that they were just unconscious, but was too angry to realize it. He was helpless to stop him and felt so weak in not being able to prevent any of this from happening. He hadn't felt like this ever, and it was a horrible feeling as he watched them give their last breaths. I don't own. Start playing DBZ Goku Super Saiyan theme. How dare you? You have no right to do this. He mumbled to himself as his energy started rising. Naruto wasn't the only one in shock and anger either, as Goku was also in the same state, having to watch his best friend die. I won't let you get away with this, Goku growled as he trembled with fury. The sky started to darken with lightning cascading around them as they were so angry, they weren't aware of what was going on. I won't let you. He didn't finish as he was still trying to get his anger under control along with Naruto, who was shaking as the ground was falling apart, cracking and levitating around them. You'll pay for this. You will not get away with what you've done. You killed my girls and my friends. You'll go to hell for this, Naruto said to the tyrant, who was confused at what was happening to the 2 Saiyans. Gohan was too shocked to say anything to what was happening along with Frieza when they saw their hair color change from black to blonde, for a moment shifting between the 2 colors. Out of nowhere, they just snapped when they gave a loud cry as their bodies went under a transformation with a gold energy surrounding them, causing Gohan and Frieza to shield their eyes from the bright light. When it died down and they looked at the 2, they were shocked at what they saw. They had changed a lot. Their hair was now golden blonde, spiked upward, eyes were teal, and their muscles had expanded a bit. Naruto's shirt had disintegrated, leaving his chest bare for everyone to could both feel the power coming from the duo, and sense it was higher than anything they'd had felt before. Gohan was too in awe and shocked to be able to say anything. Frieza, however, was sweating, not knowing what has happened to the monkeys, but was getting a bad feeling about it all. Not that he would ever admit it. Oh, what's this? Looks like the monkeys still have some fight in them, he said, not realizing how true that was. Goku turned towards his son with an emotionless expression. Gohan, I'm going to need you to take Piccolo and the others and leave. He's still alive, he revealed to his son, who was surprised, but glad to hear that. But what about you and Naruto? Gohan asked, concerned about them. If Piccolo dies, then everything that we went through would be pointless. Do what your father said, Naruto shouted, somewhat scaring him. He softened his eyes when he saw this. Please, Gohan. They need you to get them out of here. He pleaded and smiled when he saw him nod as he created several clones for each to pick up someone and flew off slowly, not wanting to make his injuries any worse. Like, I'm going to let you leave, little monkey. I do have to say, though, I do love a moving target, Frieza said, holding his finger out as a beam started to be created when Goku appeared and grabbed his hand, canceling out the attack as he was surprised, but quickly grew annoyed when he tried to pry his hand free, but couldn't. Let go of me. Let go of me now, Frieza ordered, but winced when he felt his hand grip was tighter. Goku in fact squeezed tighter, making it harder for Frieza to get free. Before he could do anything, the real Naruto appeared in front of Frieza and kneed him in the gut, with Goku not letting go, and unleashed a flurry of punches to his chest and face. The last one was an uppercut in the chin, sending him in the air. Frieza gasped from the pain, but he recovered quickly and shot several beams at the duo, but they were dodging them with ease, leaving afterimages behind, leaving a frustrated Frieza, who continued with the assault hoping to get a hit, but it was proving to be useless. They're much faster than they were before. I need to do something about that speed, as it'll be a problem for me. I'll be able to keep up with them if I go 100%, but I can't yet, knowing my stamina won't last long. Frieza analyzed in his mind with a frown. Frieza was knocked out of his thoughts when he saw Goku appear in front of him going for a kick that Frieza blocked, crossing his arms in an X shape. Frieza grabbed Goku's ankle when he went for a kick to his head and spun him around before throwing him into a mountain, but had to dodge a haymaker from Naruto following. He went for a kick, but was blocked with his forearm as they continued their assault on the other, hoping to find an opening, but from Naruto's facial expression, he wasn't even trying. Naruto got behind him, elbowing him in the back of the neck, following with a kick to the head which sent him flying. But Naruto wasn't done following at fast speeds. He was able to get in front of him. He brought his hands together and slammed them into Frieza, making him crash to the ground. Goku appeared next to him as they watched and waited for Frieza to come up. In Goku's Super Saiyan theme. It wasn't a long wait, but when he came back up, he looked a little bulkier and had a giant ball of energy in his hands. What's he going to do with that? He knows we'd be too fast to get hit by it, so what is it that he has planned? He asked himself, narrowing his eyes at the ball, not even listening to the tyrant who seemed to be complaining. Did you say something? He asked with a small, barely noticeable smirk when he saw him glare at him with the utmost annoyance, before he had to smirk himself. I'll see you two in hell. Now dot, he shouted when they both saw him throw the ball, not at them, but it was towards the ground that confused him, but quickly changed to horror as he flew down to hopefully stop it in time. It wasn't meant to be, as it made contact with the ground and quickly descended to the core, which caused an explosion over everyone. In King Kai's planet, he'd been watching the whole thing, and he was feeling pretty good about the whole thing with how Frieza was being handled by the two Saiyans. He felt bad for them, that they had to lose their friends, or in Naruto's case, girlfriends, to achieve this kind of power. It wasn't until they saw Frieza with the ball of energy did he get an uneasy feeling about it. His hunch was correct when he saw him throwing the energy ball at the ground, knowing what he was trying to do, and was hoping Naruto would make it in time, but was looking in despair when he saw he wasn't able to do so. No, no, no. Son of a bitch. No. King Kai shouted in horror at what had just happened. What happened, King Kai? Tien asked, hearing him shout like that. Frieza realized he wasn't going to win against Naruto, and Goku decided to take them down by blowing up the planet. He frowned at them dying when they had just had the advantage to actually beat him now. What? What about Goku? Yamcha asked, worried for his friend. He's gone along with Naruto and the planet since Frieza destroyed the core that held the planet together. I'm sorry, you guys, but they're gone. King Kai said in remorse and sadness that his student was dead. No. After everything they've done to bring us back, it wasn't enough? Yamcha asked when he felt a hand on his shoulder. I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, everyone, King Kai said when his antennae twitched, getting his attention. Tien noticed this and rose an eyebrow, wondering what had happened. Is something the matter, King Kai? He asked curiously. I sensed something off where planet Namek was, but that shouldn't be possible. There's nothing left of it. The Kai told him, confused, but used his senses to reach out to what the source was. After a minute of searching, he perked up and gave a giant grin as he had found something that made him excited. They're alive. They're alive. Namek is still there. They still have a chance to win and get out of there. He shouted as the others smiled as well, feeling relieved that their friends were all right. Awesome. Yamcha cheered along with Kaiatsu. Back on Namek. It was indeed as King Kai said, Naruto, Goku, and everyone else was still alive, but where the blast went had completely destroyed the core, rendering the planet unstable. What the hell? Naruto mumbled in confusion as he expected the planet to have blown up by now. Did you miss? Goku asked, getting an incredulous look from Naruto. I know I hit the core. Guess this planet is sturdier than I thought. Frieza shrugged uncaringly. Oh geez. He tried taking the coward's way out. I guess that explains why he feared the Saiyans if he had to destroy the planet along with our race. Pathetic, Naruto said, getting a glare from the tyrant who wasn't happy having been insulted like that. It does make sense. I'm not surprised he tried beating us by destroying the planet, but it also makes him look weak. Goku added, further angering him. Shut up, monkeys. I'm the most powerful being in the universe. I do not fear anyone, let alone monkeys such as you. I'll show you. Frieza roared as he flared his power. Good. It's about time he did that. This way I can show him that he's not the most powerful fighter, Naruto said, when he felt Goku grab his shoulder. Hold on, Naruto. I want to fight him too. He whined, wanting to fight him too. No, I'm going to fight him after what he's done, Naruto said. He also killed my best friend. I have as much of a right as you do. How are we going to decide this? Goku asked, as Naruto put a hand to his chin in thought. Rock, paper, scissors? Naruto asked curiously. Goku nodded with a grin, knowing he had a chance now to do this. They looked at each other before throwing their hands out in the typical fashion for the game. Rock, paper, scissors. They said at the same time when Goku had rock and Naruto had scissors, making him scoff as Goku grinned and cracked his knuckles. We have 2 more times to do this. Naruto stopped his grin as he nodded, and they went back to it. Naruto won the second one, having paper over his rock, leaving either to fight him. Rock, paper, scissors. They said again, and Goku had rock again with Naruto having scissors as he'd sked in annoyance, but relented and let Goku fight for now. By that point, Frieza was almost done powering up from what they could sense when they heard someone contacting them in their minds. What the hell are you two doing? You can end this now if you fight him together and before he powers up to 100%. A familiar voice that they heard. He needs to suffer for what he's done, and doing it like this will show him just what happens when you fuck with our friends, Naruto said in a serious tone. This is also the chance to show that even at his best, he still lost, and it wasn't good enough. Goku added his own thoughts. This isn't the time and place to fight like this. Take him down now, please. King Kai begged, but he was ignored. I'll be watching the fight, and if it looks like you're going to lose, I'm taking over. You got that? Naruto told him, letting him know what would happen. Goku nodded and adopted a serious expression as they saw Frieza finished powering up to his maximum as they rushed at each other to begin their battle with Naruto watching. I should probably check on Gohan and see what my clones are doing, he said to himself, creating a clone and dispelling it immediately to notify them that he needs an update from them. One of the clones created one it dispelled, giving Naruto all the information he needed. They had made it to the ship safely, and Gohan had just left to go find Bulma, leaving Naruto's clones to watch everyone. Naruto watched as Frieza told them that the planet only had about 5 minutes before it would explode, killing them in the process. He watched as Goku and Frieza battled, and Naruto could sense that Goku was struggling for some reason when they were stronger than him. After some time, it appeared that he was merely testing Frieza's power, and he should have seen that coming since he would do the same. But he wouldn't let himself take as much damage as he had taken. The battle was interesting as Naruto was analyzing the form that Goku was in, having noticed that he was also in it, wanting to memorize how it felt, so he could go into this form at will. He's think about it another time. He was knocked out of his thoughts when he saw Frieza make him crash into the ground where lava was. And then there was one. Are you still feeling confident, monkey? Frieza smugly asked, feeling great after killing a Super Saiyan. I don't know, Why don't we find out? Naruto said as he flew at Frieza in his Super Saiyan form still. They started exchanging punches and kicks, causing small shockwaves as the planet was slowly dying. Naruto kneed him in the stomach as Frieza punched him in the jaw at the same time. These blows continued not for long when they created space between them. Naruto held his hand out as 5 familiar orbs generated at the tip of his fingers, signaling his elemental attack as Frieza charged up a ball of energy. Hell's almighty beam. They threw their attacks at each other as they collided, trying to overpower the other when Naruto shouted, pushing more power into it as it pushed past his attack and got a direct hit on him. Naruto waited for him to emerge, and he wasn't disappointed when Frieza suddenly appeared behind him, but didn't react in time for when Frieza kicked him in the back, but didn't stop and appeared again and punched him in the stomach before disappearing and reappearing behind him and tried kicking him again. But Naruto suddenly brought his arm up and grabbed his leg as he pulled him towards him and elbowed him in the face, before firing off a ki blast, sending him away. Frieza caught himself and growled in anger at what was happening, but quickly got control of his anger as he flew off and began to quickly continue their fight. They met in the middle with their fists meeting. Frieza relented, letting Naruto head towards him and tried punching him, but Naruto was able to react in time by blocking with his forearm. Frieza pushed back and fired several beams at Naruto, forcing him to cross his arms in a X shape as the beams collided with him, creating an explosion as smoke covered the area. Frieza waited for Naruto to come out, but he never did and wondered if he was able to get rid of the pest, but was surprised when the smoke disappeared, instantly revealing not only Naruto, who was smirking, but also an unharmed Goku who was looking serious. What? How? I know I killed you. Frieza yelled in frustration at seeing the Saiyan. Doesn't matter, Frieza. We still have our fight to finish. Goku told him. You can take it from here, Goku. Give him hell. He smirked as Goku nodded, and they rushed each other again, continuing where they left off. Naruto was watching closely to make sure nothing went wrong, when out of nowhere he felt several energy signatures pop up everywhere, making him wonder what the hell was going on. It only confused him more when he saw what he assumed was Namex Dragon was here too. Naruto saw Frieza heading towards the dragon. Knowing what he's up to, he goes after him to stop him and makes it before he does, but sees Goku appear in front of him as they traded several blows on each other, with Frieza ending it with a knee to his stomach, which made Goku hunch over, giving him time to escape, or he would have escaped if Naruto hadn't appeared in front of him, kicking him away from the dragon. Will you get out of my way? I need my wish. Frieza shouted, but was silenced as Naruto was in front of him and kicked him in the chin, followed by 2 punches, with one to the chest and the other to his jaw, sending him into the ground. Goku showed up, giving a thankful nod before flying after him to finish their battle. Naruto watched as Vegeta showed up and was in awe at seeing the two of them as Super Saiyans. Well, now look at you. Kakarot, Naruto, you dogs, you did it. You actually did it. I can see it. Vegeta praised them. Glad to have you back, Vegeta. Naruto said with a grin. What's this? I thought I killed you. Frieza said in disbelief at seeing the prince. Naruto widened his eyes as he realized something important. Hey Vegeta, if you're alive, does that mean that the girls are alive too? He asked. Yes, they are, but are confused with what's going on. The prince answered, making him sigh in relief before he saw him glow before disappearing along with several signatures he picked up earlier. Naruto felt like he was being pulled away, but pushed it away, not wanting to leave the battle and make sure that Frieza would be defeated. What he didn't know was that Goku and King Kai had a conversation about the dragon and the plan they had planned out. Naruto watched as Frieza appeared to be on his last legs as he was now struggling against Goku, knowing that the battle was coming to an end soon. He saw Frieza send out 2 discs that looked similar to Krillin's Destructo discs and would see how they worked. He was surprised to see how the tyrant was controlling them with ease. He never saw the smirk on his face, however, when a hidden disc appeared behind him ready to slice him in half, but was surprised when he saw Naruto jump over the disc and sent 2 ki blasts, destroying it instantly. Frieza was so shocked at how quickly it was dealt with that he lost focus on his other disc that was headed his way as it sliced him in half, cutting him from the waist along with his hand. As they were about to leave, they heard something that they would never hear come from Frieza. He was begging. Please spare me some energy. Frieza pleaded to the 2 Saiyans. Goku was struggling on what to do, but Naruto had already made up his mind. No way in hell am I going to give you anything after everything you've done and put me and my friends/family though. He refused with a glare. He began flying off when in the corner of his eye he saw Goku give him some energy and smacked his forehead and mumbled about dumbass, knowing what would happen next. He would let Goku deal with it, since he's the one who gave him his energy. Now where's the space pod? I remember sealing it away for further study/usage, but I can't remember what I did with it afterwards. He asked himself as he was racking his brain, trying to remember when the planet was about to blow up. Oh crap, I remember now. I gave it to Bulma. He roared in frustration at having his ticket out of the planet being gone now. He continued to look to hopefully find a pod that was still somewhere and in one piece. Time was running out before it would be too late. He was able to find one that was about to fall into a raving, but was luckily able to grab it in time, get in it, and punch in the coordinates to take him anywhere that would get him away from here. There, he shouted as he pressed the last button as the pod closed and took off. He saw a similar pod doing the same, but in a different direction. He knew it was Goku and could now relax knowing he'd all right. He powered down and passed out from exhaustion, and his injuries finally became too much for him. A week went by and Naruto was still unconscious, but was descending towards its destination and could hopefully get some medical help. It reached the planet's atmosphere, coming towards what looked like a village. It was a large village that was prospering, but what would look familiar to him if Naruto was conscious is the four faces on the mountain, with them all being familiar to him. Konoha. Minato was in his office working on paperwork, but had a feeling things would change around here for a bit. He shook off the feeling as he focused back to the task he was on. All of a sudden, a loud crash was heard all over the village, getting not only his, but everyone's attention. One of his umbu appeared in a shunshin with a look of worry and a sense of urgency. Hokage-sama. A strange-looking machine just crashed just outside of the village gates. One of his shinobi said, "Let's go check it out to see if it's a threat to our village and what it is." "Were you able to get a good look at it?" Minato asked, teleporting outside to the gates. "Yes, it's circular-shaped and isn't very big, so we won't know until whatever comes out when it opens," he said as they came into view, with several shinobi already on the scene, including several familiar people. "I've never seen anything like it. It just came out of nowhere and crashed here." A familiar red-headed mother. "Not at all in all my years of travel. Nothing like this comes to mind. It came from space with how advanced it looks." Tsunade looked at the strange machine in awe at the design, but it quickly changed to being on guard when they heard a hissing sound coming from it as the pod door opened up. When the pod completely opened, no one came out, which confused everyone. But one curious purple-haired woman with a fanned-out ponytail with a trench coat walked up to it and got a good look at what was inside, and she immediately saw Naruto, although she didn't know it was him at the time. "Shit, he needs a medic now? He's hurt," she called out, getting Tsunade to do the same, and looked at him in surprise, seeing his state. "Hurry, we need to get him to the hospital. We can figure out about him when he's conscious and can answer some questions," Tsunade said as she and the purple-haired woman picked him up carefully, not to make his wounds worse, to the hospital. Minato was looking at the pod in wonder and awe, but before he could think more about it, he'd seal it away for the time being to keep it safe. Chapter 8. His return to Konoha. Minato was looking at the report that Tsunade had given him of the newcomer who was in the hospital. It's been 3 days since he arrived in Konoha, and it was mind-boggling how he had survived such wounds from wherever he was. It was like he wasn't human, or at least someone special, but there were some things that didn't add up to him that were confusing the man along with others who had seen the report. He had chakra, which was insane since no one had seen him before, as he would have been recognizable, especially with the tail he has. He also has high healing abilities like Uzumaki's and Jinchuriki do, and now begs the question, who was he? Hopefully he would wake up soon, so they could get some answers. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone open the door and was seen to be his wife Kushina. "You look stressed. Is something the matter?" she asked him, who nodded with a sigh. "Yeah, whoever this guy is strange. No one knows who he is or has ever seen him before, and yet, he has chakra in him along with how quickly he seems to be healing, despite the injuries he sustained wherever he was. It's just odd how no one knows who he is." Minato let out another sigh as he put his pen down and rubbed his temples. You're right, that is strange, but he definitely is unique looking, especially with the tail and his whisker marks. We won't know though until he wakes up, so all we can really do is wait. Did the blood test tell you anything about him? She asked her husband, but he nodded slightly. Yeah, it did. Now, don't get ahead of yourself, dear, but when we did the blood work and got the results back, it said that he was an Uzumaki, not fully, but part. He told her. Her eyes widened, and her jaw was on the ground at what she just heard. It was also amazing to hear that she could possibly have more family aside from herself and her kids. Though, she'd never heard of one having a tail before, so that was a new one for her, but she'd welcome it if he really was one. Really? He's an Uzumaki? Oh, that's wonderful news. You know how much I've been wanting to have other Uzumakis live here with us. This is wonderful, she said happily at what she was just told. Kushina, I know you're excited about it, but we need to be cautious around him, since we don't know who he is. Until we know for sure, I want you to be careful too, okay? He asked, wanting her to be careful and not get too excited yet. She nodded, but her smile never wavered on her face. I know, Minato-kun, she told him as he held her as she sat in his lap. All we can do is wait until then, and we'll get some answers. He told them as they kissed, but couldn't do anything more when they heard someone knock on the door, making them grumble in annoyance. But she got off his lap as he straightened his attire. Enter, he told the person who walked in, being one of the doctors who had a smile on his face. What is it? He wanted to get to the point immediately. He's awake. The doctor told them, who nodded with Kushina more excited out of the two, but they could see there was more. Thank you, doctor, but is there more? He raised an eyebrow as he nodded. Yes, he also seems to be familiar with where he was, because as soon as I told him he was in the hospital in Konoha, he had relaxed at the news and was smiling even. I don't know what it is, but he must have been here at some point if he reacted like this to where he was at. He told them, who looked at him in surprise, now even more curious about the man. Minato and Kushina looked at each other for a moment, having a silent conversation, before they looked back at the doctor. Thank you, doctor. Can we see him now? She asked, wanting to meet another Uzumaki. Yes, and he seems quite excited about it too when I told him that I was going to tell you about it. Again, I don't know why or what he's thinking. He told her. Thank you. We'll go see him. You can go back now, Minato said. Of course, Hokage-sama. The man bowed as he left the office, leaving the two alone. Well, this is something I didn't expect. Well, we won't know until we talk to him, so let's get going, Minato said as they got up, with Kushina bouncing on her feet lightly. Oh, Minato-kun, I can't wait. We should hurry so we can meet him. I wonder how he's an Uzumaki. She was giddy at the thought of meeting another member of her clan. We'll know when we talk to him, but I wonder why he'd be happy to talk to us. Do you think he knows something? He asked, getting her to stop and put her hand to her chin in thought. Maybe, but we won't know until we talk to him, she said with him nodding as they left the office via Hiration. They appeared in the hospital, which would normally take people by surprise, but they had gotten used to it after having done it multiple times. They kinda expect it from him at this point. Excuse me, miss. We're here to see the stranger that appeared 3 days ago. We were told he was awake and came to speak with him, Minato said, with the secretary looking up at him. She nodded. Of course, Hokage-sama. He's awake like you were told, and will be expecting you, so go ahead, she said as they nodded and walked off. It didn't take long for them to reach his room, and when they knocked, they heard a come in, and when they walked in, they saw the man in question. He was looking much better than he did previously. Now that he was cleaned up, they could get a good look at him. He looked to be 25 to 26 years old, had spiky black hair with red tips on it, and had onyx-colored eyes with a round face. The round face confused them as it looked a lot like Kushina's, with the same color of red he had in them, along with the whisker marks that he had, much like their daughters and long missing son. How are you feeling? Kushina asked, being the first one to get a word in. I'm feeling much better now, thank you. And thank you for taking care of me, Naruto said with a smile of gratitude, making them nod and smile back. Of course, it would be wrong to have let you die with the amount of wounds you had, but we have some questions that we'd like to have answered if that's okay, Minato asked, going into his Hokage mode. Naruto nodded, already prepared for it since he knew it was protocol, and would have been surprised if there weren't questions regarding his arrival and who he was. So, who are you and how did you come here in that machine? Minato asked seriously. Well, the pod I came in is called a space pod that lets you travel in space. And as for my name, it's Naruto. He said, smirking on the inside when he saw the surprised looks he got from them. Naruto, huh? That's quite the name you have there. That's the name of our son. Minato said, but had a sad look in his eyes, making Naruto feel bad. But you said you were in space, right? What were you doing that gave you the serious wounds that you had sustained? Thank you, and as for the reason I was in a bad state. Simple. I was in a fight for my life with someone who is thankfully dead since he wouldn't have changed his ways. He killed several of my friends before we were able to put him down. Naruto said, becoming sad at the thought of his girlfriends that had died against that monster. I'm sorry to hear that. But while you're here, we hope you enjoy it. But I will warn you not to cause any trouble while you're staying here. He threatened to get his point across with Naruto nodding, having already not planned on causing any problems. I understand, Hokage-sama. He told him with a nod, when he saw his mother shift a little in her seat. Oh no, Naruto, are you an Uzumaki? She asked, a little nervous since she wanted to be sure he really was one. He smiled at her before he nodded. Indeed I am. My full name is Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, and it's great to be back. Mom. Dad, he said with a smirk. Their eyes were wide and were completely taken by surprise at what he just said. He claimed to be an Uzumaki and a Namikaze. That's not possible. The only ones who had both names were their kids Kasumi, Narumi, and Naruto. This made their eyes widen even more when they looked at Naruto, who had a full-blown grin on his face, nodding at their silent question. Kushina wasted no time as she basically tackled her son in an embrace as she let her tears fall down her cheeks, crying into his arms as Minato had a small smile on his face. You're home. You're finally home. My sweet baby boy is back in my arms again. She cried as she shed her tears for her son as he just let her cry and rubbed her back. Minato smiled at the scene, knowing how much this meant to his wife, having been hit the hardest when he disappeared. Naruto looked up at his father as he held out his other arm, making him smile as he joined the hug, letting some tears out as well. Naruto was glad to be with them again. They stayed like that for a few minutes, just enjoying the family reunion when they pulled back from their son. They had many questions for him now more than ever, and now they would be able to catch up on what they missed out on because of Jiraiya. Nothing was going to stop them from doing that, especially Kushina, who had been a doting mother to him when he was a child. It's good to see you again, son. 5 years it's been, but you look much older than that. What the hell have you been doing these last few years? Minato asked, rather curious. Well, what do you want to know exactly? But we should talk about this at home, since a lot of it is, well, it'll take some time and a lot of which you won't believe. Naruto said to them. They looked at each other briefly before they nodded, agreeing this should be talked about at home. Naruto was able to get himself checked out by the nurse after an hour of doing the paperwork and getting the okay from the doctor. They were trying not to laugh when they saw him grumbling about hospitals and how evil they were. As they walked through the village, Minato and Kushina noticed how many of the villagers and kunoichis were staring and blushing at their son, making him smirk in amusement. But the same thing couldn't be said for Kushina, as she released some killer intent, scaring them off. Minato had to go back to the office, but told them that they would talk tonight, and that meant everyone, including his sisters who he heard had just graduated from the academy. So now it was just Kushina and Naruto back at the estate, having made it to the living room as they had a lot to catch up on, and both were looking forward to it and needed it. She sat next to her son and took his hand to hers, stroking it lightly as Naruto let her do this, knowing that she missed him. I'm so sorry, Sochi. I'm sorry for what we did to you. Even if it wasn't our fault, we still did it, and for that I'm sorry for the pain we put you through to make you feel like we abandoned you, she said softly, while looking at him, stroking his cheek gently. Naruto held a small smile. It's okay, Mom. I know it wasn't your fault. It was the pervert who did that to you and Dad, he told her as he pulled her into a hug, instantly snuggling into him, having missed his warmth that he gave her when he was little. You've grown so much in 5 years, she said, but he saw him look sheepish, making her narrow her eyes at him. What is it? She asked. He gulped, knowing this would be hard to explain. It's been 14 years for me, Mom. I'm 26 now, he confessed when she looked at him with wide eyes before she started tearing up again. What? She asked quietly. I'm 26, he repeated again. Wha? My baby boy is so big now. Wah! She cried, making him panic, not knowing what to do when 5 people ran and hearing Kushina cry, wondering what's going on when they saw the guy that was found in the strange pod. But the scene was odd to them. They saw her comically hugging the man who looked to be panicking, since he was starting to turn a little blue, which looked a little amusing to them. They were Narumi, Kasumi his sisters, Tsunade his godmother, Mikoto his old teacher, and Satsuki her daughter. Hey Kushina, Kushina, you're going to squeeze him to death if you don't let go. Mikoto called out, but she didn't hear her, so she had to pry her off of him. Oh girls, how was training with your team? Kushina asked, completely forgetting what she just did, making everyone their sweat drop at her behavior. It was good, Mom, but who is this guy? Kasumi asked, tilting her head to the side, making her look much cuter to Naruto, who had to resist to hug her sister to death. This is, how to explain this, she said sheepishly, scratching the back of her head. I may have an idea that'll help with the situation, Naruto suggested as everyone looked at him questioningly. What do you have in mind? Kushina asked what her son had planned. Naruto turned towards Tsunade. There are 3 people who have signed the slug contract, right? He asked, making Tsunade raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Yeah, what does that have to do with anything, and how do you know that? She asked, narrowing her eyes at him, but all he did was grin at her. Because, Naruto said, going through hand signs. I'm one of them. He finished, slamming his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Smoke surrounded him, and when it cleared they could see Kitsuya there looking around confusedly. Tsunade-sama, did you summon me? She was confused when she saw her shake her head. No, I didn't, Kitsuya. This man did. She pointed at Naruto, who Kitsuya recognized immediately. Naruto-kun, you came back like you said, huh? Is there a reason you summoned me? She asked. Nothing right now. I just needed to summon you to show everyone who I am, he told her, who nodded regarding his appearance changes from years ago. Well everyone, this is Naruto-kun. If that's all, then I'll be on my way. It was nice seeing you again, Naruto-kun, she said, smiling at him as she disappeared back to the summons realm. Silence filled the room as they all, except for Kushina, who knew this, already looked at him with wide eyes, not believing that this man was the little boy/big brother that they all knew before. Tears entered Tsunade's, Mikoto's, and the twins' eyes, as Satsuki was still in shock at seeing her brother figure after so long. Big brother? Narumi asked, her lips quivering and her body was shaking as she stared at her lost brother. He looked so different than he did before. Kasumi wasn't doing any better. He simply nodded and smiled at the two as they crashed into his waist, being only 5'2" and 5 feet 3 inches, while Naruto was 6 feet 5 inches. They cried, clinging to him as they mumbled things, but he couldn't understand them. He looked up and could see the love and happiness that the 2 older women had for him. After a few minutes of crying, they let go, albeit reluctantly, when he saw 2 black blurs and 1 blonde blur engulf him in hugs of their own. He simply sighed, feeling bad that he made these women he loved cry. What happened to you, Naruto-kun? You look so different now, and you've gotten so tall and handsome, Mikoto said, getting a good look at him. He really was much taller now and looked completely different. His hair was black along with his eyes. That's tough to explain. I'm going to be explaining everything tonight with everyone, and I want you 3 along with Hiruzen and Yugao too, Naruto said, when Kasumi noticed something around her brother's waist. Big brother. She started getting his attention. Yeah, he asked. What is that around your waist? She asked, when everyone except Kushina, who knew what it was, already noticed it themselves. It looked like it had fur. Oh, this, he said, releasing his tail and bringing it out for them to see better. This is my tail, he said, when he was tackled all of a sudden by all of them. Kawaii, they squealed, making him laugh out loud, seeing them act like this. After glomping onto him, they realized what they had done and composed themselves, but had embarrassing blushes on their faces. Why do you have a tail? Can I touch it? Kasumi asked, not taking her eyes off the swaying appendage. Sure. He shrugged as he brought his tail forward for her to feel, and it felt so soft to touch, and the others got to do the same, and now had even more questions for him. Why were you so hurt when you weren't healing from your Uzumaki healing along with the Nibi being able to do it? Tsunade decided to ask. He sighed knowing that answer wouldn't make them happy. She couldn't. She's been unconscious for days. The person that I fought made her use so much chakra that she passed out. He explained, getting stunned looks from everyone, especially the twins finding out that their brother was a Jinchuriki like them. Who the hell did you face that could put the Nibi into an unconscious state, and was that in the 1 or 2nd form? Kushina asked, in slight horror, knowing the Nibi would be hard to beat despite being a low number-tailed beast. Neither. It was us working together completely. We are partners, and even though I'm a perfect Jinchuriki, an Imikage level fighter and beyond, it was still nothing to him. Can we save this conversation for tonight, please? I don't want to explain more than once, he said, with the clear, pleading look in his eyes. They saw the look in his eyes and decided to hold off for the time being and wait to get their answers tonight. So, they just spent the next few hours catching up and telling about what they had been up to since he's been gone and what's been happening in the village along with the other villages. Later that night, Naruto had missed everyone and it felt great to catch with them, and now he had much to explain regarding his new appearance, where he ended up, and what he's been doing until now. He heard from Makoto what had happened to Fugaku when he asked about him. She shed tears for him when she told him about the clan attempting a coup, and he sacrificed his life to take the leaders, leaving him with many injuries that were fatal, with him dying when it was over. He comforted her and gave her his apology for bringing up bad memories, but she told him it was fine and that he was be proud of how the man you've become. He was happy to hear that and would do his best to honor him. He was in the living room as his parents had gathered his closest friends, former teachers Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mikoto, Tsunade, Shizune, his parents, his sisters, and Yugao. When the few mentioned who hadn't seen him yet found out who he was, Hiruzen nearly passed out from shock. Shizune and Yugao both couldn't believe this was the same kid they'd trained and hung out with, but also had blushes on their faces. Now that everyone is here, Naruto, can you start by what happened to you for this change to occur? Yami and Kami explained that they sent you to another planet called Earth, but nothing else. They also said how you were the Jinchuriki of the Nibi and how that came to be, but only told a few people. Is there anything else we need to know before you start explaining? Minato asked. His son nodded as Minato sat down next to his wife. I do have one thing that I made sure to keep secret from everyone except Mikoto, Tsunade, Yugao, and Hiruzen since they were training me. They had a right to know. He answered, closing his eyes and opened them to reveal his Rinne Sharingan to them, shocking everyone except the 3 mentioned who knew already. You have 2 dojutsus? That's incredible, Sochi. We'll talk about them later, but for now start explaining, please. Kushina asked, as he took a breath to start what would be a long story. Well, to start off, they changed my DNA from human to another race called Saiyans. They're a warrior race from a planet named after their leader named Vegeta, where they crave to fight. Saiyans look like humans, but aren't human. They have tails like I do. One of the abilities that they can do is change into a great ape when a full moon is out, which I have learned to control, so I won't go berserk. I spent the next 11 years in a place called the Lookout with my 2 teachers, one being the guardian of Earth who protects the planet when necessary, and his assistant Mr. Popo. Not only that, but I learned other things aside from training what Earth is like and the different laws and customs that are there. I went to school and was able to get several degrees along with learning how to drive as well. Anyway, along with changing to becoming a Saiyan, I learned how to use an energy called Ki, not to be misunderstood as killer intent, but Ki or Chi. I learned to use it and can do many attacks with it, which I won't show here since I don't want Mom trying to kill me for it. He quickly said at the end with the others chuckling, but Kushina grinned knowing she can still keep her son in line. Does anyone have any questions so far? He asked when he saw hands shoot up from his sisters, Kushina and Mikoto. Can you show us anything about Ki? Kushina asked, with the others nodding. He shrugged his shoulders when they saw him levitate off the floor until he was a good 10 feet high. This is basic Ki manipulation that anyone can learn. It certainly makes it easier to get around, but there is so much more that is possible. Naruto said, getting all looks from everyone at seeing him float in the air like nothing. Why a Saiyan? Tsunade asked. Not sure, but probably because they were similar to humans. I can't really say since I have no idea myself. Naruto said, shrugging nonchalantly. You explained what you did while on the lookout, but what did you do after you finished your training and education? Makoto asked. Now this got everyone to really pay attention as it would lead to what brought him to the state he was in when he arrived. Well, the first thing I wanted to do was to visit Goku and his family to see how they were doing. But when I found him, he had just been killed by his brother, who told us that in a year we would be facing 4 more Saiyans who were after what are called Dragon Balls that when used summon a dragon and can grant any wish if it's within its power. Naruto told them, who were shocked that such a thing existed and was possible. What wish did they want granted? Narumi asked nervously, seeing her brother get serious when he mentioned the Dragon Balls. Immortality, he said with a growl, leaving everyone speechless at the answer. Immortality. You're telling us that it can be possible with just a wish? Hiruzen asked, almost not believing that such a thing was possible. Yeah, it is possible. So for the next year, Goku's friends had spent the next year training at the lookout, and Piccolo had trained Goku's son. Naruto said, getting confused looks from the others when he didn't mention himself. Why didn't you mention yourself? Didn't you train too? Tsunade asked, but was shocked when he shook his head. Not really. I spent it with one of Goku's friends who would, as the year went by, become a great friend. She helped me adjust to the city life, among other things. I didn't do as much training since at the time I had already done everything I could. Any more training wouldn't have made much of a difference, he said, getting nods of understanding. But he saw looks from Kushina, his sisters, Yugao, Mikoto, and Tsunade who were grinning at him mischievously. Oh, did Naruto get a girlfriend? Tsunade teased, but almost broke out laughing when he saw the blush on his face. Oh, my baby boy has a girlfriend. What's her name? Do you treat her well? She squealed, asking question after question in excitement. Her name is Bulma, and she's a scientist. She may not be a fighter, but she can keep any guy in line. He chuckled nervously. Before you smother him any more, Kushina, we should let him continue with the story, don't you think so? Minato said, getting a pout from her as she wanted to tease and smother him about his girlfriend. Go ahead, son, Minato told him, who nodded. Thanks, Dad, anyway. He began his story of how he not only fought the 2 female Saiyans, but defeated with ease and even provided them with asylum in his fight against Vegeta when he transformed into a great ape, something that terrified everyone when he said how it could rival a Biju. How he and the Nibi who he learned to separate from when summoned, they could truly work together as separate individuals. They were in awe of how they were able to separate and fight together. Not many Jinchurikis could do something like that. How they ended up defeating him by cutting off his tail, and with how injured he was, he left everything behind to recuperate. So any questions so far? He asked, when he saw Kasumi and Narumi raise their hands. Yeah, girls. He raised an eyebrow. How do you control the Nibi? How were you able to get it to work with you? Narumi asked, but flinched when his expression turned cold on her, surprising everyone. She is not in it, Narumi. The tailed beasts are so much more than what we've ever been told by people. They have their own thoughts and feelings, and I refuse to allow any one of them to be made as objects. He explained, getting many questionable looks from everyone who was there. How can you say that, when the Kyuubi attacked our village and nearly destroyed it, despite being controlled? It's just a massive construct of chakra given form that holds nothing but anger. Kushina nearly shouted at her son, who was in disbelief at what he said about them. And I'm telling you how wrong we all were about them, he shouted, making them flinch at his tone. Matatabi was listening and wanting to hear what her host would say next. The tailed beasts never wanted to be sealed into people. They just wanted to be left alone, yet we took away their freedom and made them into weapons when they didn't deserve that fate. How would you feel if you were constantly sealed into someone when you just wanted to have freedom, huh? What gives us the right to use them like we have always done? We need to understand them to really work with them, and I, for one, will do everything I can to do just that, and will want to give them some form of freedom or find a way to free them from their hosts without killing them. They deserve their freedom just like any of us do, and not trapped in a cage. Humans are the monsters and demons, not them. Now, instead of arguing about what's right or wrong on the matter, can I continue? He asked. When no one said anything, he assumed that he could keep going. What he didn't know was that Matatabi had heard everything he said, and it made her so happy that he felt like this for her and her siblings. She felt her cheeks heat up and something in her heart for some reason. She knew how he felt regarding her and her siblings, but she didn't know he felt this strongly about it. She felt something that was unfamiliar to her, having never felt like this before, and would need to find out what it was. After the fight with Vegeta, everyone was taken to the hospital, but only Goku, Gohan, and Krillin were admitted to it to recover, where during that time we learned about the home of the Namekians where the Dragon Balls originally came from. We made a plan on who would go to planet Namek and get their help in using the Dragon Balls, he said. He explained how Caulifla, Kale, Bulma, Krillin, Gohan, and himself would make the trip since Goku was still recovering and would be for some time. When during the trip, the ship they took allowed them all to train, especially Naruto, and what his training entailed would make Might Guy's training look tame in comparison, and it scared them a little. How when they arrived on Namek that they found out the planet was being invaded by Frieza to get his wish of immortality like Vegeta, who was a monster compared to him. He wasn't going to tell them about his relationships with Caulifla and Kale too, otherwise he'd get a lecture from Tsunade, Mikoto, and Kushina. When he fought his guards Dodoria and Zarbin and beat them before he left as Gohan and Krillin took the Dragon Balls from under their noses. That made them laugh at seeing them fooling them. He told them about his encounter with the Jinyu Force and their absurd poses. This reminded them of Might Guy and shivered thinking of there being more of him. How he killed Guldo, Berter, and Raccoon before Jeez flew off to get his captain. How he fought Frieza's second-in-command who he found out was a Saiyan like himself, but was under mind control, pissing everyone off hearing how her freedom was taken from her for over 20 years. And now he tells them about how he ended up fighting Frieza in his final form, but even going into the third cloak that he used when they were working together, and it still didn't do much as it didn't push him into using half of his power. And lastly, when they thought Frieza was dead, when he came back and ended up killing Jine, Caulifla, and Kale after they took a death beam that would have killed him along with Goku's best friend Krillin. How they got so angry that they had gone through a transformation and then the defeat of Frieza, and how they escaped before the planet exploded. And that's the last thing that happened before I passed out and then arrived here in Konoha a week later. He finished his story, and by the end there were many emotions he could sense coming from everyone. Anger, sadness, and lastly awe in what he had accomplished and done. What transformation was it that you did? Minato asked, curious to know more about it. From what I was told by Cammy when she explained it all to me, it's called Super Saiyan, that amplifies my power by 50 times, but as of now I can't use it since I need to learn to control it. Hopefully it won't take too long, but I won't know till I start training again, he told his father, who nodded his head in understanding. Now with everything said, it's getting late, and I'm sure that Naruto wants to get some actual sleep now, Minato said, with everyone nodding as they started leaving to their homes, leaving Naruto and Kushina left in the room. I'll show you to your old room, Naruto. It hasn't changed since you left, but we did get a bigger bed since we knew you would outgrow your old one, Kushina said, leading him to his room. Thanks, Mom. He smiled at her, hugging her, as with her smiling back returning it. I still can't believe that you're really here. I missed you so much, and we have so much catching up to do, she said, when they got to the room. Well, here it is. Good night, my son. She kissed his cheek, leaving him to get ready for the night. He was about to get in bed when he heard someone knocking on the door. It's open, he said. It revealed Narumi and Kasumi to be there. You need something, girls? He asked curiously. Narumi stepped up with Kasumi being too nervous to ask. Can you teach us how to use the Kyuubi's chakra? If you've done it with Nibi, then we would like to do the same with him and try to get to know him if he's not what you say he is. She told her brother, who didn't say anything and just stared at them for a minute. He saw no lies from her words in wanting to really get to know him. Sure, I'll do all I can to help him too. I'm going to tell you now that it won't be easy at all, and I won't go easy on you while you're training with me. I won't be your big brother, but your sensei when we're training. Do you understand? He asked with a serious tone. They nodded before he got up and walked up to them and kissed each of their foreheads and hugged them. We'll start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., so don't be late, okay? He told them as they nodded and returned the hug before leaving to get some rest before they'd start training in the morning. What neither noticed was that Kushina and Minato were on the other side of the door, having heard their conversation, and were smiling at the three training together and were happy their kids were going to be spending time together. A month later. It's been a month since Naruto woke up and agreed to train his sisters. To start things off, the first thing that they did was to go speak with the Kyuubi, and that was an interesting conversation. Flashback. Naruto was in the backyard sitting cross-legged across from his sisters who were doing the same as him. All right, girls, the first step into working with your tailed beast is to get in contact with them. It's important that you establish a connection as they can provide you with tips when you need it, and lastly, they are great conversationalists. One thing you'll learn is that they all have names, and that Kyubi and Nibi are just titles that were given to them by us. The reason no one really knows their names except for Shikaku is because they don't trust just anyone with their name. We have to earn it and prove to them that we can be trusted. Do you understand so far? He asked, hoping they understood it all and how important this is. They nodded, and that brought a smile to his face, already liking their willingness to try talking to the Kyubi. So, now what I want you to do is bump fists with me. This will allow me to enter your mindscape, as I want to be there for the conversation in case anything happens. Are you two ready for this? He asked again. He wasn't disappointed when they nodded firmly, getting a smile out of him. He held out his fist for them, and they did the same until their fists met and connected with them, closing their eyes. Mindscape. The three Uzumakis opened their eyes to see them in front of the cage for the Kyubi. They walk up to it with the girls slightly behind him, nervous about meeting him. When they get there, Naruto was expecting him to lash out or do something, but he was surprised when he saw that both Bijou were behind their respective cages, but it was their eyes that caught his attention. They had the eyes of Sharingan in them, telling him that they're still in the Jinjutsu, and that is something that he would need to get rid of. What's wrong with them? Why are they not moving? Kasumi asked, confused with Narumi having noticed their eyes as well. It's because they're in a Jinjutsu, but how? It's been years and I thought Dad released it when he fought the masked man, she said in surprise. It must have been a strong one to last not only this long, but to also still be in it even after being split and sealed in you too. I'll get them out of it, and so we can properly talk to them. How though? Unless you have the Sharon, gone. Right, you do have it, but also the Rinnegan. Kasumi rubbed the back of her head sheepishly when she remembered seeing his eyes the night before. All right, give me a minute to get them out of it, he said, as he activated his Rinne Sharingan and walked to the cages and looked directly at their eyes. Koto Emetsukami, he called out as the signal of their heads forced the Jinjutsu to crumble and be destroyed with their eyes changing back to normal. They blinked in confusion and looked around trying to figure out what was going on. What the hell? What happened? The Kyubi Einhalf asked as she looked around when she noticed Naruto was in front of him with a smile on his face. Who are you? She asked, getting in a defensive stance. I'm not here to fight or anything of the sort. I just freed you and your other half from a very strong Jinjutsu that you were under, he told them, holding his hands up in a peaceful manner, hoping to placate them. Damn Madara, I swear I'm going to kill for controlling me like that again. The young half roared in anger, but realized something. How did you free us from his control? She asked with a quirked eyebrow. With this. He activated his eyes to show them, and he heard them gasp. You have father's eyes, and it also seems like you have the cursed Sharingan too, but they're mixed together. How do you have both eyes? The Einhalf asked. I'm not sure, and I'm glad that you're free now. No one has the right to be treated like you and your siblings have been treated for so long. Now, another reason I'm here is for them. He pointed to his sisters who were looking a little scared being in front of the now freed Kyubi halves. Oh, they must be our Jinchurikis, huh? Welcome, little ones. Why are you here? The Einhalf asked. We came to talk to you. Our brother wanted us to get to know each other, and I couldn't agree more with him, seeing you not destroying something. I guess he was right, Narumi said. With the two halves looking at Naruto in curiosity, now this surprised them, a human who wanted her hosts to talk to them. What is your name, human, and why do I sense my sister's chakra? Young Kyubi asked, curious more than demanded. I'm Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, and I'm the Jinchuriki for your sister. I won't say her name since she doesn't trust my sisters yet. I've been her partner and brother figure for years, and she's one of the best people I've ever met. I hope we can get along too. He offered a smile to them. The two halves looked at each other as if having a conversation, and for a time, they stared at each other until they turned towards the Saiyan and nodded their heads with a smile appeared on their faces. We thank you for your kind words. And you say you host my sister, correct? He nodded at her question. Then how is she? Is she doing okay? Einhalf asked, worried for her little sister. She's doing just fine, She's like a big sister to me, and I will always treat her like family, and I one day plan to free her from the seal and to give her a means, so she could never be captured in Jinjutsu should someone try it. I can promise you that. They could hear the confidence and the truthfulness in his words. It reminded them of their father from long ago. Thank you for looking out for her, and I know you will continue to do Naruto Uzumaki. Now, shall we get to know each other, my host? Yang asked kindly as the two sisters nodded, leaving Naruto smiling at the scene before leaving the four to themselves. And flashback. Since then, they had numerous conversations with them that would last for hours and had been able to talk telepathically like he and Matatabi do. Naruto had also been doing his own training to try to transform again, but he hadn't had any luck in doing it. He figured he'd have to be put in the same situation again like with Frieza, but he wouldn't give up on it. Now Naruto was heading to the Dang store in his usual attire, Xeno Goku, that his mother got for him after he asked her to make it, having not had any since he disappeared, having been one of his favorite snacks to have along with where he met one of his best friends there got there, and some people he recognized, but knew they wouldn't recognize him. There were 4 people that he knew, with one being Yugao, who he guessed was off duty with the others he hadn't seen yet, and he could tell they had grown quite beautiful in the time he was gone. It didn't take long for him to get there, and ordered what he used to order, which was 6 dangos, which got the attention of a familiar purple-haired woman after hearing the amount, and saw it was Naruto, but didn't know it was her. Hey, it's you. Glad to have you back in the land of the living. I see you like dango too, huh? She asked with a grin that he returned and nodded. Yep, although I haven't had any in quite some time, so this'll be nostalgic. May I sit with you? He asked politely. Land of the living? What do you mean? One of them asked. She had brown hair with red markings on her cheeks, the tell sign that she's an Inuzuka. You mean you don't know? This guy was the one who crashed with that strange machine thing a week and a half ago. Anko told her, who was surprised. I'm Hana Inuzuka. Nice to meet ya. She greeted him with a grin. I remember that you had quite severe injuries. It's hard to think you're already on your feet, but glad to see you're doing better than you were before. The 4th woman said with a nod. Yugao-sensei, a pleasure to see you again, he said, which got curious and questioning looks from the 3 women. You as well, Naruto, she greeted when she turned to see Anko looking at her suspiciously. Okay, how do you know this guy, and why did he call you sensei when we've never seen him before until he showed up suddenly? She asked with narrowed eyes. Not only that, but you called him Naruto when there has only been one, and that was Naruto Uzumaki, who we haven't seen in years, and he wouldn't look like that guy at all. Hana chimed in. Hee. It's been a long time, Ankoheim, he said, but started sweating when she glared at him. There's only one person who calls me that, and he's been gone for years now. Are you saying you're him? She threatened as she put out killer intent on him. Yes, he answered weakly, and she was on him in an instant. Prove it, she told him, still glaring at him as she pulled out a kunai and pointed it at his balls, making him sweat harder. He put his hand to his chin to think of something when he suddenly grinned, having an idea come to mind. The time I spent the day with you in interrogation, and when you weren't getting anywhere, I tagged in, and in just a few minutes, she was spilling everything she knew. Does that work? He asked, when she was suddenly in a hug from Anko, who was trying not to cry at seeing her redhead best friend after so long. It really is you. She cried into his chest, happy that one of her best friends was back, but now she had a question as she backed up from him with the others standing next to her. What the hell happened to you? You've gotten quite the growth spurt and have become very hot and sexy, she said, liking how he looks and the way he felt when she hugged him. To put it short, I became something else, and no, I'm not a demon, but I'm not entirely human anymore, he said as Yugao nodded, already knowing this, but the others were confused. What do you mean? Kurenai asked. She had black hair that went to her waist that was spiky. She had red eyes and blue eyeshadow with her red lipstick. He's what is called a Saiyan, Yugao answered, getting everyone to look at her. Saiyans are aliens, and before he disappeared, he was changed from human into a Saiyan. Saiyans may look like humans, but they all have one thing that separates them from us, she said, pointing to his tail that just came into view from being wrapped around his waist. Kawaii. Anko and Hana squealed as they brought their faces to his tail, loving how soft it felt and the blush that was on his face. He would have kept it up if he didn't stiffen up, which got their attention. Naruto-kun, Enko asked. I sense something nearby, and it's huge. Almost like. His eyes widened for a second before he cursed. It felt like Frisia's energy, but not quite the same. Frisia? He whispered to himself with a dread on his face. Huh? Is there someone approaching Konoha? Hana kicked in, getting serious. Naruto nodded, but he looked up when they did the same and saw a flying shy heading towards them. Before anything could be done, Naruto brought his hands up and shot out various ki blasts at the ship before it exploded, telling that he hit it as it descended miles away from the village. Naruto decided to deal with this and levitated before he flew off, leaving a surprised everyone, even Yugao. Sure, she saw him levitate, but seeing him flying like that was different. We should follow him. He's towards that ship in case he needs help, Hana stated with them nodding. I'll go inform Hokage-sama about it and meet you guys there. Kurenai said. With their plan in action, they went as followed, but they weren't the only ones that went towards the ship, as various other shinobi were doing the same thing. Naruto made it to the crash site to see the ship doors beginning to open, along with a number of shinobi arriving too, with Minato appearing in a yellow flash having marked his son. They waited when 3 figures walked out of the ship having similar armor to what Naruto has seen before. All right, you 3. Who are you and what are you doing on this planet? He demanded, wanting to know what they were here for. Coolers. Armored. Squadron. They declared, doing different poses. Oh, come on, not this shit again. He shouted in disbelief at seeing what seemed like dealing with the Jinyu force all over again. Naruto flared his ki, his power rising with his aura becoming bigger as he suddenly vanished from his spot. When the shinobi heard screaming, they turned to see Naruto's fist in the man's chest. I'm not letting you harm anyone here or this place. He held his other hand out before firing a ki wave that incinerated the man completely. So, you must be the monkey that we tracked when Namek blew up. I guess we don't have to search far. The one with the short blonde hair that went over his left eye. Oh, what does your master want with me? He asked him, but he got no response as he brought his hand up and lit it up into a keyblade that was pink, making him smirk before he did the same with his being yellow. I can do it too. He flew at him, but before that, a second Naruto appeared next to him as they charged at each other, with the shinobi watching, not knowing what to do. What do we do, Hokage-sama? They seem to want your son for some reason. Anko asked his dad, who was watching his son intently. I have no idea. We watch and then support him, since it seems that they're after my son for what reason I don't know. Did you feel his chakra? It was incredible. I've never felt anything like it in my life. Hana said in awe with a slight blush on her face. I'm just glad he's on our side. Kurenai agreed. They saw him stab that guy and incinerated him, which made them look at Naruto in surprise, not having expected that, but they saw another clone appear next to him. A shadow clone? Anko asked, knowing what it could be. No, it isn't. I was told he could create clones using his other energy called ki or chi, which is much stronger than any other clones possible, as they don't have the same weaknesses that the ones we use do. He is evening the playing field to make it a 2v2 fight. Yugao explained to them, remembering what Naruto told her. Back with Naruto and his clone, the original took on the blonde while the clone took on the other guy. Naruto and Sauls clashed their blades trying to overpower the other, but Naruto pushed him back and sent out multiple ki blasts at him, which he dodged some and cut through others, but wasn't fast enough to do that to the others, so they connected, causing an explosion. He waited for the smoke to disappear, and when he did, he saw the man looking a little worse, but overall fine. Naruto, wanting to end it, decided to get more serious when he all of a sudden appeared behind him with his ki blade in hand, which, when everyone was wondering what he did, having not seen him move at all, when they all saw his head fall off his shoulders. Before they could say anything, he charged a giant ball of ki energy and threw it at the body, completely obliterating it along with the head. The clone appeared next to him, nodding to him, having done his job. Well, that was disappointing, but I do believe that I've found the one who killed my brother with how quickly you handled my subordinates. A voice said as 2 people came out of the ship. The first person had purple skin with a long tail, several armor-like carapaces on his wrists, ankles, shins, and chest. He looked awfully like Frisia. The second person had him baffled, since she looked like a Saiyan, and the tail he saw confirmed it. She was of average height and frame, and is slightly muscular with a pale skin complexion. Her hair is flat with cropped spiky style bangs and a second hairstyle with purple eyes. She wears battle armor with a pink bodysuit. Like all Saiyans, she has a tail that she wraps around her waist as a makeshift belt. She wears white gloves and boots, with a green scouter and golden earrings on her ears. She wears long golden leg warmers on one of her legs with a white leg band on both of her legs. You look an awful lot like Frieza, and that another Saiyan, Naruto said, getting wide eyes from his dad, Yugao, his mom who just arrived having heard this and was now getting nervous. This guy is connected to that Frieza monster? I'm not surprised you'd make that assumption, and you're right. He's my little brother. My name is Cooler, and are you the one who killed him? The now revealed Cooler asked. And if I am, I won't ask again, is she a Saiyan? He asked, with a tone that told him not to lie, which he merely rose an eyebrow at, but decided to humor him. Yes, she is, however she isn't entirely here. He smirked, seeing his eyes narrowed. What do you mean? He asked, with an edge to his voice. Simple, she's not here on her free will, but as my slave. He smirked when he scowled at him. Just like Frieza, all right. You kidnapped a Saiyan and put them under mind control. He shouted as his aura flared, getting bigger as he suddenly appeared in front of Cooler and punched him in the cheek, sending him flying away as he chased after him, leaving the clone with the Saiyan. I never got your name, Saiyan. I'd hate to fight a fellow warrior without knowing her name. The clone said. Fine. I'm Fascia, Cooler's second in command, and I'm going to destroy you for what you did to my master. She said, getting in a stance as his clone did the same.